Hello, everyone. How you doing? W- Wow, got Jackie Evans, of course, after me. P900, cool pics. Hello, how you doing? Phoenix Fox, Meep. Hello, Meep. Got Mike Terenzi. Hello, awesome. Uh, Good to see everybody in here. 1111 code. How's everybody doing tonight? Yeah, Blue Moo Coo. How you doing? Nice to meet you. Haven't seen you in here before. Two months. Yep, that's it, Jackie. Excited too. Here, let me get the link. I got Jason Tomlinson. Wow, a lot of chatting going on in here already. You got Vernon. Hello, Vernon. How you doing? You got Lou Keyboard Warrior. Hello. I don't want to miss anybody. Hopefully I don't. You got Truth Seeker. Wow, I was glad to see everybody here. You got Baron Bronskovic. How you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. How's everybody doing today? Got a cup of tea ready and a fat smoke? Yeah, that's what's up. Hey, Tinfoil. How you doing? The queen is a lizard. Yep. Bob Moon needs a wrench. Okay. How you doing, Barbara Lerner Spectre? Awesome. Good to see you here. Good to see everybody here.
Hey.
Hello, how you doing?
Hi, Bob. How are ya?
Hello.
There we
I'm
go.
doing
Turn
good.
it up a little higher. How are ya?
Doing very good. How you doing?
Good. I'm doing very good. Very good, very good, very good. Except for your video made me cry.
No, come on.
It did. Shut up.
Yeah.
It was a little
Yeah.
teary.
After I made it, I watched it before I uploaded it, and I was like,
Yeah.
wow, got myself.
Isn't that always good when you get yourself?
Crazy. I never get myself like that though. Hello, Kelly. How you doing?
Yeah.
Stephanie.
Hi, Return of Cat's
All right, we got
Eyes.
meet.
Me.
Hey, Return of
There's
Cat's Eyes.
Meep.
Hello. How you doing tonight?
I think
Good to
I'm
see
on.
everybody.
Oh, my mic just flipped upside down as I'm speaking. It's just like it's in a very defiant mood.
Oh
What are you
my.
doing over there?
It did. I'm talking to it, and it went
Come
180
on, you said you'll
degrees.
behave.
It's one of them days, Bob. Do you ever have one of them days where you know you could actually
Good. Very good.
you could get arrested if you're not careful?
Destroyer Dominant TV. Hello.
Hi, Stephanie. Hi,
Welcome,
Baron.
everybody.
1111 code.
It's good to
Hello.
see you all here.
It's so exciting, Bob. This is going to be a
Go
good
ahead,
night.
Jackie.
It's going to be a good night.
Yeah, I didn't wait till my 50th video. I cut it to 35. Because it seems like a lot more. Seems like I've been doing this more than 2 months. Seems like a year.
It feels like a long time. You know when I realized it today, Bob, is I went to go find a shirt to wear, and I do the girl thing, and you go, tinfoil's laughing. You go, man, didn't I just wear that shirt last week on Bob's Live? I'm running out of shirts to wear. I need to go shopping because
Gotcha.
you do too many lives, and I don't like to wear the same shirt too many times in a row within the same month.
I
So
like
you're
you
gonna
know.
have to send me a check, Bob,
Yeah.
to
We'll
send
have
me
to-
shopping for some
We'll
more
have to.
some more
fund.
shirts.
We'll have to fund Jackie's clothing outfits.
Okay, no problem.
You have to fund my clothing so that I don't get paranoid that I just wore this shirt like 2 times again.
And the hairdresser as well.
Well, I'm a hairdresser, so I'm good with that.
Oh, right. I didn't know that.
You didn't know that, mate? Something else you didn't know about me?
I didn't.
I went
Hey, you got
to
Pete the Patriot in here. Hello, how you doing?
I went to school to do hair right after high school,
Good to
and
hear
I was a
from you
hairdresser
already.
for 5 years. And then I went back to school for respiratory
Nice.
therapy. And then I've been doing that now for 28 years. So, yes, something you didn't know, mate. Do you always
My
wonder
na-
what my hair always looks nice?
I think your hair looks fine when it's all messed up. I think
It is a little messy today. It's a little messy.
I've
today.
seen it worse. One of your
Looks good to
videos,
feel that way.
Jackie.
Wait, see, I'm going to go backwards again. One of my videos, which one's that?
I can't remember, but I just remember your hair was like
Uh-oh.
you was like a wild lady, like an untamed
this?
spirit of nature. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like
Yeah, see? That looks better. Leave it like
There
that.
we go.
1111 code. Hello. And hello, Pete the Patriot.
1111. Hello.
higher
doing,
tinfoil.
Tin?
It's lovely to see you today. Well,
Tin,
your little
tin.
picture that you've got up there.
Run, Harry.
Oh,
Queen
what is
is
that?
a
I didn't even look
lizard.
at your picture yet. Run, Harry. The queen is a lizard.
How you
Yeah,
doing,
he's
Brennan?
dropping out of
Doing
the
good, Brennan.
family.
That looks like a very. It looks like a really.
He's dropping out, you
Oh,
guys.
shut up.
It's
Pete
a
the
very
Patriot
cute
says-
lizard. It looks like a very friendly lizard.
Ah.
Actually, it's smiling because it's chasing
know.
Harry.
Oh, right.
Pete, come on up here.
This
Truth
is not even
seeker.
28.
Woo-hoo, we got some peeps in the house. Return of Cat's Eye. Hello. I will
Yes,
sub
Cat's
you
Eye.
now.
Cat's Eye is the coolest. She's the coolest chick out there.
Girl, I just subbed to you.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you got to go sub her. Cat's Eye could come up. Cat's Eye, come up. Cat's Eye's a streamer.
Yeah, haven't seen you in a while, Cat's Eyes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
come on up, you guys. I only
Yeah,
got
let's
an
get
hour
some fresh
and a half.
faces. Get some fresh
If I'm
faces up
lucky.
here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, thank you, Jackie. What?
Gotta drive again, or is that when the garage door opens?
That's when the garage door opens.
Okay.
Can't get caught being a
Gotcha.
traitor, you know?
Look, I got Biscuit Kitty. Say hi, Biscuit
Yep.
Kitty.
Aww.
Oh,
Hi, baby.
cute.
Pete, come on up here. Hello, Leo. Much
Leo.
love.
Much love.
That's a nice
Hello,
cat,
much
Jackie.
love.
What's happening?
Mwah.
It's a nice cat.
That's my nice cat. She's my
And-
petite kitty.
It looks like a very friendly cat.
Well, not actually, not
Vernon.
really. She likes to bite my face, and she gets a little. We call her Biscuit because she gets a little biscuit. She goes like nuts sometimes, like just tearing around the house.
So you didn't call her Biscuit?
We call her Biscuit. My husband did that. I don't know why. The one day she was just like going crazy, just biting the heck out of everyone. He said, "She's just Biscuit." So she's Biscuit Kitty now.
We were trying to figure out a name for our new little puppy here a year and a half ago, and she had such an attitude. We named her Addie.
Addie for
ATT.
attitude.
Yeah, for
I love
attitude,
it.
and she's so cute. Mr. Chubbs has a cone on his head because Mrs. Addie attacked him and playing and scratched his cornea. So I've been hot packing him today,
Oh, yeah.
and got a cone on him, and went down to the my Casa store because they got good stuff behind the counter for
Cool.
dog's eyes, you know.
Maya Moo Koo, you might want to restart the room because there's other people chatting there, but I get the impression that you can't see the chat in text. So
Hold on one sec.
Uh-oh.
I'm here. Just hold on. I gotta get my cat out of the room.
Pete, come on up here. Return a Cat's Eye. You guys, come on up. 1111 code. Mwah. Mua Mua.
That's good.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Moo Moo is from South America.
Oh,
South
Moo Moo.
Africa.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it is.
I'm subbed to her.
Yeah,
Nice. When I say
she's.
Mew
I
Mew-
met her over at over on Desert Owl's Forbidden History channel, which some of these people over here go over there too. But yeah.
Either
So,
that way. How you doing?
I love Stephanie's
Good
little
seeing you.
avatar. Happy clouds.
Oh, I
Happy
know.
clouds. I love that guy back in the day. Ain't no happy clouds now.
I met Desert.
Tendrils!
I met
Stop
Desert.
playing my skies!
I met Desert on Gina Genesis channel.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Does
You
Gina
did
know
tell me
about?
that before.
Does Gina know about this stream? Because I get the feeling she might actually come in one day if she did.
Who's that?
Gina Genesis.
Oh, I don't know.
She's a Skywatcher.
Jason got his
Hi,
popcorn
Scott.
ready.
Welcome.
Mhm.
Everyone, welcome Scott Severini. He's from over at my Mav family.
He's got Serini. That's what's up. Thanks,
We were
Jason.
hanging out this morning, huh, Bob?
Bringing people together.
We were hanging out this morning over at
Yeah.
Relentless
Hiya.
Mav, weren't we?
Hiya back.
We were having a
Hi-
crazy time.
Just saying hiya back to Ange Walker.
Then I had to ask that stupid question. How you play this music and not get a strike? Because every time I have a few seconds and I get nabbed.
Yeah, he does it all. He does
And then it's shut down.
Yeah, then it's shut down. Exactly. He gets away with it for so long, and then it's out.
Yep.
Pete, are you
Right.
still out there? Come on up here. I saw your live stream this morning. Let's
Who's
chat.
that?
Pete.
Oh yeah, I was over there. I saw you over there. Did I see you over there, Tinfoil?
Yeah, I was making a few comments. I was half asleep.
Yeah,
I was
I just
hot
stopped.
packing my dog's eyes at the same time. Not an easy task.
Verna's a
Cory
fly watcher, he
Booker
says.
dropped out. Ah! You know what's gonna happen, you guys?
That's good that way.
Hillary's gonna sneak
to
her
hear
ass
that.
in there at the last minute because she ain't gonna waste a bunch of money on any kind of campaign, and she doesn't want crap being dug up on her more. So just you wait, mark my words. That she's joining the race because creepy Uncle Joe just ain't gonna be cutting the mustard.
Oh, Scott, those are your dogs. I never noticed your picture that close. Beautiful dogs.
Tinfoil was cracking me up last night with that fire in the hole business.
Oh,
Into your
Peter!
low end.
Or Pete's backstage. Load him up there. Oh,
Pete.
fire in the hole is my signature
How do
little
you
thing.
see backstage, Tinfoil?
Because Pete said he was backstage.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'm like, I can't see backstage. Do you have a special pass to see backstage that I don't have?
No, I'm not a
Wow.
lizard.
Oh my
I can't
gosh.
see the future like the lizards.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I
And
didn't have my screen all the way full, so they weren't showing up. I got
And I
7
love you,
people
girl.
here.
There I am.
Hi, Pete.
Pete.
Hi, Tinfoil. Hi, hello, Jackie.
How you doing?
Hello.
What's up,
Good
Bob?
to see you again, Pete.
And Jackie, I don't believe you for
Doing
1
good.
second, so stop lying to me.
I was born in 1967.
What's that?
I don't believe
Oh.
it.
67.
I was born in 67. I'm the same as you, Tinfoil, aren't I?
I have a 1967 Volkswagen Bug.
Does it look as good as me?
No,
Hold on.
not close. It's nice looking, but not as nice looking as you.
All right, I'll take that.
That's nice.
Let's see what happens.
Now I'm gonna blush as I just led into that.
What's up, Meet the Lizard Man? How you doing?
I'm not feeling very lizard-like today.
Not feeling
Why?
lizard-like today?
No,
No.
I'm like returning to my humanity.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
It's just, I mean, the food isn't as good.
No,
No.
never is.
I have to eat like regular food.
Mhm. Grab everybody up.
Yeah, grab everyone up. There's
See
some
someone new in here. Grab them
Yeah,
up.
fresh faces in here. Grab each other up. That's
Scott
what we're here
Cervini says he has a 67 Chevelle SS clone. Do you want to trade?
for. Ooh.
So
Late
what's going on?
60s were a good year.
That's right, they were.
Excuse me.
So what's this stuff about Cory Booker dropping out today?
Oh yeah, nobody supports Cory Booker. He doesn't have enough money
Oh,
to
Mike,
blow
I'll
his
get-
nose.
Hey, everybody's slowly dropping out.
Well, every time you've seen him on the Sunday shows, you know, he makes his rounds on the Sunday shows. He talks to people about his campaign and how he's going to give everybody free stuff. And then, you know, the rest of the segment is, if you want to donate to CoreyBooker.com to help support me because I have no money. It was a whole, and it's an inevitability. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah, I kind of saw that one coming.
Oh, Samla,
Hi, Samla.
Eric Elliott,
Yeah, I was watching your live
Scott,
today,
Eric
Pete.
Elliott.
Oh, did you? Thank you.
Oh yeah, I was in there. I was being quiet.
That's okay. That's okay.
Quiet.
I didn't get too bad, did I?
I'll be in there.
No, you were actually right on point about a lot of stuff, and I know Bernie's gonna take it for the team 2 times because he's gonna get something out of it, and he knows it too.
I think that's the way it's going to go because nobody really wants socialism in this country, and his is more of
The
a communist.
millennials.
Is more communist than socialist.
Ooh.
So I think he's going to get sacrificed, and all of his followers are going to do the same thing they did in 2016. They're not going to vote for a Joe Biden. They're just going to stay home, and Trump is going to win by a landslide, like a huge landslide.
I think Hillary's gonna jump in the race at the last minute.
If there's a contested convention, I'll put 70% on that.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I
probably
and
just
I
rile
know
things
that
up. That's all.
Bernie makes it
Yep.
look like he's a victim and he's taking one for the team. He's not. He's taking it for the elite team, not for
Yeah.
us guys. Okay.
If anybody wants to come up, Bob, I don't mind going backstage.
Okay, if someone wants to come up, no problem.
See how it goes.
Why don't you drop the link again,
Send
Bob,
everybody in there.
just for to have
Hey,
it out there.
Meep, you're in the UK, right?
I am, yeah.
Are you leaving,
So
Jackie?
No,
I just
think
have a
you wanna
question
drop
for
the
you,
link, just
if
in
you don't
case.
mind.
If I can answer, I will.
What is this all this stupidity about the royal family? And does anybody where you are in your country really care?
They don't really care anymore because we're not really that way inclined anymore. The royal family used to be popular with our previous generations, but the new generation are not really as supportive of the monarchy as the people from, say, World War II era.
Right. Huh. Hold on one second.
Wow, that was true.
It seems to be the press that give them more attention than the actual people. I think they're trying to just create hype.
So you're saying that it's more popular here in the United States than it is in the UK?
I'm not saying that because I don't know how popular they are in the United States, but I can tell
Well,
you
I mean,
they're not very
if
popular
you turn
in the
on
UK.
Fox News, if you turn on Fox News, that's all they're talking about is the
Oh yeah.
Meghan Markle did this and did that. I mean, who cares?
Run, Harry!
I know. Well, I've never been interested myself. It's just something I don't really pay a lot of attention to.
Yeah. Well, okay. I was just curious from somebody who I was wondering if they have like billboards in the streets over there or something that, you know, it's so important, but
it's all hype. It's hype.
It's all hype.
Oh, hype.
Support your lizards.
that would probably work, actually. It was like, wake people up. Like, what do you mean?
The queen's running out of little shekels, so.
And how old is the queen? Like 133 now? How old is she?
233.
233. Okay.
I think she's 95 or something like that.
Yeah, she's up
95.
Girl's looking good on that adrenochrome.
Sure is.
Dude. Good.
I guess.
Got some good news for us. I want to hear it.
97
joking.
cats, I said.
Her and Ellen DeGeneres have the same magic potion. How come she never seems to age either?
There you go, Leo.
Well, there's also plastic surgery.
I mean, Ellen DeGeneres just Well, yeah, okay, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She looks
You got-
younger now than she did back when she had her first TV sitcom series.
Exactly.
She looked
thank
older
you.
then
Run,
than she does
Harry!
now. Run, Harry! Harry, run!
Dude's waking up. He said it in an interview that he didn't want to be a part of what killed his mother.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so right there. Okay, dude knows what's going on. Older brother's gonna play the game, but Harry, he's the younger one. No.
Mm-mm.
Run, Harry!
Hey, Chris Aussie, how you doing? Thanks for coming. Got Julie Marvin,
Hi, Zoo
Zoo
Scott.
Scott. Well, for coming. Good to see
Julie,
you all.
welcome.
I think a
Crimson
lot of
Glory.
people
Sorry,
lost
how
a
you
lot
doing,
of faith
Starlight?
in the royal family over dying the way she did. They should have put her to
Lemon
sleep.
Code.
They shouldn't have done what they did.
Interesting.
Uh-oh.
I can hear it.
We can hear it.
Hey, Zoo Scott.
Oh my God,
I've
what
been
is
saving
that?
up all day.
It's going to be fire in the hole in a minute.
Yes,
I just
Chris.
know it.
Post a link.
Mhm.
As long as it's okay with YouTube, it's good with me.
I save up all day for this, you guys. I don't sit there and do this all day long. I got stuff I got to take care of, Like my dog. Hot pack in his eyes.
Oh, come on.
I'm
Is that
technically
dinner already made? That way you don't have to cook it or anything.
Whew.
My sister does
Joey
that when I
doesn't
go
know.
and see her, but she knows it affects me, so she does it, and she's like sticking her head out the window as she's breathing her out. It does. It like phases me out.
Nice,
Makes
Eric.
me,
That's what's
makes me
up.
feel like
Vernon said Harry
Thanks,
is
Cat
smart.
Eyes.
Fire
That's
in the
what's up.
bowl. Well,
Yes.
gotta do then. This one's for you, Harry. Run.
Chris Aussie's dropping a link there if you want to check it out. People are dying there, stuck in a contamination zone.
Contamination zone.
Well, yeah, there's good news about contamination zones. California is going to build 8,000 houses on contaminated property.
Oh, they do that here in Washington State. They fill a dump up and then they put a housing development over it.
Why
Yeah, but
not?
this
A
is
really nice golf course, like a Fred Couples golf course.
this is contaminated with radiation.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, that they
Yeah.
didn't sell the property for all these years because it was contaminated by radiation. But now they're going to put houses on it and give them to the homeless people.
Ding, ding,
Great
ding,
way to get
ding,
rid of
ding,
your
ding,
homeless
ding, ding.
population.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Those,
I always
those
thought
are
about
big-
I always thought about the land in Hiroshima and Nagasaki because they built over that again now, and I thought to myself after what happened after World War II with them two bombs, I thought that radiation can't be gone.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be. If radiation is always as bad as they say it is, it should be bad for 5,000 years.
That's what I mean, and they built property on it for the Japanese people.
Oh my God.
Mm.
Vernon, that's funny. I'm sorry. It's not funny, but it's funny.
What did he say? I didn't-
Good California people pay big bucks so their balls fall off. Oh man. Yeah.
Vernon's a wonderful person.
California. I feel sorry for California.
So do I, and I live here.
Hi,
Oh, you
Crimson.
do? Oh, I'm sorry, Peach.
Yeah, well, it
I'm
happens.
sorry. Yeah,
My
exactly.
daughter's down there. My daughter's down there in Rose Hill, and she just loves California.
Oh, it's a beautiful place. You know, don't
Thanks,
get me
Eric.
wrong. It's a beautiful place. You can go skiing and surfing in the same day. You know, it's a beautiful place to live. But it's just run by people who want to run it into the ground. I haven't been to Los Angeles in 6 years.
I wouldn't if I were you.
And I used to go down there every weekend. Every weekend. There was places that I bought stuff from all the time over there, restaurants that we love to go to. But now you can't go there without your feet sticking to the sidewalk. And it's really sad. It's really sad what they did.
I think they just
And
forget.
don't be surprised if some pandemic comes out of that area too.
Oh, they already have it. California
No, I mean,
has plague.
Besides the typhus and, you know, like I'm talking like biological type.
Yeah, California is so progressive that we're bringing back diseases from the 11th century.
How messed up is that?
Yeah, I mean it's great. I mean you can get the plague, you can get typhus, you can get all kinds of stuff here in California. They don't discriminate. Any disease that you want, we got.
Airborne Ebola.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, people probably walking downtown LA with blood coming out of their pores by now. I mean, who knows?
You know, the one I love the best that I see in the hospital, not that I love the best, I mean, it like freaks me out the most, is flesh-eating bacteria.
Oh, MRSA.
That's all over the place.
No, not the MRSA,
Thanks, Mike.
the actual flesh-eating bacteria.
Yeah, that's all over the place
I've seen it in
downtown.
some really, really bad places, and it's like scary, freaky.
You know,
Well-
I'll let you in on a little secret.
Tell me your little secret, Pete.
I'm sure if you guys have been on my stream, you see the little thing where I take donations to help the homeless people.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. So what I do is I make those little, what I call the blessing bags, and it has like a meal and hygiene stuff and things like that. And I hand them out quite often whenever I drive around because there's always somebody that needs one, always. And I talked to this one guy. He was sitting there at a bus stop when I was on my way to my mother-in-law's house one day. And I said, oh, you know, I drive by here quite often. I've never seen you before. I said, here, brother, have one of these.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I just pretty much got into this area. I said, oh, okay. I said, I'm sorry you're in the situation you're in. I hope this helps you out just a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
And he said, I came from LA. I can't be over there anymore. It's too dangerous. And I was like, what do you mean too dangerous? He goes, there's just too many things going on in downtown LA. He goes, you can't get into the missions to get any food. You can't, nobody helps you. There's disease everywhere. So it took me a week to get where I'm at. I'm like, whoa, okay, here, have 2 of these. Maybe this will help you out. So the homeless people are trying to leave to go to other places because LA is so bad. It's a sad situation. It really is.
Is that Nancy Pelosi's district?
No, that's Northern California. She's up in San Francisco. I'm in Los Angeles.
Hey, Defred.
The political person in that area.
Oh, well,
I can hear that in the background.
Hey, you guys, you're not.
I don't even know who it is.
Just because I'm
It's tinfoil.
It's tinfoil.
Always.
It's always me.
Hey, listen.
Jackie,
Yeah.
the flesh-eating bacteria,
Yeah.
chlorine dioxide applied topically with DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, will take it out.
I will tell the physicians that when I go to work.
They probably won't
Thank you,
listen to
mate.
you.
I know they won't. That's why I said that. Listen, I do
Yeah.
have something to say real quick though. If everyone could send some good thoughts and prayers for Karma's 2 children. They both had fevers last night and today. And so she's been up probably since the live stream last night and then was up all morning. She had messaged me. And she has COPD herself, so she's been worried she's going to catch something and get sick herself. So send out some good love, prayers, and good vibrations.
Absolutely.
Frequency over to Karma Ghost. I told her try to stay off the stream tonight
Yes,
so that
Karma.
she could just kind of focus on her kids and herself. I know, because I know for me it's hard. Like when I know you guys are on, I'm like I gotta get up on. I gotta get with my peeps, But I told her, I said, try to hang back tonight. So just keep Karma in your thoughts.
I'll send angels
Will do.
that way.
Send like extra angels.
I will.
10.
I got
Thank
lots
you.
of them in my pocket.
Yeah.
Got lots to share.
Though she may still pop on, you know.
Awesome.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I've only just realised that Crimson Glory is actually Starlight because
It's Starlight. Yes, Beep.
when she was posting it on my page, I thought she looks exactly like Starlight, and then I
Oh,
was like,
because she is Starlight. And that's
I
where
re-
I found her, was over on your page.
well, I realised she changed the name. Excuse me.
Deaf Bread, you're not a bad guy. Stop it.
Yeah, you know what, Deaf Bread? You were in my stream a few days ago, coming up with some truth bombs in there.
Yeah.
Man, I appreciated that.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff Bread. Much love.
If you watch his screen while you're talking, he puts little
Oh, I
symbols
see
and
it,
stuff
yeah.
right in front of your face all the time.
Yeah, but he was commenting on everything that I was saying, and he was going to town dropping bombs left and right. And I'm like, yeah, buddy.
He gets on a roll.
That's
gets
good.
rolling.
Yeah, that's
It is
great.
good. I
Yeah,
know.
he's amazing.
It's amazing.
He'll
Deaf
stay
Bread.
from the
Amazing,
beginning
Tommy.
to end too.
Deaf Bread is the most unusual person I
Yeah.
ever met in my entire life. I think he's wonderful.
Other than you, Meep.
Well, I've always been a bit weird anyway.
Remember the
But
first time he came in here? Remember the first time he came in here, Jackie?
Yes.
He came up on the
Tony.
screen,
With
and I
you
don't think
and
he
Tony,
talked the
wasn't he?
whole time he was up on the panel, and kept trying to get him to talk. I'm like, okay.
We wouldn't talk.
You just didn't.
now we can't keep him quiet.
We can't keep him quiet now. He's fantastic.
We love you, Jeff Bread.
We love you, Deaf
Yeah,
Bread.
that's all right.
Yep.
I'll welcome him in my stream anytime. Any of you guys.
He's wonderful, Pete. He's a beautiful
Yeah.
person.
That's what we're here for, Pete.
Yeah,
we're
it's
all
just
uniting. We're all. I see a lot of
sometimes.
people that from here in your stream too. It's awesome.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is.
Everywhere I
trying to come
go,
over.
I see people. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, it's awesome. It's just
Yeah.
So-
Sometimes I get in my zone.
keep it going.
You know, I get in my zone, and I like to interact with the chat when I do my live streams. You know, because I don't do a panel
I
show
noticed
like
you
you do.
do a little different now. That's good.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
So
No, you're good.
I try to do
You're
that.
back
But
into it now. You're
you see, if you notice behind me, that my wife got me a salt lamp.
Yeah.
Right? She
Oh,
said
nice.
because my last live stream, I got a little bit too excited. I got a little bit too crazy. So maybe that'll just calm me down,
Calm
get
the
my
energies
zen
down.
going.
Calm him down
Yeah.
a little.
So hopefully
Nice.
that works. Hopefully that works. We'll see. I doubt it, but we'll see. We'll see.
Well, it does make an amazing glow behind you.
Yeah, I like it. I really
I
like
like
it.
it too. I have one too.
Yeah.
I actually have a 135-pound one in my living room.
Nice.
It's like this wide and this big. I just, it's too big to carry into
Nice.
here, so I'm not gonna. Those are really actually supposed to be good for you.
They are good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
I'm just wondering what Samla is on about. That we
Himalayan
could get
salt.
30 people on stage. Like, I don't know what that is, Samla, but it looks interesting.
Telephone booths.
I haven't heard of that.
Yeah. No, I don't think that they allow that on here.
When I say a telephone booth, it reminds me of Peter Gabriel's Secret World Tour. He did a series of concerts years ago, and it was quite a thing to behold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike said, Pete's the man, always on point.
Yes.
I try.
Well, I agree with everything that Pete says, and I wouldn't want to be a troll in his company.
I welcome it.
So I,
I
grabbed you up,
do.
Pete. I
Because
sat in your audience.
huh? I didn't hear what you said.
That's why I grabbed you up, Pete. I saw in your audience. I sat in
yeah.
your audience a few times. That's why I grabbed you up,
Yeah.
and I brought you over here. Just,
And remember
all
that
good channels. I see another good channel. I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell them, come on, let's do it.
Remember-
Let's get everybody
remember-
together.
Remember the first night, Bob, that Pete came up? You had to coax him. You're like, "Come on, Pete. Come on, Pete." He was like, he wasn't going for it. And then finally,
Well,
he
he's
came
too,
up. I
he was
remember-
too excited. He's clicking on people's names and
Yeah.
everybody.
I
you
remember
gotta
that night.
give him a few minutes for that too. But
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
once you get Once
You know,
he gets going, though, it's hard stopping him.
me, yeah, I get on a roll. And when I do have
Oh,
trolls in my
definitely.
stream, I have such great moderators that sometimes I don't even see them before the moderators take them out.
Right.
But if I ever get engaged with one, I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. Oh, I'm inviting them on my show. Come on my show and debate me.
Oh yeah.
You know, don't just sit there and say things in the chat room. Come up here and let's get side by side and we'll have a debate about it. Make your point. And that's when I usually get called that's usually when I get called a racist and a homophobe and a xenophobe and, you know, I'm anti-Israel and I'm anti this and I'm anti that. And
right.
So then, you know, what can you do?
Hi, Carla Red Pill. Welcome.
We've been pretty lucky with that. We haven't had.
Well, I had my first troll
Clear
on my
feedback.
channel about a week ago, and I replied with not something I agree with and all the best with whatever they were doing, and they actually deleted their own post.
Oh yeah, they don't want to see that. They don't want to see that. I actually had a guy. It's been on my channel now for almost a year, and almost every post that he puts is something negative that I have to say. And I've never engaged with him in the negativity. I always ask him, thank you, or tell him, thank you for your comment. I don't agree with you on this, or I agree with you on that. It got to the point where he was telling me about his vacations to Colorado with his new dog. You know? And he would say something like, that was a stupid live stream that you did. I don't agree with anything. You're nothing but a Trumpster. And I'd be like, well, how was the puppy and the trip?
Yeah.
And he'd come back, oh, the puppy's getting big. Everybody was good over the holidays. Thank you. They don't know how to react to that stuff.
I know. I gave them a heart.
Hey, TJ.
Yeah, they don't know how to react to somebody who wants to actually interact with them and not give them a violent result that they're looking for.
Yeah. Well, that's what I figured. So I thought, don't go there.
Yeah, I don't. I'll debate anybody any day of the week. Twice on Sundays if I'm given the opportunity, but nobody wants to come on and do it with me. I mean, I would probably have a debate with Jackie on my show that she is lying about her age.
Well,
and I could probably do an hour about it.
I'll come over.
I don't care if she produces documents. I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
All right. I'm only 33.
There you go. I would take that over what you said. So I'll believe that.
But that would be a lie.
Mike, thank you. Thank you.
But that's why they got this month act, so we can lie legally.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Jackie, you can lie legally now.
That's right. It's all propaganda.
I don't.
Well,
like
I don't want to either, but at least we know we can't get in trouble for it because they passed a law.
There we go. That's true.
Thank you, Obama.
Hey, Tinfoil, do we get to see your face today? Your hair, your golden hair.
No.
You gonna put on the mask?
Put the mask on.
Yeah, I don't go on lives, you guys. I can't because
you did.
I did, and that was really pushing the envelope, to be honest with you, because I've been told by my husband, because of his job, that and so until he wakes up, people, which I'm working on, okay? He's starting to wake up a little bit, but
yeah,
he's indoctrinated, he's got too many BAs and PhDs and whatever the fuck.
Cassandra.
Got so many letters behind his name, and me, it's just like, tinfoil,
So what he's saying, if you have a degree and you can't believe the things that we believe?
It's harder when you have several degrees in computers. So you believe that technology is awesome, basically, because you're building it.
Yeah.
You're a part of it, so you're excited, but I'm not excited because what they're building is all to our demise.
I'm happy when I get an app to work.
Me too.
Yeah, I don't have very many apps on my phone either, so.
Hi, Carly. Welcome. Tony.
I'm sorry that I can't show my face to you guys, but just know in my heart that I love you guys and that I'm a good person, and I know I'm a good person, and that's all that effing matters is if you know you're a good person.
And she loves God, and Jesus is her best friend. And
there you go.
Jesus is my
Oh, Carly.
BFF.
Hey,
BFF.
How you
one
doing?
thing, tinfoil. One thing. Has your husband seen The Matrix or
He
Terminator?
builds. Both of the movies, yes, he's seen, but he helps build the Matrix. He's one of those people.
Oh.
He's a
Oh well, that's
homeland
not
guy.
good.
No, I know it's not. Why do you think I keep everything on the freaking down low?
Did you just admit The Matrix is real? Did that just happen live on YouTube?
Yeah, it's real in a sense. Yeah,
Oh,
I can't
man.
explain it to you because
Because
I showed it in a drawing. You guys. That is the Matrix. The Matrix is being built above us, and it
Yeah.
will control us eventually. With the
Like
toxic
Skynet?
shit in the air, the
Yeah.
food, everything. And who the hell flunked second grade? Like CO2, you guys. Hello, the plants need it. We need them because they put out oxygen. How dare you, Greta, lie to me like that? Ugh. I digress. Sorry, I get a little pumped up.
That's
Pump it
okay.
up. Pump it up, Tim.
It gets really hard, you guys, being a truther and being awoke and knowing that you sit there and watch entertainment with your husband and he's like in La La Land, you know, and you're going, hey, this shit's real. This shit's gonna be real, you know?
Well, who would know better if the person who's actually creating it?
Yeah, he knows it, but he thinks it's all for the better of mankind.
Okay.
Okay, so what he really feels like what he's doing is protecting and saving people. He just doesn't realize he's being used as an educated tool.
Well, that's what the people who were involved in the Manhattan Project thought too. And then when they saw the reality of what went on, it bothered a lot of people.
Well, they've kept him pretty compartmentalized where he doesn't see the bigger picture of it like the rest of us do. He just thinks he's on groundbreaking technology crap and, you know, all excited, you know, and
well, that's good. I mean, you know, you got to encourage him in what he does. I mean, that's what he does for a living. But
they're going to turn around and use everything that he's been programming and doing, and they're going to use it against us eventually because that's what they do. There's always got to be a good and an evil in everything, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, so they're going to take the good and turn it to an evil, or we take an evil and we turn it to a good, you know, but yeah, so I'm kind of screwed, you guys, but one day he's going to wake up and then I'm going to say, I told you so.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
I think if people are going to wake up, they're going to wake up when they start to come out of their comfort zone, when these people start making advances with their agenda.
Right. You know, just think about this.
A breakthrough.
Everything that the private sector does is being looked at by the military to be weaponized. Everything.
Exactly.
Everything.
And 5G is not good for us. It's a military weapon, you guys. But no, let's just keep building on it.
How you doing, Bill?
Hi, Bill.
Well, you know, I hate to say this, tinfoil, but I really tend to agree with you with the 5G. I mean, a lot of people, you can go through a lot of people and they say, oh, it's just, you know, it's just another network. It's just this, it's just that.
No, it's the Matrix, you guys. It really is the Matrix. People just don't realize it. And every generation that consumes all this stuff and changes us, this transhumanism shit's part of it, and all the chemicals and the heavy metals that they can move with the frequencies, because you can't just move air. You got to have something in it. And then the nanotechnology, you guys.
Yeah.
That's what scares me the most. My husband's like, but just think they can inject you and they'll go in and clean your veins. Oh, hell no. You might want to pop one of my veins and make me bleed out. You mofo. I ain't stupid.
You ain't stupid, Tim.
No.
Not stupid at all.
I'm just pissed off. And
Hey, Josh, how you doing?
Hi, everybody.
Fire in the hole.
Josh.
Who said
Fire
that?
in the hole.
and don't vote for creepy Uncle Joe.
Don't vote for creepy Uncle Joe.
That's right. You guys.
Who's Uncle Joe?
Joe Biden.
Oh, it's horrible.
Mr.
person.
Burisma. Let's call him Mr. Ukrainian Burisma. Stealing all the energy from the energy sectors.
Fire in the hole.
Oh, you should have.
Did anybody hear the latest?
Should have paid off your baby mama. It wouldn't be out in the news. Oh.
Did anybody hear the latest about Hunter Biden?
No.
No.
Well, somebody had come out with a report that says that he was on the board of a Chinese company that was a mining company that were using people in the Congo as slave labor in illegal mines.
Mm-hmm. And what are they mining down there?
Copper
Coal.
and
Coltan.
I
Coltan. They need the coltan. That's what's in all of your little black boxes.
okay. I'll take your word for it because I know only one of them was copper. But the point
Copper
is
one of them, but the coltan is what they really want because that's a very precious element. Anyhow, you'll have to look it up, Pete. You'll find out.
yeah, I will.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure of what the second one was. I know one of them was copper. All I know is that the people in the Congo are really pissed.
Bob, I'm going to make.
Hey, Michelle.
I'm going to make a sandwich. So if you need to place me backstage, then just letting you know.
Okay.
Enjoy your sandwich, meat.
Enjoy
Bye,
the
Meep.
sandwich.
Have fun, mate.
See you in a few.
I'm just making a sandwich. I'm not going to the North Pole or anything.
But what is in that sandwich, meat?
Yeah, what kind of
Probably.
sandwich,
Okay,
meat?
Pete.
Something I shouldn't be eating.
Ah,
GMO. Okay, Pete, finish what you were saying there.
Okay,
It's not
sorry.
GMO.
what was I saying?
I don't know.
We were talking about the Congo.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. The people in the Congo there, the Congolese army are really upset because these people are mining illegally. They don't even have a permit to mine all this stuff. And this guy is collecting millions of dollars from slave labor in the Congo.
Way to go, creepy Uncle Joe.
Yeah. Now, it just happens to be through a Chinese company
Mm.
that's doing the mining there, which guess who? I'll give you three guesses, but I only need one answer. Guess who did a lot of work with the Chinese government when he was vice president of the United States?
Mr. Biden.
And I wonder how his son got such a lucrative deal to be on the board of a Chinese company that's mining in the Congo using slave labor. Jeez,
Exactly.
I'm shocked.
Hunter, you should have paid your baby mama.
That's right. Hunter Biden's going to be the only one.
A fool.
He's going to be the only one to get to be taken down by a stripper. The Biden family is going to be the only one to be taken down by strippers.
Hey, tinfoil.
Oh, it's great.
What strain you on tonight?
Oh, we're on the happy strain. The
I can
sativa.
tell.
Yep, we're on the happy strain. No, I got a lot to say about that. Those Biden people. Ugh.
Ugh.
And Biden, we know you sacrificed your first wife to get where you're at. Yeah. We know.
37 in the room.
Woo.
Everyone smash the like button. Grab each other up. There's some new faces. in
And that
here.
means you, Nancy Pelosi, hit that like button.
That's Skeletor.
Oh, you know Nancy's here watching.
I love it.
Oh, no shit. She
Oh, yeah,
is.
she's watching. She's probably
And
on
then
her
when I start
14th
talking
or
about-
15th scotch by now, slurring all over herself, her false teeth falling out of her head, going, those people are right. Somebody should shut them up.
Every time we
Drool
get
running
over
down
a
the side of her
Target,
face.
I
That's
get
right.
Oh,
I swear, you know what? I watch every Nancy Pelosi press conference live if possible because the only thing I'm really waiting for is to see her dentures fall out of her mouth. That's
Well, you
all I'm
know-
waiting for.
When Nancy Pelosi was Speaker of the House first time, her bar bill for flying back and forth from
Yeah, I saw
California
that.
to DC, just her bar bill was over 150 something grand.
Jesus.
Like, girl, you be sucking up the alcohol. Whoa.
Yeah.
You mainlining that shit? You said the S word again. Adam shit. Adam shit. Remember.
I was in a
Yeah.
stream earlier that they were calling her Nancy 151 because that's the alcohol level of her blood.
Wow.
It's 151 proof blood.
And she
Nice.
hangs out at her Goat Hill pizza joint.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Thanks, Nancy, for wasting
It's gonna
our
be a good
tax
night.
dollars on your alcohol addiction.
Yeah, Jackie?
I mean, she's only been in Congress, what, 127 years. I think she was in there when Lincoln was in there, right?
Yeah, because her dad was a mob boss with Lincoln.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Wow.
Yep, they were running it. Yep.
That's okay though, because you know what? That's a great thing for term limits. That's a great advertisement for term limits.
Yeah.
If you were in Congress during the Lincoln administration, it's time for you to retire.
Exactly.
Okay, the war between the states is over.
Too. It's time to retire.
Right.
Oh.
You got
And you
guys
look-
in Congress that are in wheelchairs and on crutches and canes. Oh, I've been there since I marched with Martin Luther King. That was back in 1961, dude. You need to retire now.
I think the dustiest is Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
I don't even think she's alive.
No.
No,
I
they
think
just prop her up with sticks.
I did like, I don't know, I mentioned this before. I did like when she had to go on a live panel and sit down and say, "Look, I'm alive." Normal people don't do that when they're interviewed. If Bob's interviewing me, I'm not going to say, "Bob, hey, look, I'm alive." Normal people don't do that. I'm sorry.
No, not normal people. Just Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
And you tell me, how old is she? 132 years old? That she can keep up with all the stuff that she has to do as a Supreme Court justice?
Well, we got to keep her alive because she was the one that helped with the abortion act, Roe versus Wade, remember? So we got to keep her alive. That's what the libertards are thinking.
Okay. 100. Vernon says she's 167. I'm going to take your word for it. I have no idea. She might have been counsel to George Washington for all I know. I don't know this.
She might be a lizard's queen sister.
She could be a lizard. We don't know. These are things we don't know.
Wait. Run.
I have
Harry,
sources, but I don't know if they're that good.
run. Yeah.
So I got to take your
Don't
word for it.
trust a lizard.
Don't trust a lizard.
No.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
It'll lick
trust
your
no
eye.
lizards, guys. Note to self: stay away from lizards.
Don't trust
Hello,
lizards.
how you doing, Precise?
Hold on.
You're quite popular there, Pete.
Yeah, you're dinging like crazy.
Ding 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 ding.
Welcome, Precise Cleaning.
Pete, you got a comedy act going on there, man.
You know what? It may be comedy to you, but
Right.
these are legitimate
It's
questions that I
serious,
have.
Adam.
No. I just. I know,
These
they
are legitimate
legit.
questions.
They are.
How old
They
is
are.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg? We don't know.
No.
Is
we
she
don't.
actually a human being? We don't know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Or is she
Yeah,
a
I get
lizard?
it. I get it. You're right. It's right.
We don't know these things.
Much love, Precise Cleaning.
Here, lizard, lizard, lizard.
Is the movie They Live a documentary?
178 years.
Okay,
Definitely.
these are questions that I have. And what better place than to come to a chat room that says truth seekers? Because I know you all are going to have the answers. Or you're going to laugh at me, either one. I don't know. I'm working it out here, Mr. Josh.
No,
I'm working it
we
out.
all are. We all are. It's great.
Because there's some things that are just too unbelievable. They're just too unbelievable.
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
Even though you're watching them with your own two eyeballs.
Right.
You look and you say, how the hell did that just happen?
Mm-hmm. And
how is this lady still walking around? Now, my wife takes care of a woman who's 103 years old.
Wow.
She's 103. She's bedridden. She can't do much of anything except pretty much watch TV. She can't eat solid foods. That's what you would expect from most 103-year-old people. Greatest woman in the world, though. Make you laugh every time you see her. But to see people like Ruth Bader Ginsburg walking around like she has no problems. I survived cancer 7 times. I did this. I have questions.
Yeah.
Yes.
I do too, especially with Jimmy Carter.
United.
Yeah, he's still alive too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in his 90s.
I got to give Jimmy Carter credit. Okay, because he did more after his presidency than he did during. He did a lot more for the people of this country with his Habitat to Humanity thing than he did while he was actually president of the United States.
Yeah, that's actually a good program. It really is a good program.
It is. It is a good program. He's given thousands and thousands of homes to people who need them.
Yeah.
Now, why couldn't he have a program like that?
That's because he feels guilty that he played the game.
That could be. I don't doubt that for one bit.
Come on. I'm going to say what people are thinking out there in chat. He played the game and now he's feeling guilty. And then thank God he is doing these things. But Peanut Man, you still played the game.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he did. They all play the game. Everybody plays the game.
Yep, that's what it is. And that's what Harry said. He wasn't going to play the game that got his mother killed.
Yep, that's why they...
Run, Harry! The Queen's delivered!
Run, Harry!
Did you see on the news today where the royal family announced, I think it was Harry and his wife would be stepping down from any monarchy roles, and so they could live their life in privacy? That's what I caught that on the news today.
You're always welcome, Christopher Cole.
Yeah, well, I mean, what else are they going to do?
Right.
They're going to live their life in privacy. One's a prince of England and the other one's a famous actress. Right. How much privacy are you going to live in?
Right, no, exactly.
But
you know what I'm saying? You might as well have the perks.
Disney. She just signed a deal with Disney.
Oh.
To be a new Disney princess. So she's going to be the voice of a new Disney princess.
Gee, doesn't that just fit in with everything?
Yeah.
So you go from one fire to another fire.
Mm-hmm.
And are they going to let them? Are they going to let them be out of the? You know what I mean? Like they could say,
maybe the lizards are nicer in LA.
Maybe the lizards are nicer in LA.
No, they're not.
They're not going to let them.
No, they're not. No.
Are you kidding? If they move anywhere within the Los Angeles area, they're going to have to be stepping over homeless people to go to the store.
Right.
You know, that's like what I said when they had their last awards ceremony that they had. All these actors honoring themselves. Yeah. They had to step over the homeless people to get to their venue.
Yeah.
Excellent live stream, by the way, Pete.
Oh, did you see that one?
Well, it's the game within the game within the game within the cube within the cube within the cube.
Right.
Right. He is exactly right.
Fire in the hole to that one.
That's a good one, Jen.
Or according to tinfoil, it's the Matrix.
And the Matrix.
Right.
It is, you guys. I just can't explain it. We're going into it.
It's coming. 5G's bringing it in.
It's coming. They're hooking us all up to it.
Yeah.
They already got shit in our bodies. They got dropping shit on our head. We're breathing in. Oh, what? Oh, I said the atom. Okay, let's go back. I said Never mind. I can't multitask when I'm flaming.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah, they're dumping all this Adam Schiff on us, you know, and we're breathing in Adam Schiff, and we're.
Hey, you know in the Matrix how they have the stasis pods that everybody's in the actual reality?
Yeah.
Well, maybe they don't even have to do that. They're just going to do a wireless or just, you know, they talk about the zombie movies. So you're going to have all these people that are
Holy
zombified.
crap.
Josh, are you serious?
Holy
Walking
crap.
around, wireless
What
connected.
happened, Pete?
I just got a news thing that came over my phone here
Yeah.
that says scientists use stem cells from frogs to build first living robots.
Exactly. Hello.
I don't even know if I want to click on
Wow.
that shit.
Don't click on it. Don't do it,
This
Pete.
is what I'm talking about.
Don't
It
do it,
gets in
Pete.
your body. They're going to be able to track us.
Do it.
It says must read. I got to do it.
They
Don't
won't
do
even
it,
need
Pete.
heat-seeking
Control
things because
yourself.
they're going to be
Hey,
able to pick
hey.
you up from the,
Don't do it.
Hey,
the
tinfoil.
nano stuff
Hey,
they put
tinfoil.
in you.
Tinfoil, I got one better.
And that we're
They're not just going to,
what?
they're not going to just track you. They're going to be able to control you like a
Hello,
robot.
Patch. Hello.
Exactly. They're going to get
Just
into
like
your
the
brain
frog.
that way.
Hold on.
And when they touch the frog, messing with the frog, that's the most delicate animal, you know, like when you start seeing changes in frogs, like when they're growing 3 legs and weird stuff like that,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're very
Mhm.
sensitive. That's why they use them in laboratories and they use mice and rats, but frogs are used in different experimental situations that are more I can't explain it. Shit. Jackie, you explain it. You know what I'm talking about.
What am I explaining?
About frogs and their skin and how they're so much more susceptible to things and changes that are similar to like the humans.
Yeah.
You want to hear what this has to say?
Because rats are part of it too. But okay, go ahead,
Yeah.
Pete. Sorry, I'm all
Researchers in the U.S. have created the first living machines by assembling cells from African clawed frogs into tiny robots that move around under their own steam. One of the most successful creations has 2 stumpy legs that propels it along on its chest. Another has a hole in the middle that researchers turned
carrier.
into a pouch
Wow.
so it could shimmy around with a miniature payload. And I'm not reading
cargo.
anymore.
Wow.
which is the programming.
Wow.
Wow, Pete.
You guys
That's
don't
some
realize what
serious
we're
stuff
going
right there.
into. It's so messed up, and you got other people out there going, "Oh, this is so great! This is so great!" And I'm part of. No. Wake up!
So how long before those little stumpy 2-legged pouch carrying robots become sentient? And then to start, saying that's not good enough. I need to be better.
Yeah.
Right.
The
Wow.
Pandora's box of things.
Remember that Stephen King movie,
Big
The
wow.
Machines, where they came alive? And I don't know if you guys remember, it was with the trucks came alive and all the machinery,
Maximum
and they were attacking the
Overdrive.
people.
Yeah, Maximum Overdrive.
Okay,
That's right.
okay. Remember when the waitress came out and she's screaming at her, "What are you doing? We created you!" And then they shot her up. Da, 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the end of the story, you guys.
Well, I have some news for you guys. If you think that technology doesn't exist now, I don't know what to tell you.
Right.
Yeah, it does.
If you think it hasn't existed 10 years ago or 15 years ago, I don't know what to tell you. Because it's
and
there.
there's more than just one reason why they want to get us off fossil fuels and get us onto an electric grid, you guys. That's part of the matrix. You can't be burning fossil fuels. You can't be using natural gas. Like in California, some areas, you can't build new homes or restaurants and say, "Oh, well, I want natural gas." They're going to be like, "We're sorry. We don't do that." They've been doing that in my area for the last 20 years by not putting in fireplaces.
Yeah.
In homes.
Right.
You
That's
know,
right.
I mean, they're trying to get you away from any kind of fossil fuels in that kind of sense so they can put us all into the grid, and it takes electricity.
Yep.
Am I sounding crazy or what? Yeah, maybe I
No.
am, but this shit is this Adam Schiff stuff is real.
You don't sound crazy at all.
You should take a walk through Adam Schiff's district. It's a really shithole. Yeah, it's not the greatest.
So if anybody's wondering in chat, I'm supposed to say Adam Schiff for full,
Sorry.
you know. I don't have a potty mouth on the live.
Okay.
And see
Hello.
those little
Hang
things
on,
they
my
want to
phone's dying.
inject in us, those little nanotech
I can't
things.
hear.
Yeah, they need electricity. They're gonna get us, you guys. You just gotta wake up the next generation and write all this stuff down. Make a journal of
Lost my
what you're
headphones.
learning every day and leave it somewhere because you never know, because they burn the books. They're gonna burn more books and they're gonna take everything into the cloud. They're gonna rewrite it. So
No,
leave
don't
some
even worry
information.
about that. Everything is going to be in the Vatican archives. Don't worry about it.
It is. It's in the cloud. Everybody thinks the cloud's so great. No, the cloud's not good, you guys.
It's a bad cloud.
Yeah.
It is. It's a bad cloud.
It's a bad cloud.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there was one of those bad clouds around the
I've
house
never
the other
used it.
day. It started
Yeah.
raining on me.
Speaking of clouds,
Is that
the
a
video I did
keyword or something?
Yes.
Oh, well, when I die, everybody's invited up to my cloud.
There you go.
Yeah, I was saying the
Okay,
video,
so
the
what's
video
the
I did
next-
last night.
Next topic, heated political topic. Did you discuss the DOJ dropping all the stuff on Hillary,
Me?
Pete?
I haven't. I mentioned it,
Oh,
but I didn't want to burst a blood vessel, so I just kind of mentioned it. What it is, it's setting her up to be the 2020 candidate is what it's doing. If they would have done anything other than exonerated her from any wrongdoing, she wouldn't be able to run for president. So I put that in the same category as one of the worst prosecutors that are going to check into the FISA courts. It's all planned. It's all planned out.
I think they got a sleeper candidate waiting.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton.
No, Oprah Winfrey.
yep,
Oh, please.
exactly, Pete.
Oprah Winfrey
I'm-
wouldn't open up her finances. She would
doesn't
not
have to.
open up her finances. She
They'll
would
find
not
a way
want
around
anybody to know where all that money came from.
Well, I don't know. You never know. You got to watch out for that surprise. You know what I'm saying? That wag the dog moment.
No, I agree. Yeah, I agree 100%. But Oprah Winfrey already refused to open up her finances.
But see, I don't
That's
think
why-
they're gonna- the
That's why
Hillary
when they
thing-
said that the first time, and she said she would be a great candidate, and they had all this support for her, and she said, I wouldn't want to do that. I would never run for president because they would have to go back into my finances.
Yeah, but you know as well as the rest of us that if they want her up there, they'll put her up there. It doesn't matter what her finances say. I mean, they'll just write. You know, if they want her up there, if she's going to be there, Hillary just doesn't seem like a smart option for them at all with everything that's going on. Even if she is exonerated, but you know, I think it's all scripted anyway, regardless. So.
Hillary owes a lot of people a lot of money.
Well, Pretty-
Yes.
And just because we don't think it's a good
And
option,
it's
it's
a-
because we're awoke.
divided.
You've got
Right.
little blue pill people that are still going,
Hillary would
Hillary,
be perfect.
Hillary.
Perfect.
And they're going to
Yeah,
come
Hillary
out
would
of
be
the
perfect
shadows.
though to throw in there to just to create more chaos.
Well, yeah.
Because you got half. You know, we're divided. We got half love Trump, half love Hillary. You know what I mean? It's like
That's right. And then Bernie Sanders will
Exactly.
retreat to
cause a lot of problems.
his new $1.9 million house that he magically got after he was not in the election anymore.
Mhm.
Uh,
Or we're gonna end up with like The Rock. As
Oh,
a
but
candidate.
Bernie took one for the team, right?
That would be great.
Yeah. Oh, Bernie, I love ya. I love ya. And you're willing to take another one for the team.
Yep.
America always loves that down and outer that comes up and takes one for the team.
You know that movie
You ain't
Idiocracy? Is that
fooling
the one where that?
nobody in this room, Bernie.
I
You
remember
ever
seeing
seen
it
that
on
movie?
SNL. Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump on SNL comedy, and
I know
Trump,
that film,
he
Josh.
was saying, "If I become president, there'll be no more trees, no more trees."
Oh God, why do I
I
believe him?
remember that.
Well, I think trees are evil.
Why is that? Meep?
Oh, is it
Why is
Meep's
that?
back?
You're
Yeah, Meep's back.
I'm
Trees-
stuffing
Why are
my
trees
face so
evil,
I
Meep?
can't say hello.
Trees are evil.
They're like the sinister things. Like sit there watching us all day long.
Meep, do they say stuff to you?
It depends what I've taken, Pete.
Greta, stop sending subliminal messages to me right now.
Meep, are you partaking in fire in the hole?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, I might as well
That's
with the
always
stuff I'm eating.
tinfoil.
Yeah, who knows, right? Who knows what's in that stuff?
Oh,
What you got, me? Bologna sandwich?
I'm eating. I couldn't get wholemeal bread, so I've had to buy white bread because everyone had bought the wholemeal bread and I've got cheese and tomato on it, toasted.
That's, you know what? I hate to say it, but that's just racist, Meep. Why has it got to be white bread? Well, why? Why? Can't it be brown bread?
I wish it was.
You know what? That's the argument sometimes I get when I do stuff. It's just as stupid as that. You say white bread, they're going to argue with you and say you're a racist.
No, yeah, well, just looking
Although,
for that.
Bob, today I did have a bologna sandwich on white bread.
Oh, did you?
I did.
Ooh.
I haven't had one of them in a long
Oh man,
time.
that's like my comfort food. That's like my comfort food.
Remember when we used to fry that stuff back
What
in
do
the
you think it is?
80s?
Oh yeah, fried bologna
Yeah,
on white bread
fried
with some.
bologna sandwiches on white bread. Great munchy.
Oh,
That's it.
Yeah, but not anymore.
Wait, making me hungry.
Can't
green
do
bread,
that.
Dennis says.
You know what? I'm gonna have to be cooking dinner here in a little bit.
What are you making?
Yeah.
I don't know yet.
Fire in the hole.
She just got home from the store, so I have no idea what she brought for me to cook.
Ooh,
All right.
I love surprises.
Nice.
Yeah, I cook anything.
My
So
cooking is
bright.
my cooking's so bad that if I invite people around for dinner, they increase their life insurance policy.
Oh, man.
Come on, I'll cook anything. You name it, I can cook it.
Yep.
Yeah.
My specialty is Italian food. Fire in the hole.
I think Vernon can understand what I'm saying. I don't know whether you've got the same problem.
Got her.
Hey, easy.
It's
Good
too
time.
bright. I'm not happy.
What you're
Hey,
not
doing up
happy
there,
with, Jackie?
It's too bright down here.
Just turn the lights down a bit.
I can't.
You look nice, Jackie.
For some reason, Jackie is always upside down on my screen. I don't know why, but she's always upside down on my screen.
Keep saying that every time.
That's
glowing,
fun.
You had a good day, Jackie?
What's that?
So did you have a good day?
I did have a good day. Did you have a good day, Josh?
I had a good day, other than dealing with 2 sick children all night and all day. But yeah, it was a good day.
Did you
That-
text Karma?
No, I have not yet. No. My little one's just left a little bit ago, and then I just jumped straight on here. So
All
I
right.
haven't had a chance to do much. I haven't had a chance to do much of anything.
Vernon says
Yeah,
he's a
everywhere.
good cook, so can he? I want him to adopt me.
I I think I'm gonna head down just for a few till my kids go to bed, and then I'll be back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off too, and if I have time, I will come back later on and hang out with the rest of you guys.
Yeah, I'll definitely.
Thanks, Pete, for coming on.
Alrighty.
I love you, Jackie.
We'll see
And
you guys
I'll be
later.
looking for your live stream tomorrow. So everybody in chat, check out Pete's live stream tomorrow.
And if anybody sees Karma pass by, tell her she's in my thoughts and prayers.
Okay, we will.
Alrighty, talk to you guys later.
See you, Pete.
Take care. Nice seeing you, Pete.
Well, that
All
was
right,
fun.
I'm gonna head down
That
just
was
for a
fun.
few. I'll be back up.
Bye, Jackie. Okay.
Bye, Jackie. I love you.
Okay.
I love you. I don't have to have whisper voice yet.
No, that's good.
That's good.
Yeah, not for a little bit. Well, that was fun. I love talking with Pete about political stuff because I get really jerked around by the stuff, in the headlines, and So if you want to talk politics, I'll talk politics. I'll talk just about anything.
And plus, a lot of people have a lot to say about it without any research. You know what I mean? And that's what he does.
Yeah.
He researches it.
Yeah, I do too, you guys.
So.
I don't, I know what's going on.
I have a hard time with the politics even watching it because it just seems so scripted. It just seems so fake from day to day. Like they tell us it's just either they're making chaos or they're telling us what we want to hear, and it's just always the same bullshit from everybody.
Exactly.
Sorry. I have a hard time. Politics make me sick, and I guess ever since I figured out that it was pretty much rigged, I'm like, fuck. Who cares?
Yeah.
It's like, so I have a hard time with politics anymore. Because like right now, it's a bunch of bread and circus. You got Hillary talk. You got, you have seen people talking about Oprah still, and then like I always think of the movie Idiocracy, where the president in that movie is that where the guy goes to the future. The president's the world heavyweight champion, he was a world wrestling heavyweight champion. And so I always think of The Rock. I'm just waiting for him to be up there and become the president, and then we'll know exactly where we're at. Oh, hey, I seen on a cartoon today for kids. It was flying machines basically that created their own clouds. It wasn't real. It was in the cartoon, but I was like, just little things. Planting seeds in the kids' heads.
The person with the nickname That Way keeps being really nice to me in text, and I just want to say thank you.
Nice. Yeah, you're not supposed to see that.
When do you want to move in with me?
No, you're not.
You want to move in with me, Meep?
Is Vernon that way? Oh no, I can't. You're too far away, Vernon. But is that way Vernon?
Yeah, that's Vernon.
Why can we call Vernon on screen, but that way in text? I'm confused.
What was that, Josh?
What's that? I just said hi, Vernon. Oh, I just said hi to Vernon.
Josh, how's it going?
Not bad. How are you tonight?
I'm okay.
Good. Good.
I'll move in with you when I get hungry enough. Then.
Okay. I just had a turkey sandwich myself.
Nice.
But yeah, hey, I'm a good cook, man. I grew up in the South. I had to learn to cook on my own because I knew I was going to be on my own, and our parents are real strict about that. You're going to have to cook on your own because you're going to starve to death otherwise.
I'm good with nutrition. I'm just not very good with making my nutrition taste nice.
Yeah,
well, it doesn't have to taste good. Beans and rice are good nutrition.
And I can do beans because I just heat them up in the pan. They're like done.
Right. Minute rice.
I suppose I can cook to a degree, but I see some of these people they just seem to be like make the nicest meals out of things that are so simple.
Yeah, my wife used to go, gosh, he goes in there and there's nothing in the kitchen and he comes out with something that looks like a feast. How does he do it? I'm like, I don't know. I just do it.
I don't know, but I'll be right back. I have to go have some coffee.
Hey Vernon, one's creation is
Yeah.
only limited by their imagination.
Exactly.
I do
I
better
have
at
a
writing.
huge imagination.
My imagination works better at my songs than it does with my cooking. I shouldn't be speaking with my mouth full of food.
What does your imagination do better with your belly full?
Depends whether I'm singing or thinking. I get the hiccups if I've eaten a lot of food when I'm trying to sing, and it doesn't work
Right.
very well.
Oh, you've got a wonderful voice, so
Thank you, then.
yeah, not all of us have that kind of talent.
I mean, obviously, you need to be vocally able to be able to sing, but I also strongly believe that singing has got a lot more to do with your energies inside you and how you channel those energies according to what kind of people we become through your vocal cords.
Right.
Oh.
I can see where that is. I can see that.
Because I hear some people, you know, in the top 20 these days, and they sing pitch perfect, and what they're coming out with does absolutely nothing for me. It doesn't stir anything inside me.
Because it's
Right.
not them.
It sounds good, but it doesn't feel good.
No.
But they're using that autocorrect crap all the time. They're you know what I'm saying? It's not them. It's not their actual. I mean, it is, but once you
It's
put it
them,
through
but
that
it's
machine,
not them.
right? Once you put it through that machine to fix whatever flaws that may be in their vocals, then it takes away from that energy of who they are.
Yeah,
Right.
Music has no soul anymore. Music has no energy to it.
Right. Well, it's like that. It's like that yodel machine that they use. You know.
Oh, yeah.
We believe in life, 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 life after
Yeah,
life.
yeah.
Life, life.
Well, that's the same sort of technology that was that Josh speaking then?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, that was what you're saying there, Then, and it's the same technology that she used on that song as what Josh is talking about, only in a different way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I had a paper. We had an entertainment guide when I was living in Wisconsin for a bit, about a year and a half, and then we sold it. But yeah, it was we used to cover the bands and everything like that, and listen to my son, both of my stepsons were musicians. Matter of fact, I bought Lee a '56 Gibson Les Paul original.
Wow.
Yeah, it came out of a pawn shop. The guy thought it was a fake, and I let him go ahead and think it was a fake. I bought it for $300. It was worth 10,000.
Wow. I'd love one of them.
Well, he wanted 500, and I talked him down to 3. And then I don't know. Now that I think about it, I think I talked him down to a little bit less than that, but I can't remember. It's been a long time, almost 25 years ago. But yeah, it wasn't much.
My first guitar was a K Classic, and it had strings on it like a cheese grater.
Well, I couldn't play anything but my fingers snapping, and barely do that.
Well, my dad sold me that. He saw me coming. £5 he charged me for it back in about 1985.
He said, here's a sucker.
Yeah.
Even though he's my own son, huh? That's terrible.
My dad had a sense of humor. He died a few years ago.
Didn't he? Well, you've got a good sense of humor, so I can imagine he did.
He did.
That's probably where you got it from, eh?
Yeah, I'm a chip off the old block, as they say.
There you go.
Thanks, Jackie. Much appreciated.
Chunk off the same cord, huh?
It's all of us. It's not just me, though.
Is Jackie going?
I think so.
I'll say me good night to you now if you're going, Jackie.
Jackie.
It's not just me, though. It's everybody. It's all
Peace
of us.
and love.
What, we're all leaving?
No, Jackie's not leaving. She's just telling Bob. Bro.
Yeah, Bob, congratulations. 2 months. That's awesome.
You'll have to
That
leave
is awesome.
You have to leave that on the screen, Bob, with Jackie, so we can all pretend she's still here.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
She's not going. She said she's not going. She's in the chat.
Oh,
But something I jumped up here to say was, my understanding is back in 1987, they actually cloned the first human child in the Atlantic Ocean on a ship because American and international law said that, it was illegal. And if you lived in America, it was illegal for you to have a cloned child or to even engage in cloning a child. So they actually did it on the ship using the parent's DNA and everything else, and used her egg and all that kind of stuff, and then put it back inside her and whatever, and they cloned a child.
I can believe that, Vernon. I can.
Yeah. So when people were saying, oh, well, they're going to have a clone here pretty soon, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, they've already done that, and they cloned sheep. I mean, so they cloned humans.
Dolly the sheep on her.
They've been doing
Yeah,
that longer
Dolly
than we even know.
Oh
Well,
yeah, I mean they've had stuff that looked like spaceships for how many years now?
Right.
We just didn't know about it.
What was it? Jesse Ventura's conspiracy theories series, and there was a Bear Island that he was talking about with all the strange goings on there.
Which one? Which island?
I think it was called Bear Island.
Yeah, well, and they've got that one up in New York. What's that called, Bob?
I don't know.
I might have it wrong, but it was an island somewhere where you like.
Yeah, there's an I know what you're talking about. There's a what do they call that place? It was right on the tip of my tongue.
Same here.
Oh gosh.
Well, some kind of strange mutation washed up on the beach.
Yeah, and then they finally found out it was actually like a raccoon that had all the meat fell off of it or
Oh,
something.
you're talking about Plum Island.
Plum Island, that's it. Yeah.
Plum Island. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where they were going to move Hannibal Lecter. Remember, in the movie, they were going to move him to Plum Island and give him a room there where he could go out and walk around. And he's like, "Yeah, somewhere where they have little freaky things that kind of come out and eat me, right?" I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that was kind of funny.
Oh, crazy.
But yeah, anyway, so that's that. And I don't know what else to say about anything. But yeah,
Meep,
I mean,
Meep, are you still eating your sandwich?
I've had enough because I've only got a little tummy, so I made a load, and then when I get hungry again later, I'll eat the rest cold.
Expand on. I would like for you to expand on the tree thing a little more. What?
What about them being evil?
Yes.
Well, they look so pretty, and they're in disguise. They're actually evil. And no, I'm joking, Josh.
Okay. I look at trees like they're like the watchers. They're recorders of history, I think. Because there's a lot of the old trees. There's not a lot of old trees left, not around here anyway. But like I've got a tree in my yard that's probably about 150 years old, and it's an big old tree, big old oak tree, and it's a white oak.
I like the apple. Sorry, go on.
No, it's okay. You call me a tree hugger if you want it, because I just think that trees, I don't know, we cut them down and chop them down like they're nothing. Around here they do anyway. Like the farmers, if they could, they would flatten every piece of property there is and not have a tree one, except for a little square for their deer hunting. And it's just sad to see when you see 100-some-year-old trees getting cut down and just pushed into a pile and burnt. It's sad to see. I love trees because they do a lot for us. They're
our lungs.
Yeah, they're our lungs, and they keep us cool. You sit under.
Scrub the air that we breathe.
Yeah,
I agree.
Well, I remember when I was 16 years old and I was working as a gardener somewhere, and there was an old lady at this complex called Mrs. Woods. And when I got home from work and I'd go and see all my friends, I'd be telling them, I said, this crazy old lady and she's talking to trees. I said, she's nuts. And it took me to get to where I am now when I realized she was a lot more saner than what I thought she was.
Yeah, she wasn't as crazy as everybody thought she is. Huh?
That was me. That was the crazy one because I was indoctrinated at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I when I went to California and we were up in Frisco area, and I traveled with Circus Vargas for a little bit. It was just something to do. You know, I thought everybody wants to run away with the circus, you know.
Mhm.
So I worked with Wally Naughton and the Bears for about 6.5, 7 months. Anyway, after I got done with the circus, when I came back east, I went through that Redwood National Forest, and man, I'm going to tell you something. I saw some trees there that were as old as the time of Christ.
What,
You
giant
know,
redwoods
some
and
of those trees
things?
are 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years old. They say, yeah.
Yeah, or sequoia
And
tree.
yeah, the sequoias.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, one of them drops a pine cone and it hits you in the head, you're dead. It falls 600 feet and smacks you in the head, and it's as big as half of your body.
Wow. Suppose you'd need like
Yeah,
a
I'd kill
helmet
you.
on, wouldn't you, if you was underneath it?
You'd want more than a helmet. I'd want a rock face over me.
I just don't stand underneath it.
Exactly. Don't stand in the forest. The trees might kill you.
I like that scene from The Wizard of Oz where Dorothy's picking the apples off the apple tree. And the apple tree snatches the apple back and it goes, "How would you like people to go picking things off you?"
Right.
Hey, me, that's funny.
How would you like somebody eating your apples?
My little ones like to pull leaves off the trees, and that's what I tell them. I said, "Would you like somebody come pulling things off of you, your little finger?"
Yeah.
They're like,
"Ouch!
What?" And I'm like, "Well, that's just like pulling the leaf off the tree. It's attached. It's alive." I said, "It'd be just like pulling something off of you." And it actually got them to quit pulling things off the tree.
Well, that's good that you
Somebody
taught
to come
them
and
that.
snatch your fingernails off?
No, their finger.
Ouch!
Not their fingernail, just their whole finger. You know, make the point right away.
Well, the fingernail, it's all gonna hurt.
Oh no, I know. But they got the point.
Yeah.
Jackie says she's coming up.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's an amazing thing when you see something that big and that old, and you realize, wow, you know,
yeah,
just what could that tree tell you if it could talk?
It's incredible, isn't it,
You
Vernon?
know?
It's incredible.
It's amazing because when I was sitting there, I was just I laid there looking up at that tree for, oh gosh, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 hours, laying up on the rocks, you know, and we threw a blanket up there and I was just laying there in the sun looking at this thing, you know.
Well,
I was just imagining. I finally went to sleep and I was just imagining what it might have seen in its time.
Well, I like to walk
literally
through.
Went to sleep and dreamed about it.
I like to walk through cemeteries. Sometimes graveyards. And
yeah, me too.
Yeah, and I quite often wonder. And I'm looking at all these different people, and I'm thinking to myself, you know, just another generation back, and these were like regular people walking around, and what it would be like if I could go back in time and actually see these people.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's like that gal that Pete was talking about a while ago. She was 103, and I was joking around, and I was like, yeah, she was back during Washington's time. But no, you know, my grandmother was 102 or 3 when she died, and I was about 12 years old, and she was able to tell us things that were amazing. I mean, she was talking about coming when they were riding across the Kansas prairie in a wagon, and covered wagon and all sorts of stuff. I mean, it was incredible. I mean, I could sit here and, it'd take me forever to remember everything she talked about, but, it was just one of those things that, over time it was amazing all the things she could recall and tell us.
That's amazing. I remember talking to an old lady, and she was born in probably 1898 or something, and she was telling me about the Spanish flu epidemic and how people were just literally dropping on the streets, falling all around her.
Oh yeah, like flies. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's crazy, isn't it?
yeah, and she was like one of the, because it's like she lost all her friends, everyone, the circles all around her, because so many people died during that influenza outbreak.
Oh yeah, that would have been terrible.
What when I was talking about
Well, and
graveyards,
any of the diseases that we've had in the past 100 years, look how many people we've lost to disease, and it's been due to people causing it to happen, and the
yeah,
next
yeah.
thing you know, there's 1 million people dead, or 10 million people dead, or half the population of the planet, due
There's
to
a
the
song.
plague.
There's a
Well, and
song
that
on
was
my
England. In England it was horrible.
yeah. There's a song on my channel um, called "I Lament for You, Amy Dear." It's a really bad recording, and I want to do it again one day. But what the song's about is my daughter's 21 now, but when she was 8 years old, um, we went for a bike ride, and we was going past a cemetery, a graveyard, and she said, "Can we go in there?" And I said, "All right." So, and we had a little packed lunch with us, some sandwiches, and we was looking, both of us,
Hmm.
me and my daughter, at all these different gravestones, and there was one called Amy who died in 1912 of diphtheria, because there was a lot of diphtheria at that time. And I remember looking at this
Oh
graveyard and
yeah.
then turning around and looking at my daughter, who was stood next to me on this beautiful sunny day, who was exactly the same age as this little girl who died all that time ago. And I remember feeling quite remorseful. It was like this wave of sadness that came over me. So I wrote a song when I got home called I Lament for You, Amy Dear, which was my interpretation of what she must have gone through. And, just it's a difficult thing to write a song about someone that you don't know and you have no empirical data on, and you don't know anything about them. So I just did it according to what I felt in my spirit of how I perceived her little life, as short as it was to be. It's called I Lament for You, Amy Dear.
Yeah, I'll have to go listen to that. It'll
Yeah.
make me cry though, because of course, yeah, this month is a tough month for me, and that's one thing I appreciate about everybody here, because let me tell you something. This month is the worst month in the world for me, because on the 29th of this month, my daughter would have been 30 years old, and it's really hard, you know, to 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 know that, especially now, what I know, and all the shots that they gave her. And the day that she died, they gave her 3 shots and some medication to bring home and take. And I realize that now it probably killed her,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
feel so guilty about it. And it's really hard, because
You done eating already, Pete?
if I hadn't done those things, she might be here now.
Yeah, and you're going to feel
But
guilty, but you obviously know that you're not guilty because you didn't know, as we all didn't know a long time ago.
well, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I felt guilty even back then, and the thing is, God spared me back then, and that's just a fact, because after she passed away and after my wife died, right after her, 14 months later, I hung myself,
Wow.
and
Mm.
I died. I was dead for 27 minutes, and I at that point I saw things. That's when I would, I saw things that I had never imagined seeing, and I saw angels. I saw, you know, what was to come if I did things right and what was to come if I didn't do things right. And I spoke to my daughter.
Well, somebody was giving you a
And
helping hand, weren't
she
they?
was 20. She looked like she was 25 years old. I knew exactly who she was when I locked eyes. She had a body just like you and I have, except it was made of light, and she was perfect. And when I looked at her, I knew I didn't want to leave there. And as soon as she said, "You can't stay," and I said, "Why?" And she said, "Because he said so." I knew exactly what she was talking about.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I suffered so bad after that because I didn't want to leave.
No, but
And so when I did come back, it took me nearly 10 years to get over that to the point where I could even talk about it any longer. So yeah, it's one of the toughest things I've ever been through, and it's still the toughest thing I've been through, and I'll never be over it. And I don't think anybody that goes through that kind of thing can ever be over it, but you can get through it. But it's only with the the love of Yeshua and the love of Yahweh that got me through any of that. And that's just been, and then of course people like this that I meet, and those things help. And without it, I wouldn't be anywhere. I'd be in the ground by now probably. So
yeah, and that was obviously a
you know,
catalyst that was designed to like affect something that was going to stop you from ending it all, even though you were still going to go through hell afterwards. It made you still be alive today.
oh, absolutely. I don't doubt that in any way, shape, or form. And it's like I say, it's something I really appreciate everybody here and everybody that here. I just want you to know, even in the chat right now, and I maybe can't see what you're writing or anything. I love y'all, and I appreciate member of this community, and I just really appreciate everything. And I'm really happy for you, Bob, on your 2 years.
We love you.
And
We love
no
you.
matter what happens to me, I hope this channel blows up and the truth here with y'all.
Thank you, Vernon.
I bow
Thank
out
you, Vern.
and
Thank you very much.
Well, it
yeah,
blew up the
thank
other
you.
night, didn't it, Bob? You had a room
And
raid.
y'all have a blessed night. And
Yeah.
Vernon, it was wonderful to talk to you again, and I really value your friendship.
well, it's nice to talk to y'all, and thank you, Meep. I appreciate everything you said about me today, even though you were lying. I appreciate it. Love you. I love y'all.
We
Isn't
love
it-
you too.
Love you, Vern. Take
All
care.
right.
I've got a little
Bye-bye for now.
confession to make. I've got a little confession to make because I'm a terrible person for
that?
making. I'm always making typos, and what I posted to you today, I did on my keyboard, and I was just about to press enter. And do you know what I put? Kudos at the end. I'd hit the J by accident, and I almost have.
Judas.
I almost I almost posted that like really sentimental, sincerely sentiments, and I almost accidentally. I repeat, I almost accidentally ended it with the word Judas, and I was like horrified. And I thought,
the
"Oh
word
my
what?"
god!"
Nice.
I hit the J instead of a K in kudos, and I almost
Oh
accidentally.
no.
Is it-
That's
That's
so
okay.
funny.
I would have known. I would have known.
Isn't
It's
it
all right.
strange? Your
That is
daughter
funny,
died, you died, but somehow your daughter is keeping you alive.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's wild.
Tommy has a very
Insightful.
unusual way of expressing himself, Vernon.
I said, isn't it weird? Your daughter died, you died, but in a way like she's keeping you alive.
Yeah.
He means that sincerely.
Did Vern go? I think he might have dropped out.
Hello.
Can anybody hear me?
I can hear.
Okay.
Yep.
Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
We can
Okay.
always hear you, Jackie.
Can you really? Oh, yeah, he must have just dropped out.
Yeah.
Dad went to bed, Daniel.
That was pretty insightful, though, a death bread.
Come back on up, Tommy.
We got Pete's back too. If he wants to grab the link, come back up.
Pete was right about Jackie,
You got
though.
lucky you didn't have to.
She is lying about her age.
I am not. Quit it.
She looks like 15 years at least younger than what.
Yeah, I've lived a hard life.
Mid
Well, it's not
30s, early 30s. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Early 30s.
Well, there's something about in it about.
I got some wrinkles on my neck. I'm starting to show a little bit right there. Right there. I can hide it though. Just go like that. Can't see it then.
I haven't actually got any wrinkles yet. I'm waiting for them to come. I'm just going to wake up one day and it'll all come at once. But
I feel terrible. My phone crashed right when whoever it was started talking. I didn't even know who that was.
That was Death Bread.
That was deaf bread.
You know what? And that's the first time I've ever heard his voice.
Oh, he's coming too. He got booted too.
Oh, really? Come back up,
Maybe
Deb.
we'll hear him again.
Oh, there he is.
Right on.
Yay.
Yay.
Let's do this again.
One more time.
I was just saying that your daughter died, you died, but in a way she's still keeping you alive.
Oh, yeah. Well, and my wife died as well. So, you know, and not the one I'm just lost last April. The wife that I had that my child died, she died 14 months later. So, yeah, you're right. Absolutely, you're right. And it was because of her and, well, because of Yahweh, Yeshua, and my daughter that I lived. You're correct. And if it wasn't for that, I hate to even think of where I might be right now.
Yeah, I didn't know why, but I thought I should say that.
It's beautiful, Tommy.
That's really beautiful, Tom. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And yeah, I appreciate the fact that you even jumped up and said that, because, you know, that's an amazing insight. I hadn't really ever thought about it that way, but yeah.
And Tommy's such a beautiful soul. And sometimes, though,
Oh, absolutely. I knew that by the typing.
Yeah, but he's on such like a high plane sometimes. I always get the feeling that people can misunderstand him. I'm not saying that they do. Yeah.
I can feel that he's way up there. Go ahead, Tom. What were you going to say?
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I'm a weirdo. And I sing for free.
Just like the rest of us.
Praise God for that, then.
Well, if you're a weirdo, Tommy, then I wish the whole planet were weirdos.
I wish I was a weirdo then, too.
You are, Vernon. You are.
I am a weirdo.
We are.
We're all weirdos.
Conspiracy
We're
theorists.
all weirdos here.
Crazy people.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Def. I appreciate that, Tom. And like it's getting ready to say, I just, you know, I really appreciate everybody here, and, you know, I'm gonna just back down and listen for the rest of this evening, and then but I just wanted to let you know that I feel really blessed, and I just really appreciate everybody and openness to accept me. So
Oh,
thank you very much.
you make it easy, Vernon.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
grace
You
us with
definitely
your
do.
presence. See, there she goes biting me. See?
Well, thank
See?
you.
She's
Hey,
biting me.
kitty, 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 kitty.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Come
You
up
just like to
anytime.
play.
Anytime,
Come in the
Vernon.
chat
All
anytime.
right.
Anytime.
That's work.
Okay.
Yep.
Take care, Vernon.
I will. Be
I'll
blessed.
give you.
Take
I'll
care.
give Vernon. I'll give.
Thank
I'll wait till he comes off because it might take a second if he's going to unmute his room.
There he goes.
There he goes. What's up, me?
Oh, no, he might be. If he's on a tablet, it might take him a second to
Right,
unmute
back on.
YouTube.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I was quite happy. I was hoping Jackie would come last night, but I was also quite happy when I realized when she got home from work that she didn't come. Because
Yeah, Meep was emailing me while I was driving home from work last night, and I was responding, and he got very upset with me.
Of course, you don't do that.
It was just a one finger thing. It wasn't like typing. It was an
Yeah,
auto
no, in
response.
between.
I just, with people when they're tired and they're like trying to text while they're on the way home. And I thought, I'd like the kind of existence, Jackie, that if it's going to happen to someone, it'll happen on my watch with some sort of interaction with me. You know.
I'll be right back again.
Okay.
Real quick.
Well,
Okay.
I'll tell you in a second, Vernon. It's. I was quite glad when I found out she went to bed because then I thought, well, at least she's getting some flipping rest.
Did I get some rest last night? I don't know about that, but
Well, I assumed you did because you didn't
Yeah,
come in
I
here
wasn't
when you
on,
got
yeah.
home from
no, I wasn't on. But I did come and check you guys this morning when I got up to see what
right.
you guys were up to.
And what I was saying to Vernon was that if he wants my email address at some point, I'll be glad to give it to him. I don't know whether he
Okay.
does email.
Sounds good. So I wanted to say earlier, but I got talked over because sometimes you can't hear when someone else is trying to talk. Did you see my video I did last night with the moon? Did you see the moon one, Meep?
I can't remember, Jackie. You do so many and they're all wonderful, but I'm going to get myself in trouble here, aren't I? I just know I am.
I think you did. I think you watched it. I think you responded.
I just want a ringtone that says this is Jackie Evans on my mobile phone when it rings.
Hello, this is Jackie Evans. Have a great, blessed, light-filled day.
That's awesome.
No, I was driving home from work last night, and the sky was really, really chemmy. They were like chemtrailing a lot at night, but the moon was really bright, and the moon was really bright, so you could see them. There was this huge glowing X near the moon from spraying, and I wanted to catch that, but I couldn't catch it because I was driving. So I was hoping when I got home it would still be there. Well, it wasn't, but I got some other images, and then I made a video of it. But yeah, it was like crazy. It was like glowing. The chemtrails were like glowing with the moon. And I was howling at it. You were right, Deaf Brett. I was howling at the moon last night. But anyway, so I made a video of that this morning. It was like 5 a.m. I got up and threw the video up real quick. But it was just neat. It was kind of creepy the way the moon was reflecting off of the chemtrails. That's all.
I've just posted my email address there, Vernon. There's a hyphen after the word meep. I'd post it on your page, but I think YouTube algorithms would identify it as spam and it would end up in your spam folder. So,
What's his Vernon saying? Tell me yes, email Bob.
I don't know what that's about, but it's probably something to do with me giving Vernon my email address, Bob, and I just posted it in the room. I'll probably get 1 million emails tomorrow.
I don't think so.
I don't mind. It's like it's emails. If you don't want to speak to someone, you can just no, but it's like people. I'm not posting my email address online. I think it's only a flipping email address.
It's an email. Just ignore it.
Right. Scroll past it.
Scroll past it.
I was really bored one day. I remember when I got my first computer. So I was emailing myself, having conversations with myself. Hey, Meep. How you doing? How's your day been? We're fine.
I love it. What you putting up there, Bob?
Have you seen this? Let's see if it comes up. Do you see it?
No, I see black.
I see black too.
Bob, that's what I wanted to talk
That's
to you
what I
about.
see.
What's that?
Do you know the SteamYard that you use? Is it expensive?
$25 a month.
What is it a month?
25.
Oh, that's not bad.
Well, I was
pay
thinking,
$25 a month to have this. Yeah.
well, I was thinking because me and a lot of other people here make use of something that you're paying for. And if anyone's listened to this, Bob hasn't put me up. He doesn't even know I'm going to say this now. He hasn't put me up to it. I just thought, why don't you have a little donate link where people can because nobody's a millionaire and nobody's loaded with money, but if everyone gave like $1 or something or whatever, it would help you to keep doing it.
The reason why I made this is I had a YouTube channel is Ringmaster, and I was just sharing everybody else's videos, and it wasn't getting anywhere. Didn't feel like I was reaching enough people. At that time, I only had like 65 subscribers, and it was maybe just is growing very, very slowly. So I made this channel just because I had an idea of just getting everybody together, unite everybody. It's more about getting the word out, everybody sharing each other's stuff and just reaching more people. It has nothing to do with money. I have a job, I make money. I don't need anybody. If I needed it, then it'd be a different story, but I don't need it. I don't
All
ask
right,
for money. The only
and that's
thing
the
I'll
question.
ever ask for is share.
That's the
Share,
question.
share.
Well, that's the question I was going to ask you because I didn't know whether you were struggling financially to do it or not. Or...
No, I'm good.
All right.
If I wasn't, of course, I'd have to ask, but
Yeah.
I'm good. I'll never ask for money. Just share everybody's stuff. Just keep it going.
And I
Let's
know
do this.
I know you'd never ask, but that's why I was pointing it out.
That's nice of you,
Thank
Meep.
you.
Yeah.
And I could have went with a free version, but it only allows like 8 hours a month or something like that, and you don't get all these extra features where I can put a back screen on.
Yeah.
You'd have to go with, they give you one option to use. That's it. I'm able to do a little more with it.
You'd use your
Looks
8
nicer
hours in
too.
one session.
Exactly. Exactly.
There's a plate of cheese and toast.
Strawberry Skies Forever. Hello.
Strawberry Sky. Hi, Strawberry
Oh,
Sky.
thanks, Mike. Mike says he got me if needed. That's what's up. I'm good. I appreciate it, everybody. That's what's up. Thanks, Meep.
You're welcome.
Hey, Meep.
Yeah.
I have part 2 up of the feminine and masculine and feminine, just so you know.
Because I was just getting into that, Josh.
I know it wasn't my fault. I had computer technical issues.
I figured that because it didn't end logically. It just stopped all of a sudden. So
yeah, it didn't like what I was saying.
Ah.
It didn't like what I was saying.
I see.
Because guys aren't supposed to talk like that and tell people those kind of things. So
was you live streaming at the time?
no, I was just driving and recording. That's usually what I do because that's when it comes to me is lately and when I'm driving
Thank you,
by
everybody.
myself. And
Well,
so
I like them. I like them kind of things, Josh, because they're so real, and you obviously in a in a little world of your own when you're doing that, and your mind flows properly. I've noticed, and you can say all these things that you wouldn't normally be able to say if you were sat behind your computer monitor at home.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't work in other places. I call it my faucet. God turns the faucet on me, and then I turn the camera on, and then when I'm done, it ends. But on that one there, I couldn't let it just end on that. I had to keep it going. There's probably going to be seven parts to it. I wasn't joking when I said 7. You were in your comments. You said 2, 3. I was like, yeah, it's probably going to be 7.
Well, I'll definitely check it out, Josh.
All right. I know you were anticipating it, so I just wanted to make sure that in case you didn't get the notification.
I normally give it like 1 million comments on Josh's page, like a running commentary as I'm listening to
it. That's fine. That's great.
I warned Josh of that, Meep. I said when Meep replies under your videos, it's like it's in like 5 or 6 different sections. So
it's because I get so excited, Jackie.
It's good. It's good. I love it. I love the feedback.
I've had people tell me off for doing that before. Why can't you do it all in one summary? And I said, because if I do it all in one summary, I'll forget what I was going to say by the time I get to the end of it.
Right. Yeah.
I love Meep when you do that. When you do that, Meep, and then I have to go back to find the minute mark that you are replying your comment to, so I know what you're talking about.
I know. Thanks, Mike. I bet you can tell what mood I'm in at with whatever with the sense behind what I'm typing, Jackie.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Some days I'm like flying high and I'm like, whee! And other days I'm trying to be nice and I'm trying to be kind and all that. I'm positive, but it's just like, it's not happening.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens.
Strawberry just sent you a comment, Phoenix.
Hi. I was just sending her a hi.
I know.
I was trying to type that in. That's funny.
I saw that.
Hi, Strawberry Skies.
That's our family. That's some of our other family, huh, Josh?
You're welcome,
yes,
Vernon. Vernon, don't forget there's a hyphen, one of
Thank
these.
You, Strawberry.
After the word meat, because a lot of people who email me, they either do it underscore or forget to put, they don't see it if they're on a small device. There's a hyphen after the word meat. I fixed a computer for somebody once. And,
yeah, you're supposed to fix mine.
You need to get TeamViewer, and then that's what I was going to say. You need an Ethernet cable.
I know. I'm so busy, Meep.
But what I was going to say is I used to do a lot of fresh installations of Windows XP or Windows 7 or whatever the operating system was at the time for people. And my late friend Janet, whose funeral I went to on the 7th, sent me she contacted me in whatever way it was, I can't remember. And she said, I'd popped in to see her. And she said, my friend Claire has a laptop and it's behaving very badly. So I looked at it and this thing was like so infected and the operating system was so damaged that I said, well, do you want me to save anything from it, any pictures? And she goes, no, just fix it, do what you need to do. So I put a brand new operating system on it. And what I do by default is I create a new password, which is 0000, which is the most easiest password you can ever remember in your life. So Janet will give it back to her, and then it kept arriving back at Janet's house saying she can't log in. And I'd check it, and it was working fine. And this went on like about 10 times. So I said, tell Claire to get down here, and I'll meet her here because I want to see what she's doing wrong. I said, because every time I press 4 zeros, I log in. And every time she presses 4 zeros, she obviously can't log in. So I watched her, and she pressed 0, 0, 0, 0. As in 0.
Wow.
No, I'll start again. She pressed 0, 0, 0, 0. Like IJKLMO.
What's wrong, Bob? Why isn't it working? Bob.
It don't want me to show you this page. I'm gonna try a different way.
What is it?
So you got Radiohead, the 5G towers.
Yeah, I saw that.
What's that?
Come back on, Tommy.
I'm just saying, in Satan's circus, there's subliminal messages all around us, like clues.
Hasn't he got an amazing voice?
Very amazing. He needs to be on one of your songs, mate.
I want him to be on one of my songs. I don't know what I was going to petition him to say.
So we have these antennas. The word is getting out, but no one's hearing it. And they're waiting for somebody to interpolate it. The dream, the vision, the time, the hour, the judgment, the seeing eye to eye with your enemies who cast fire into your camp, your sanctuary, and put your name to the ground. Radiohead, zzz, buzzing, the
Deaf Bread wouldn't even need to sing on one of his songs. That voice alone would carry her through.
I know. He could do spoken word like I do. You up for it, Tommy?
You're amazing, all of you.
Oh.
Thank you, Tommy.
Thank you, good sir.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm impressed.
No. We're impressed.
There's arrows pointing to his head.
Uh-oh.
Right there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's fire above a skull in the background.
The subliminals are everywhere, aren't they? It's just
wow.
Even in the hometown where I live, if you go down the city centre, you can see them everywhere. There's all sorts of strange artifacts
Finally
appearing.
Hey, Bob, I bet that's everyone in this room.
It would
fits
not
in one
let
of
me
those
show you
categories.
this.
Yeah. Hey, Tommy.
Yodelay, yodelay, yodeloo.
I have something to tell you about.
Have you seen this?
Go ahead, Bob.
Not the updated version, but I've seen.
No, I was just saying, have you seen this?
No, not
I
this
don't
one.
look
no.
at news. Sorry.
But I bet
72
everybody...
types of Americans that are considered potential terrorists in official government documents. I'm just going to read the list real quick. I'm not going to go.
Having a roadmap.
Those that talk about individual liberties. Can you see that?
Wow.
Talk about individual liberties. Yeah. Do you want to read them, Jackie?
Yeah,
So to me, the 7-2 is like 7 2s, which equals 14. And there's 14 generations till the Christ. So they're targeting the homeland of security, which is the eternal Father.
That's very good, Tommy.
Wow.
Do you want me to read it, Bob?
It's up to you if you want to.
Yeah. Pull it down just a little bit so I can see one better. Okay. Those that talk about individual liberties. Number 2, those that advocate for states' rights.
Everything good is blasphemed.
Yeah. Those that want to make the world a better place are considered a terrorist. Isn't that? Let's read that one again. Those that want to make the world a better place are considered a terrorist.
Oh my God.
You're a terrorist.
The colonists who sought to free themselves from British rule, those that are interested in defeating the communists, those that believe that the interests of one's own nation are separate from the interests of other nations or the common interest of all nations. Anyone that holds a political ideology that considers the state to be unnecessary, harmful, or tinfoil.
No,
is that tinfoil? Where is it?
No, it's definitely.
That's better. You imitating tinfoil.
Wow.
He's got
No
iron
way.
lungs. Oh.
Okay, what number was I on?
Carry
Seven.
on, carry
He
on,
recorded
carry on.
that.
I was on 8. Anyone that possesses an intolerance towards other religions, those that take action to fight against the exploitation of the environment and or animals, anti-gay, anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim, the Patriot Movement, opposition to equal rights for gays and lesbians, members of the Family Research Council, members of the American Family Association, those that believe that Mexico, Canada, and the United States are secretly planning to merge into a European Union-like entity that will be known as the North American Union, members of the American Border Patrol, American Patrol, members of the Federation for American Immigration Reform, members of the Tennessee Freedom Coalition, members of the Christian Action Network, anyone that is opposed to the New World Order, anyone that is engaged in conspiracy theorizing, anyone that is opposed to Agenda 21, anyone that is concerned about FEMA camps, anyone that fears impending gun control or weapons confiscation, the militia movement, the sovereign citizen movement, those that don't think that they should have to pay taxes, anyone that complains about bias, anyone that believes in government conspiracies to be point of paranoia, anyone that is frustrated with the mainstream ideologies, anyone that visits extreme websites or blogs, anyone that establishes website, blog, displays extremist views, anyone that attends rallies or extremist cause, anyone that exhibits extreme religious intolerance, anyone that is personally connected with a grievance, anyone that suddenly requires weapons, anyone that organizes protests inspired by extremist ideology, militia or unorganized militia, general right-wing extremists, citizens that have bumper stickers that are patriotic or anti-UN, those that refer to an army of God, those that are fiercely nationalistic, opposed to the universal and international orientation, those that are anti-global, those that are suspicious of centralized federal authority, those that are reverent of individual liberty, those that believe in conspiracy theories, those that have I can't go on anymore.
Sounds like a communist manifesto.
Yeah.
That was
Because
good,
it sounds.
Jackie.
Thank you. I got a little.
Those that have a belief, those that have a belief that one's personal and or national way of life is under attack.
Yeah.
Those that possess a belief in a need to be prepared for an attack, either by participating or paramilitary preparations and training or survivalism. Isn't this crazy?
Yeah.
Those that would impose strict religious tenets or law on society. Those that would insert religion into a political sphere. Anyone that would seek or politicize religion. Those that have supported political movements or autonomy. Anyone that is anti-abortion. Anyone that is anti-Catholic. Anyone that is anti-nuclear. Right-wing extremists. Returning veterans. Those could go immigration. Those that believe in the right to bear arms, anyone that is engaged in ammunition stockpiling, anyone of communist regimes, anti-abortion activists, those that are against illegal immigration, those that talk about the New World Order in a derogatory manner, those that have a negative view of the United Nations, those that are opposed to the collection of federal income taxes, those that are supported former presidents Ron Paul, Chuck Baldwin, and Bob Barr. Those that display the Gadsden flag. Don't tread on me.
Hey, Bob.
Those that believe in end times prophecies.
Yeah.
And evangelical Christians.
Hey, Bob. Pete the Patriot wants you to email that to him.
Yeah.
And also, let's just think about it this way. If those are all the things that makes you a terrorist, what would make you not a terrorist?
I was going to say, Jackie, that covers about the whole of the human race.
That's what I mean. So
You're
what do you
not a
have?
terrorist
Up
if you're
in the
hidden.
chat.
You're not a terrorist if you're not alive. You're not a terrorist. Anything
There you go.
living is terrorism.
Yeah, that's it, Tommy. Because how could you fall into a category that is not a terrorist?
Doctrines of devils, deep dark seas, diverse doctrines. Verse after verse.
There's one that's not in there, and basically anyone who has a roadmap is considered to be a terrorist.
Josh got booted, he said. Robots are
Okay, hold on a
not terrorists,
second.
Mike said. Are you sure, Mike? Because probably robots could be considered terrorists somewhere in that.
I just dropped a link to that in the chat if anyone wants to
Oh,
grab
there
it
you
up.
go. Pete the
YouTube Pete.
Patriot, the link's in the chat for that article.
I didn't realize Pete was still here.
Yeah, he's been popping in and out, I think.
All
You know
right.
what? Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
Do my eyes look
Yeah.
really blue right now?
It's hard to see because you're looking
No, I
sideways.
think
Jackie.
it,
Yeah, it's just
They look really blue for some reason. They're usually not this blue. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract.
My daughter has blue eyes.
just want to show up your eyes.
it's just scary because you look so real.
Do I?
Yeah.
Are you sure? I
Who's
feel
the
pretty real.
that actor Marty Feldman? Is it? Does anyone know him?
Yeah.
No.
Marty Feldman has got the most expressive eyes I've ever seen in my life.
Who's that, Beep?
I'll get a link of him. Marty Feld. I think it's Feldman. Feldman.
Did you get it, Pete?
That's not a better one of them.
So I show the Gadsden flag and I get booted. Drops completely out. Everything shut off.
Nice.
That's crazy.
Anyway. Yeah, they've expanded that article.
Yep.
That used to be, that list wasn't that long before.
Well,
They've
that's
expanded
actually from 2013.
Is that the 13?
I imagine it's longer
probably,
now.
Yeah, probably worse now. Yeah. It sounded like
If
you're
you don't
reading
have a cell phone,
like
you're a terrorist. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wow.
Because they
There was
give out
so-
the free ones for who can't afford one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You want to make sure you have one. Why?
If you
It's
don't
not
believe in
so
one
you can
world
contact
government, if you
mom
don't
and
believe
dad.
in new world, that was just crazy events. And there's nobody. I mean,
Yeah, how many of us in here?
everybody in the yeah.
I'm not saying you have
How many
eyes
of
like
us in
Marty
here-
Feldman, by the way, Jackie.
To say that they are not considered a terrorist from what you've seen on that list.
They
How many
don't
of us
want
in here
you-
can say that.
They don't want you to show the Gadsden flag because there's a serpent on it. They don't want you to know about the serpent of the field, of the power, of the electricity. It's what they worship. It's a secret for them, but not for us.
Well, I'm a terrorist because I've got a roadmap.
Yeah.
Hey,
call it-
Josh. Isn't it funny that he just talked about the serpent and electricity when you're considering going to see the serpent mount, which
Yeah,
I'm sure
I am.
has electric field through it.
That is crazy. What a
With ley
synchronicity
lines.
right there. Because that's my next trip. That's what I'm planning on
Don't
doing.
tread
is
on
going
me.
to Serpent Mountain. That is crazy. Thank you, Becky, for that. That is
Yeah, as soon as he said that, it made me think of that.
Higher awake.
connection. I awake.
Hey, awake. How you doing? Thanks for coming. You're early. It's usually around midnight, and we get the midnight news going.
Yeah.
So what
is it?
Jack-
10?
Jackie, what did you think of the high-pitched vocal I sent you the other week? The one that I can't even.
Meep, it was as good as my low-pitched vocal that I sent you.
Yeah. What it is, it's a higher harmony that I just couldn't in no way even get close to.
Well, I think you should have sent me
Got you, Vernon.
what was I thinking?
That's all, Vernon. I didn't write it. I just copied and pasted. Did it say that in it? I don't know.
The only way I could do, Jackie, was I pitch shifted my voice an octave higher.
Yeah,
That was the only way I could give you the notes
I
in
know. You should have gave me a harmony to do with it instead of an octave below.
the. No, not that one. Jackie sings grey high, but when she goes low, it's like,
I can't do low.
That's what
no,
the
I
voice-
can't either.
I tried.
Hey, you
It was
wanna-
hilarious.
Your friend John
Come on
Bin
up.
can.
He will, and he will do it for you.
He's very good at doing low because he's got a very deep voice.
He has the deepest voice I think I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Make sure you all have each other too. If you see someone in there you don't have, grab them up.
Oh,
Just
I wanted to ask
shout out.
Eman 8 if he's ever been to the Serpent Mountain since he's in Ohio. Just curious. Hi, Truck Dog.
Hey, Chuck
Or
Dog,
if
how you
anyone
doing?
else has in chat. Serpent Mound. Yes, thank you. Sorry. Ohio.
That way, if the cops or anybody asks me for a name, I just tell them I am the witness.
Who said that? No.
That way.
I don't even know what the Serpent Mound is, Jackie.
It's well, I don't know if it's natural, but it's it's the land is raised in the shape of a serpent in this certain area in Ohio, and
Yeah.
supposedly it has a lot of history or energy around it, or something with the ley lines, and
There's a vortex. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jackie.
no, you go. I'm done.
There's a vortex. There's supposedly a vortex field there, and then there's some that believe that those mounds are actually giants buried there. So I'm just curious to go see.
Thank you. Oh,
been
NA's
drawn
The
to
here.
grid,
NA.
the electric grid, grid,
Yeah.
grrr, the beast.
Josh, NA's in the room.
Hi, NA.
NA, Josh gave you a shout out on
Hi,
Yes, I
NA.
did.
one of his recent videos.
I think she's seen it. I think so.
Me?
Oh, she's-
Hello, me. There's that May. That's
Hi,
May.
Bob.
May Freya.
I thought you said meat.
I
No.
know that there's mounds in
Yeah,
West
it's a
Virginia.
me.
called-
That's I guess it's me.
Oh my gosh, Jennifer.
Oh, me, Freya.
Yeah,
Freya,
Iman,
I'll lower
they're
that.
they're all over the place. I agree with you. They're everywhere. The Serpent Mound. Anyway, for some odd reason, I'm being drawn to go there.
So
So I'm
they
gonna
have
go
a
there.
mound. As lightning strikes the highest point, the mound, the snake, the connection, the rods, the antenna. The pyramids, why are they so high? To connect to the sky, the serpent and the rainbow. Gonna rain all over you with the bow of my arrow. A false love hidden in the manna of a tower. Bad fruit.
I finally had rap that I actually like.
That was great. That was great.
Come on, Awake. I know you got some up your sleeve.
Bad fruit from the weapon of tower. They're gonna devour.
Who's on Facebook here? I am. Am I the only one on Facebook?
Absolutely, meat.
Yeah. Yeah, don't do that. I tried it. It's no fun.
My family
Facebook.
are on there, so I
I
just
left
use
that,
it.
like-
They gotta face the book of the Bible. Facebook.
Hey, that's
Been over
interesting.
about 3.5 years, probably. I left Facebook over 3 years ago.
Did that just pop into your head right now, Tommy?
Yeah, I hear things in the live and listen to humanity strive, and I wonder why till we get to divine.
I love the way he thinks. I said Facebook, and he goes, from their perspective, you've got to face the book, or maybe from someone else's perspective. It's not about the Bible, I think. Well, they closed my account down at one time on Facebook because I used to go under the name Meep Mop. And there was a particular. I was on a particular page where there was a person with Down syndrome, and these people were promoting the idea that it was good for this kid with Down syndrome to hide in the tumble dryer and be locked in there with a little glass door on it.
Yeah, the Bible, Bibble Babble,
But all
two
these
sides fight and scribble scrabble.
Well, at the time, all these trolls were on the page supporting it, and I left a comment under the name Meep Mop, saying that Aldous Leonard Huxley must be turning in his grave around about now, because he was on about humanity being dehumanized.
Shot with an arrow, false love from above, tree fake, disguised antenna.
Well, they apparently somebody from that crowd of trolls reported me, and they wanted me to prove that my name is really Meep Mop. So so since then I've had to go with like my real name. But what concerned me is they were asking for evidence that I was called Meep Mop, but the minute I gave them my real name, they didn't want evidence. It was as if they already knew what I was called, and they just accepted when I gave them my real name on face value, and I found that quite scary. So, see the nickname there, That Way? Is that Way and Vernon, are they the same person?
No.
Because that's what I was saying before. Somebody called That Way was being really nice to me before, and somebody said that was Vernon, and I said, no, it was That Way, and then...
Yeah, they're both very nice.
I know, but I got
you
mixed
all screwed up.
Well, I got mixed up, and I thought people were trying to tell me that Way was Vernon. So I was saying thank you to That Way for being whatever they said to me before. That was very nice, and then Tommy started playing strange noises.
Got room for one more.
I got a troll at my feet, looking to make me defeat.
That's very good. I could do some like crazy like vocals to that. I don't know what at the moment, because I can't express myself because I'll wake everyone up if I start doing that.
I think I got it pretty much pinpointed awake. I always see that one go down. Just a hater, you know.
Who was that? Somebody here that wasn't very nice.
Yeah, if they don't like it here, they don't have to come here. That's all. But that's probably why they come here, just to give me a thumbs down.
Oh, I meant to say before, because you was on about how many likes you got on this before, Bob, and with people, and I'm including myself here, we can forget to like the page because we're so into like what's going on with the conversation.
Yeah,
I've done that too.
Yeah, and quite often I've only give you a like when I've been reminded.
But I've been getting 300 to 500 people coming through these live streams and get like 50, 60 likes. What happened to the other 250?
I got a troll at my feet.
But it is what it is. It's not about the likes or anything. It is nice to get them, but that's not what it's all about. It's just all about us being together and talking about whatever we want to talk about.
I know, but gives you an indication as to what kind of traffic you got coming through, doesn't it? And also gives you another indication that somebody doesn't like what you're doing out there.
So you got a troll at your feet and a snake saying, "Don't tread on me."
Yep. I got them pretty much pinpointed.
Hey.
Hi, Awake.
Hi, Awake.
Hi, Jackie. Hi, me. Hi, Phoenix. Hi, Deb. Hi, True Seeker. Hello, everybody in chat. Much love. Congrats on 2 months of live streaming, True Seeker.
Woohoo! Doing big things in 2 months. It's crazy.
Yes, you are. You're reaching out, and that really counts. You're doing something. It counts.
And it's all help
know-
from all y'all too. We all make this channel. It's not just me.
Well, I was
We all
thinking
do.
that.
Jackie
I was
helps a
thinking
lot, and
if a total. Sorry, Bob. Go on.
I was just saying Jackie helps me out a lot, and putting
Yeah.
out just making videos and putting it out there also. Plus, she made me picture to put on one of my live streams, so I didn't have to. Because sometimes it takes me a while. Then I'll make one, I'll put it up on as a background, and it doesn't fit, so I'd have to go back, resize
Yeah.
it, and it's crazy.
I will do
And
that
here I got
anytime,
time.
Bob.
Time's running out before the live stream. I should have a bunch made up beforehand, but I don't.
But I'll make up some more, Bob, so you have some for backup, okay?
Group
Yeah.
effort.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wing it. Every one I do, I just wing it. Like this one, thanking everybody. Much love to all.
I was thinking if a total stranger come here, they'd be wondering where the heck have I arrived? Like Tommy's little segways flying in and out, and people are talking, and like you've got like tin foil with activities going on in the background, and it's just like a mishmash of everything.
I gotta be
So awake. How was your adventures today? What did you cover? I know you're probably everywhere, right?
Oh, you know me.
Mhm.
I got to research everything. But there is some good news today, believe it or not.
Okay, what is it?
Well, it depends on your position, of course, but I would say it's a good news for parents, bad news for big pharma. In New Jersey, I don't know if you guys are aware, but New Jersey had a proposed law called S2173. It was approved by the Assembly last month, but it was stalled in the Senate today because they could not get the 21 votes they needed to pass it. And what it is parents who are using a religious exemption because they don't want their children to have forced mandated state vaccinations. That religious reason would be because in the vaccines, I don't know if you guys are aware, they used aborted fetus lungs actually way back when. They took the cells from these fetuses. I think they were from like the 1960s. They took the lungs, the cell lines from the lungs of aborted fetuses, okay, and they what do you call it? Cultured it, if you will, to make these vaccines. And so many people, due to religious reasons, they don't want the jab. So anyhow, at any rate, the news is it did not get through the Senate today. They didn't have the votes. So that's one big step for parents. I think parents should have that right. I don't have little kids, but if I did have little children, I would not want the state to be the nanny state telling me what to do with my children. So New Jersey parents won today. The bill is dead.
Nice
So
awake.
that's that.
Giggles actually came here in the very beginning of the stream, and we had a full panel, and she
Oh, I'm
actually
gonna head
stepped down
down.
so someone else could
I'm
go
gonna
up.
head down.
I was going to too, also.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey,
I was-
nice seeing you guys all. I'm gonna head to bed. It's getting late.
You rest well, Jackie.
Okay, thank you guys.
Okay, Jackie, take care.
I'll see you
Bye,
next
Jackie.
time.
Have fun.
Love
Good
you all.
night.
Good night.
Hey, Jackie. Much love. But what I was saying, Giggles was she says she came in here saying she had good news, and she wasn't able to get it out. And this is exactly what she was going to talk to us about. So I just wanted to shout that out. That's all.
Yeah, it's one step
Thank
for
you.
parents.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, everybody's entitled to their own feelings and thoughts on vaccines, but I'm a parent I don't have little children, however, and little children are being forced by the state. I think it should be a parent. I think the parents' rights should override the state, hands down. That's just my opinion on that.
It's the way it is here in Indiana. You can have Indiana. You can you have religious exemption, and then we have medical exemption.
Right.
And it has to be either or. You can't just pick, like, it can't mix. And like you know what I'm saying, you can't, when you say your medical or your religious exemption, you can't say like it's because of man's flaws. You have to stick to the nature, the natural medicine, natural way of things. It just, especially when you have to fill out some places are really good about it as far as religious exemption. You just sign a piece of paper, and it's, you just tell them that you know your children are exempt from it, and those are usually churches. But if you try to go to like any kind of public daycare or any of that kind of stuff, and it's real hard if you don't vaccinate your children and stuff. But Indiana is very,
Right.
we're real good about that kind of stuff here, but it's under attack every day. I mean, it's not, they're trying to get rid of it every single chance that they can. They want everybody to. The hospitals are really hard on everybody about it.
I know.
And all kinds of institutions are, and they're trying to force it upon everybody. And you should,
So
I
here,
shouldn't be, between children and myself, I shouldn't be forced to have to take a vaccine or a flu shot, or that should be up to us. And I thought all this stuff was already
right.
established after World War II, during after the Nuremberg trials and all that kind of stuff. I mean, wasn't there, isn't there laws and international laws that's in place for this kind of stuff already? I mean, I don't know. It's just, it's craziness. But it is good to see that there are states standing up and trying to prevent it.
Well, I remember my mother about 10 years ago, and we was talking about the flu shot, and I said, "Would you get the flu shot, mother?" And she said, "I'm not going to get it this year anymore." And I said, "Why is that?" And she said, "Because every time my sisters and brothers get it, she said they get really sick afterwards, so she's not going to bother." So she noticed the effect that it was having on their health. She was on about the flu
Yeah,
shot.
it should be a person's private and personal decision. It should not be mandated. That's my position on that. I don't think you should be mandated.
And I agree with you
No.
wholeheartedly, away.
What people need to do is look up each ingredient they put in these vaccines and tell me which ingredient is there to help us.
Right, right.
Right, exactly.
Do you know the
I'm
original
doing a
the original concept of vaccines was to like find the antibody and put a dead version of that antibody inside your body, so the immune system will recognize it. So when the real thing comes, it'll attack it. But it's the modern day vaccines don't even are not even remotely close. And I know what you're going to say,
Yeah.
Bob. Maybe your immune system, if you eat right, can help. But if you contact rabies or something, no amount of healthy food is going to stop that.
That might be all fine and dandy if they actually did that, but they put all these different ingredients in there, and every single one attacks your immune system.
And that's the problem.
Attacks it.
Yeah, like the fumarazole
Exactly.
and monkey DNA and all sorts of other horrible things.
Yeah.
formaldehyde.
Yeah,
Oh,
that one
yeah.
too.
Yeah. Thimerosal. They changed the name from
To
mercury to
me,
thimerosal.
I
So the
think it
average
all
person.
has to do with one
Right.
same thing that they don't want us to know about.
Let me tell you something. When I buy these superfoods, when I was researching every single one of them, there was several of them. I can't remember which one it was, but there are several of them I could not find. So I went to Wikipedia and put it in Wikipedia, and I found the foreign languages of it, and I copied it and I pasted foreign language in there, and boom, it pop up. Things are hidden here in America where you can
That's
find in these
interesting, Bob.
different
Yeah.
languages.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
a
hard
lot
to
of
just
stuff
give
is
it
hidden. So that
give it a bunch of
so when I
letters.
bought even when I bought the stuff, I'd put it in that foreign language, and I'd find it. Boom, there it is. Where I couldn't find it, organic,
Mhm.
non-GMO from
Right.
here
Yeah. Well, that's like
in
a lot of,
English. I mean,
that goes with like a lot of the medical studies and stuff. You can't find anything that's straightforward and non-biased here in the United States. Pretty much, you have to go out of country to find, I mean, there are some doctors here in the
Yeah.
United States, but that stuff is so throttled down and so controlled on how it's released. I mean, if you want to find real information, a lot of times
Yep.
you got to go out of the country to find the real information, because it's so
Yep.
hidden and buried from us that they don't want us. You know, it's there, but
They
they don't
got
want
the
us to find it.
serpent on the medical pole. It's everything they know.
Right.
On the
Yeah.
Hippocratic
Well,
Oath.
that might be a little trick for people. If you can't find something in English, look it up on Wikipedia or whatever, and you'll see 3 or 4 different languages for that word, and try each one, and you'll
I
see
know,
what you're looking for.
and I noted what you said there, Bob, and I found that very interesting.
Right.
See,
You have to
what
dig
got
for the
me
truth.
right.
You
What
have
got
to
me in
you have to dig for the truth.
yes.
A
I
snake
try
on the
all
dirt makes
angles.
lines. On the dirt, this inscription, the marks, the scar of something unseen, a beast.
Yeah.
Impression.
Steph, do you still have that picture of you getting the jab when you were a little kid? I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear.
He can hear you. He's probably
Yeah.
getting it.
Yeah, he has a picture. They used a photograph of him when he was a kid, like a poster child for, vaccines, pro-vaccination. I'm sure he was a little child and didn't really have a choice at that point in time in his life. But I wanted to bring to your attention that I looked it up on Twitter because I wanted to know a little bit more about this New Jersey vaccine, right? So I went to Twitter and I hit the search bar, and all I typed in, I'm showing you on YouTube, I typed in New Jersey vaccine. And the first thing that came up, it said, know the facts. Make sure you get the best info, blah, blah, blah. Visit vaccines.gov. I thought, well, isn't that a crock of
Yeah.
poo-poo?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the first thing that came up. I didn't ask for that. I just wanted New Jersey vaccine so I could see how many people showed up at the rally, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, so then of course after that first headline, so now I know that Twitter is a sellout if they're already predetermining my news. But anyway, I don't need my news to be spoon-fed to me. So anyhow, it goes on that New Jersey parents won, the bill is dead. No removal of religious exemptions for vaccines. And there's a picture of all the people that went down to the New Jersey Senate. Look at all those parents. I don't know if you can see the picture, but there's a lot of people that protested and rallied against. There's a bus right here. It says vaccines killed us. I don't know what the rest of that. It's a bus that they have put out there. I don't know if you can see that picture.
He's showing
I
this
know
picture.
a lot of you don't use Twitter, but here's another picture of the parents. Religious freedom for all. When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. I'm just reading their signs. The bill to end religious exemptions for vaccination collapsed in New Jersey. So it's one plus side for the parents, as far as I'm concerned. Like I said, I don't have little children, so I don't even have a horse. I don't even have a horse in the race, you guys. Okay, I don't have any kids, but I just don't think that it's important that parents' rights are more important than the state mandating. That would be called a nanny state.
Yeah. Well,
The
when the
late,
state decides.
the late,
you say you don't, I'm sorry.
The
Wait, you
state
said
of
that,
shock.
yeah. Oh, you said you don't have a horse in the race. I have 3 horses in the race. I have 3 beautiful stars in the race. And I've seen,
Exactly.
before I had my children, I just started seeing children, with vaccine damage. And when
Yeah,
you start
vaccine
seeing
injury.
that, yeah, and when you start seeing that more, start seeing more children with vaccine damage than you do when you're seeing healthy children. You as a parent have to start asking questions about what is going on, what is happening here, why is this happening, and have to educate yourself. Everybody needs to educate yourself on, even if you don't have children, you need to educate yourself on what you're putting in your body, because these people are not out for our best interests, and they are not out for the interests of our children. They use our children against us all the time, pulling at our heartstrings to get us to do what they want us, get us to do what they want us to do. And, you know, it's up to us to become informed about this stuff and educate ourselves and protect the children. Because for me, I'm 40 years old, 40 going on 41 years old. It's not about me. It's about them. It's about all the children that are behind them and next to them. And that's, you know, that's what we all should be fighting for. Not any of us, for them, because they can't do it. They can't fight for themselves. And if we don't change this world and if we don't, and it's not just the vaccines, it's everywhere, it's everything. If we don't change this, what are we leaving to them? What we're going to send them, we're sending them to the wolves, you know, and it's us, it's our job to make sure we protect them from the wolves. And the generations before us have not done that, and now it's up to us to start making these changes that need to be done.
Well, I think the generations prior to us maybe didn't, I don't want to say that they were asleep, but maybe they had more trust. They didn't question everything, where people now are just a little more awake.
Because there used to be a time where you could trust. And so the manipulators of this world use that kindness and that caringness and the pulling at our heartstrings to take advantage of our kindness. They took our kindness for a weakness, and you know, that's the way I see it. I agree with you. They trusted, they believed, and then, you know, once people believed everything they were saying, they were able to do, you know, those that are the manipulators were able to do what they needed to do.
Well, we didn't know any better at one time.
Right. Yeah. But we do now. We all do now. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason why people shouldn't know now.
No. Well, I remember my niece when the swine flu scare was going on, being published all over the media, and she said she was going to the doctors to get the it would have been the H1N1, N for Naples, H1N1 shot. And I said, don't do it, Ashley. I said, I've been reading a lot of data regarding that vaccination, and people having violent reactions to it. And she believed me, but when the doctor scared the hell out of her, she cracked under the pressure, and she allowed him to give her the shot. And something like 4 hours later, she was in the emergency room at Derriford Hospital in Plymouth, where I live. She almost died from it.
Well, here's my question, and maybe someone can answer this for me, because I really don't understand this. So somebody maybe a little better versed. If your child has been vaccinated against a particular disease, okay, they have a vaccination, they have a protection, if you will. So what would they care if their child's been vaccinated with the jab, okay, and they're protected? Why would they care if the kid next to them didn't get a vaccination? Remember, they were protected with the shot. So why would they care if the kid sitting next to him didn't have the shot?
That's a really good point.
And when you bring that up to people that are actually, you know, they don't have a question, they can't answer that. Like, I know people that I brought that up to, and they don't have an answer to that. They're dumbfounded by it most of the time.
I think the truth is, Awake, that it's not about protecting people. It's about
it's a conditioning mass, like
conditioning and damaging genetically.
Exactly. Dumbing us down, weaken us, and you know, just keeping us down.
Yeah.
I mean,
look at everybody around you.
How many injections?
Look at everybody around you.
Hey,
well, how many?
Go on.
It's a pattern, a program.
I don't know who in this chat, who in chat right now has little children, little ones that have to go to like public schools. But what is the amount of shots that they have to have now? It's some outrageous amount of vaccinations.
A lot.
That's what I was trying to ask, Awake.
Awake. I know, I don't know about for school, but I know for like the recommended for newborns between 0 and 6 months is 36 shots here in Indiana.
Oh my, that's ridiculous.
And they have it scheduled out in a 6-month pattern where they'll give it, you know, where they can give them to you, you know, and have it done within 6 months. It's crazy.
So newborns just born to this world are being given shots. Is that correct?
Yes. If you allow it, they
Do you
will.
really? Well, I've heard of cases where parents said no, they didn't want their newborn baby to get whatever, like the hepatitis or the vitamin K shot or whatever they're trying to inject a newborn baby with,
Yeah.
and where parents were saying no, and then Children Protective Services stepped in,
Yeah.
and
And
I
that's
don't think that's
depends on the state you're in. It really is. You know, if you live in a really liberal state, you're probably going to have issues like that.
Well,
and
Alex
it's
unless,
Jones,
of course,
Alex Jones did a
What-
documentary, and I think it might have been the End Game one that he was talking about, and he was talking about the birth of Child Protective Services, which is called social services in the United Kingdom, and
Right.
it originated in the UK here, where I am, in the 1920s or 30s, and what it was a eugenics program that they were trying to run at the time, and the social workers were employed and paid to go out and spy on families and determine which families were allowed to continue to breed and which ones were going to be sterilized.
Wow.
Yeah, and on that documentary, he showed like scientific, very old footage of all these different kids in bed where they were like by the UK government being subjected to all these like weird Frankenstein type of experiments. It was horrific, and it was like vintage footage that he was showing. It was either Terror Storm or Endgame, one of them two documentaries.
Hey, everybody.
I know Alex Jones gets a lot of bad press, and if he's got any faults, then he's got faults. But I always concentrate. I think Pete agrees with this as to the truth that he's promoting. And I personally don't think he's working for the globalists, because the kind of things he's come out that's exposing them, then who'd need friends like that?
Well,
I'm just reading what Giggles in chat saying she spent 3 years researching this. It'd be nice if she'd come up on the panel and maybe tell me a little bit more. I'd like to know a little bit more. She apparently has some knowledge of this. Like I said, I don't know a lot about the vaccination situation, but I just think parents, their rights should absolutely override any state mandate.
Well, that's the parents' right, isn't it? Otherwise, they're not really the parents anymore. It's
Check
something.
this out. Dropping a link in there.
Vaxopedia.
Yeah, it's do kids really get 72 doses of vaccines?
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Yeah, they do.
That's insanity.
Well, this is a pro-vaccinated site, but let's see what they say.
Well, I've just bookmarked that, so you've now officially made me a terrorist.
You're on the list.
No hope for me now.
That's crazy.
Well, you have to ask yourself this. Okay, why do they have a particular separate vaccine court for vaccine injured children? Why would they have to have a special court if it wasn't an issue?
Because it's a closed course, and they don't want people to have any right of, what's the word? Right of appeal, right of something. You know, where your common rights are alienable rights don't exist in them courts.
Yep.
So you can't sue the manufacturer, you can't sue the doctor who gave your child the particular shot, and you have to take it if your child was vaccine injured, you have to take it to a vaccine court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have their own little. How is that even constitutional?
Well, it's not.
Well, this site's saying you have 54 doses.
I bet you Pete the Patriot has got a lot to say about this subject.
And the biggest chunk of those is from 0 to 6 months now.
Wow.
You wonder why these kids can't handle it. The body goes into overload. These children can't. I mean, what do you expect to happen? The body's already, it's trying to figure things out, and you want to pump all this crap into them, and you think there's not going to be an issue? Seriously?
Right.
Yep.
Even if it was the cleanest stuff possible, the cleanest materials possible, you still can't pump that much stuff into a new child. The
A little
body's
baby,
not
all
developed
those heavy
enough.
metals.
Right, they're not developed enough to handle that. I mean, it's mad scientist stuff is what it is. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
even
people just go along with it. And people go along with it because they use the fear tactic. I mean, it's all over the TV. It's all over the radio. There's signs everywhere. You know, scare this, scare that, you know, and that's why it's, you know, they use that crap against everybody to make them so scared of it.
Yeah, well, I've had problems with my central nervous system since the day I was born. I remember in school feeling and experiencing symptoms that I can now understand to be a component of what's been given to me in these vaccinations and my dental work as well, the mercury in me tooth fillings, to be basically that I've been damaged. And the point I'm trying to make is, in 1963, when I was born, forward in time to whenever I had these vaccinations, I got a very low dose and a very mild dose compared to what the kids are getting now. So if it did that to me and I'm very sensitive to it, then what the heck's it doing to these? No wonder they're going autistic, because they're like sensitive to start off with, and they've just been given this massive, massive overdose of lethal concoctions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, when our first child was born, they handed us this binder, and this binder had like 60 pages in it. And the first 3 pages was your calendar for the first 6 months of your vaccines that you needed to take. And then the rest of the book was all about propaganda, about how you have to do it and save their life and save those around you. And it was just, it was incredible. And so you see why people do it, because they, you know, you got a brand new baby in your arms and they hand you this book of fear. You know, a brand new mother, yeah, a brand new father, they're going to be scared to death if they're not educated and don't know. Hi, Peanut. I hate to do this because I love this topic. This is like one of my most favorite topics to talk about, other than love and light. But I am exhausted. I was up all night with my little ones, and so speaking of being sick and things, so I have to get off here.
Family first.
Before I fall over. Yes, family first. Yeah, I had 2 of the 3 puking all night. So from 10 o'clock till 5:30 this morning is when it finally stopped. And one would start, and then when she would stop, the other one would start. So it was a back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Jackie Evans, you're supposed to be in bed. She's still awake.
She is, yeah. Anyway, I wanted to thank everybody, and it's been great chat tonight. It's been awesome, and I hope everybody has a great rest of the week. And I love you all. Love and light.
I'll check your video out part 2 tomorrow, Josh.
All right, it'd be great, mate. I'm looking forward to your comments. Comment all you want. It's all right. It's great.
I'll spam your page again.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks everybody, and thanks everybody in chat for coming. And everybody.
Much love to you, brother.
Thank you. Much love to you all.
Night, Josh.
Night,
Much
y'all.
love.
Hey, I'll be listening. So keep talking about the vaccines. Educate them, Giggles.
Giggles. Teach me.
Josh, that's fatal, because you'll be listening, and then before you know it, you'll log back on.
Well, that might happen. If Bob stays, who knows? I may get another burst of energy and end up back on here again. Let's see what happens. But I'm not counting on it.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
y'all.
right.
Hey,
Anytime, you know that.
Yeah, I know. You doing a show tomorrow, Bob?
Yep.
All right, I'll probably catch you tomorrow then. I'll catch everybody.
Okay.
All right. Love everybody. Have a good night.
Hey, brother.
Much love.
All right. Bye-bye.
I like peanutty moat. It's just so peanutty.
Donna Flag. Hello.
Hey, Giggles.
Yeah.
Hey. Got my mind bouncing all over the place.
Or as Bob would call you, Bubbles. He called you Bubbles last night.
He threw me for a loop with that one.
I wonder why we're replying too.
So
It's like in the
educate us
bubble.
all.
No, what I was
Let's
gonna
have it.
no, what I was gonna say is, you were talking about that vaccine court, and that's a whole farce because in '86 they passed a thing where pharmaceutical, with the vaccines, mind you, not the drugs, but they are exempt from any liability at all. And
Right.
that vaccine court, you cannot get in there until you have spent $2,000 of your own money. And most Americans have Medicare, Medicaid, so they don't pay that $2,000 out of their own pocket. And there's a statute of limitation of 3 years. And then when they get in there,
Wow.
they can show proof upon proof and have doctors say that it could be from that. But how they get out of it is they shoot them up with a whole bunch of different vaccines on the same day. So you cannot prove one or over the other. So most of them get thrown out.
Hmm.
Aha. In other
It's
words, they give them a multitude of vaccines. So how do you prove which one caused the injury?
exactly. They've hardly paid out
Oh,
any money, and they have that VAR system up in place, but less than 1% gets reported on that. Most doctors don't even report on that. So the statistics are ridiculously higher than what they say, And matter of fact, they had a summit at the World Health Organization in December, and behind closed doors, they admitted that vaccines are killing people and that they're not safe, and the adjuvants, the mercury and all that, are causing damage. But guess what? It's getting buried. I think it's a Vax channel that aired those meetings, and of course they're burying that crap.
There's been a lot
Ugh.
of large channels on YouTube as well, Giggles, that have actually been banned from YouTube and Facebook for promoting exactly what you're talking about.
I
wow.
got banned from Facebook and Twitter and MeWe for my vaccine groups.
That's
Over a
Wow.
year ago.
on one respect, that's probably a good thing, but on the other respect, it's not, is it? Because you were trying to reach out to people.
Well, I was getting somewhere, obviously.
Yeah.
One day I tried to sign in and it was like, oh. But no, and then like with newborns, the first day of life, the first thing they do is stick them with the hepatitis B. I mean, what the hell are you shooting up a newborn baby with a sexually transmitted disease for? And then like if they're premature and they're in the NICU, did you know that when they give them those vaccines, they have a crash cart right next to the bassinet?
Oh
And
my
they're still doing
gosh.
it. Yeah,
It's
there's a
evil,
lot
isn't it?
of
So
there's a lot of NICU nurses that are speaking out against that because they're like, we have to have that crash cart right there.
NICU meaning neonatal, like preemie.
Yep, neonatal intensive care units.
Wow.
Well, I was talking
Yep.
I was talking about my niece before, and she's like an adult with kids of her own, and she had the H1N1 shot, and 4 hours later, she ended up in the emergency room at the hospital.
Yeah. My
So,
granddaughter ended up in the hospital too from that flu shot.
yeah, I was telling her
So
not to do, because I'd heard so much like bad publicity about it from people who had the same reaction.
so did you say that they're giving newborns a hepatitis B? Is that what it is? Shot to a newborn?
Yes, first day of life
Okay.
with the vitamin K.
Okay. And the vitamin K is actually normally given to a baby through their mom's umbilical cord. Is that correct?
Ugh.
Why would a baby need that shot? I don't.
Well, the first thing they do is they cut the umbilical cord as soon as it comes out, which suffocates the baby for a minute. And then 30 seconds later, they're getting shot with that vitamin K, like she's saying, which who knows what's in that.
Wow. I've been watching this channel on YouTube. It's a nurse. She's a registered nurse called Rachel Seller, RN. She's pretty new on YouTube, but she's very good. She used to be in the military. I believe that she was like a delivery type registered nurse, and she is anti-vaccination, and she goes into some real specifics. She's like a forensic nurse, and I mean, she is standing up for what she believes is sorcery and witchcraft, if you will. Great channel. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but Bob, if you could get her on your show, man, that would be totally awesome.
Well, get in there and put it out. You know, bring her over.
I was listening to a radio show that was
And yeah, send me the link. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah,
okay.
send me the link. I'll go over there and I'll see. I'll send an email.
I know you will.
I'll do that. Any channel. If you have any channels, anyone in the chat, anyone on the panel, if you have a channel that you think everyone should be looking at, let's do it.
The
You know?
Patriot nurse. She'd be a good one too.
Yeah, she would.
Patriot nurse.
Patriot.
Patriot nurse.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to her already.
She's
I
awesome.
haven't been there in such a long time though.
I was listening to a
I pretty
radio.
much
I was listening to a radio show that was talking about American troops and British troops being used as guinea pigs for these vaccinations, and I was at a certain location in the United Kingdom about 15 years ago, and there was a guy there. He was a big guy. He was really well built, but he was a wreck, complete wreck. He was shaking, and his wife was literally helping him to walk. And I overheard him talking to her, saying that he was in the military in the past, because he was saying something about, I'm just a shadow of what I used to be when I was in the military. So I went over and spoke to him, and I said, I hope you don't mind me asking you. I said, but I overheard that the vaccinations that people are getting in the services in both Britain and America has been affecting the troops. And can I just ask you whether you was vaccinated over there? And he said, my whole platoon was given a series of shots, several of them. I can't remember how many, but there was a lot of them. And he said, every single one of them is in my condition. And that's like personal confirmation I had, you know, of how damaging these things can be, and how evil these authorities are, because it's nothing new when I speak about them using the human population as guinea pigs. And it's not just the people in the forces, it's everyone at certain times in history. They've basically given us some kind of shot where they're using us people, regardless of what station in life we have, as a guinea pig, just to see what happens to us.
Yeah, my uncle was in the Marines, and in North Carolina, the machinery, oil, gasoline, whatever, machinery cleaner leaked into the well water, and they all drank it. And then years later, they get a notice in the mail saying, you know, what happened, and they're asked them to, you know, call in or whatever. And I think it's like they experiment on us, and they test their, you know, their swords on us. They test their, you know, death kills, and they carry out experiments.
Well, there's a water treatment plant about 40 miles away from me called Camelford, and around about 20 years ago, there was an accident at Camelford where they put too much of whatever they're putting in the water that cleans it. And it turned out that the harmful substance that made everyone in that area who had drank it very, very ill and damaged for life was aluminium. And I thought to myself, well, what the heck are they doing putting aluminium in the water in the first place? But they didn't present it like aluminium was harmful. They presented it in a way that says we put too much in by accident. But the bottom line is, in the drinking water here, it contains sources to purify the water of aluminium when they can use much safer alternatives. Oh, that looks an interesting book, Giggles.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Do you want to do a screen share of that? I'll close my screen share down.
I don't know how to do that, honey.
Are you in StreamYard, backstage in StreamYard? I mean, when you go into StreamYard, it has a little tab there to screen share. Or
I'm on a
are
cell
you on?
phone.
Oh, that's why you can't. Seems like nobody can screen share if they're on a cell phone for some reason. Isn't that true, Bob?
Love
I
you
never
too,
tried.
Vernon.
I've never tried live on the phone.
No, but what the point I was gonna make here though is, you know how they're pushing for these mandatory vaccines in Oregon, California, Colorado, New York, and people think, you know, they have children, they go down there, but the point is, in gosh, was it February of 2019? The CDC is recommending mandatory vaccinations for adults too. This doesn't just affect children, it's everybody that they want to do. And there's even talk about, in order to get your driver's license or a fishing license, you're going to have to be vaccinated. So everybody should be making it a point to pay attention to what's going on with this and protesting right along with these parents.
Yeah, it's a pattern program. It's like Mark of the Beast. In one day, strong delusion, they want to carry out an overall inoculation of the spirit and freedom.
Exactly.
I just think all these people are being like satanically controlled, and they hate with a passion everything that God ever created, and they're trying to do as much
Well, we're
damage
tired
as
of
they can
babysitting.
while
We're
they
tired of
can.
babysitting us. We whine too much, you know.
It's part of
They got
depopulation.
Yeah, they got AI now. They don't need us around anymore to do the dirty work for them.
It's like communism. They want you all to be a part of it, like the LGBT parades. You've got to participate or you're an enemy, and they're going to murder.
Yeah. Hello, Angela. Thanks for coming in. How you
Well,
doing?
aren't they saying that people that are against vaccines are like,
Terrorists.
yeah. I'm
Yeah.
looking at what they consider conspiracy theorists,
Is
if
that
you will.
Awake or Giggles talking? Awake in there.
Well, this is me. That was Giggles.
All right. What I'm trying to say is, before both of you got here, Bob and Jackie were. What was it you was reading out, Bob? About terrorists.
Exactly what Awake's talking about right now. We did this last night too. At the end of the stream.
Oh well, you know what I'm on about then. Yeah.
Yeah, like
but
3
Awake's-
o'clock in the morning.
Mhm. Go ahead, Awake.
Because I'm a terrorist. I'm a terrorist now because I bookmarked that link that Bob gave me, so I'm a terrorist.
Well, they like to. There's a big list we went over of what they consider a people that believe in quote conspiracy theories. They're these horrible people. So anybody who's like the CDC whistleblower people, they're they're conspiracy theorists. Anybody who's anti-vaccine, which is a movement, by the way, they're considered conspiracy anti-vaxxers, Like I said, I don't have any children. I don't have a horse in this race, but Giggles just got done saying that now they're going to try to push it on adults as well, which I wasn't aware of that.
Because both great and small, rich and poor, must take the mark of the beast. That's the same spirit that runs these vaccination protocols.
Actually, kind of want to add something to that. First of all, hey, Bob, thanks for letting me be on here. And then for everybody who's on here or in the chat, God bless everybody here in Jesus' name. And
Hi, Peanut.
Hey, Meat, how's it going, man?
I'm all right.
So I wanted to ask you guys a question real quick. Is that like, because Meat, you brought it up, you're like, you know what? This all has to do with like Satanism or something, right? Like the vaccines are related to like a satanic agenda. Would you agree with that?
I just think as Satan is in control of the whole world. Well, the whole world, as in
These people are infected. They want you too, like the mold.
I think Satan and his minions who defected with him are controlling all these organizations on Earth, and I think they hate everything that the Creator ever made with a passion, and they're trying to ruin it while they can.
I completely agree. You know, and I agree with what Tommy said as well as what Awake was saying too. Wouldn't you guys all agree that like, or disagree if you think otherwise? But I think most people would agree that like once you get into all this truther stuff, that what Meep's saying is 100% accurate. Is that like once you go higher up the food chain of who's controlling everything, that the powers that be, whether it be in government or corporations, that said, is that a bong? Someone's got a bong in the background.
It's tinfoil.
Tinfoil. Is that like, wouldn't you say that like the higher you go up, that there's Satanism is involved with this behind all these things? Do you guys agree or disagree with that?
I agree with that.
Absolutely.
I think it's like the Borg. They're all infected with the beast, and they want you to take the shot like them, get the tattoo, be a part of the blackness.
It probably is, Tommy. It's kind of like that whole like that what's it called, the mind thing, where everyone's like the hive mind, where they want us all. Once you get, I've heard that too.
Singularity.
So yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
right.
Communistic singularity, right? Like adults and children get the vaccinations.
Yeah, I completely.
It's the same thing with financial commercials of showing babies. I'm into my 401k. It's to get you used to everyone being in participation with this universal crap.
What a voice.
Well, if you look at, you know, they have the depopulation agenda, correct? And who is the main person that's supporting this and pushing this? It's Bill Gates. And tell me if he's not a Luciferian. And then his father founded Planned Parenthood, where they're killing all the babies that they're putting into these vaccines. You know, it's a sadistic go around. Man, I'm having a brain fart. But you know what I'm getting at? It's all Luciferian. The CDC.
Well,
they want to build the gates, take over the doors, charge you the card, RFID stored.
Well, Bill and Melissa, weren't they? Because they got that foundation you're talking about. But Bill Gates openly admitted at one of his lectures that he was giving that they plan to use vaccinations to decrease the population.
Jesus is on the door. They want to maglock every door and track you and charge you.
Wait! I got a question for you. Quick, you brought up like the witchcraft thing, and so witchcraft is basically just another thread of Satanism, in my opinion. So like, I have a question for you is that like if you were seeing like a major truther channel, and they're embracing somebody who is into like say tarot cards and doing sage rituals right on camera, as well as like what's the other, like embracing gems and crystals and whatnot for healing purposes and all that. In my mind, that's all New Age stuff. Would you call that witchcraft or not?
No.
You would not call it witchcraft?
No. What I was saying was that Rachel Seller, registered nurse, she is comparing the medical community, doctors, vaccines, medicine, modern medicine, if you will, a form of sorcery, meaning it's a practice, if you will.
Well, like pharmaceuticals, like that word, I don't remember exactly, but it's derived from some like witch thing or something.
Sorcery.
Yeah. See, I would disagree. I think that like if that tarot cards and all that stuff, whether someone is aware or not, that is basically witchcraft.
I agree with you, Peanut, by the way.
Okay, thank you, Gales. Don't you agree? Okay, so
yes.
So I have a question for you, Gales. Then, if you're on some major channel, and most of those major channels should know by now that the people that run all this stuff are Luciferian, right?
Right.
If they don't, then what are they doing running a big channel, right? And so my saying is like, why would someone like that be embracing someone who's into tarot cards and gems and why would they be pushing that?
part of the agenda. It's part of the paganism, and they want that pushed through. They, it's all the part of the false doctrine.
So
The
I'm not.
strong delusion, the illusion, the witchcraft are you going to be a part of? The one that floats or the one that sinks? What illusion, what delusion?
I remember when Jesus was on earth and the local religious leaders, and I'm not by any long shot accusing you of being one of them, Peanut, far from the truth, that is. But the local religious leaders had a pop at Jesus because he was sitting with the tax collectors and the sinners. And I think he was trying to find some common ground with them to try and impart some truth. So, and even Jesus said to them when they tried to make him feel guilty over it, he said, those in good health do not need a doctor. So sometimes I'll embrace what some of these people who I consider to be into witchcraft, but I won't embrace what they're doing, but I will embrace the truth that they are promoting and try and impart my version of the truth regarding what I don't agree.
Oh, I agree. And there's two kinds of people. There's like someone who's like, say, into like something like, let's use tarot cards, for example, that's unaware that what they're doing is like opening doors to stuff that they shouldn't be opening, like a Ouija board or whatever. Right. That's
evil.
That it is. But see, there's a difference between someone who's naively just kind of stumbling into it and doesn't think there's anything wrong with it versus someone who is aware that that is definitely something that's what I'm saying is like how can you go that far up the food chain of a YouTube truther community and somehow still missed that there's Luciferians that run everything and that tarot cards and gems, etc., are not a good thing. All I'm saying is that is highly suspect.
Because they're only seeing things, they're only seeing
That's
things with their physical eyes, not their spiritual eyes. They're not able to discern what's in the ethos and what's really going on in this other realm. But they are aware of the dangers within this realm. So they don't realize what they're going along with.
I think when you worship the host of heaven and stars, you get trapped in an earthly tarot card and they close your doors. You don't really open the door to freedom. You're kind of locked and blocked and caged in this rage of the beast saying, no, this is what you're like. Get on your knees.
Amen. Absolutely. That's all it is. It's like another way to tie people into the illusion of the world, the earthly existence or whatever.
I'll give you a classic example. I've got a friend called Rob, and he exists in two places online. In one place is on another network outside YouTube where they've got chat rooms. And he's always talking about the kind of things that we're talking about in here, with the New World Order and all the rest of it. But on YouTube, he's given his readings and his tarot readings, and I never, ever go in there because I don't feel comfortable in there. And everything he's teaching in there is everything I'm against, even though I never have a pop around because it's not my place to do that. So I divide myself into only being in his company when he's actually dealing with things that have got nothing to do with what he's trying to address on the spiritual side.
And when you put it in stars, you divide by signs and scorpion and horse and bull, all this stuff. But Christ is one mind, is one spirit.
Yeah, amen. Amen, Tommy, absolutely. So
like one says, I'm a Paulus, well, I'm a Taurus, well, I'm Scorpio. Is Christ divided? Was Paulus crucified for you or Horus?
Well, I don't recognize the star sign system.
But what you're saying though, I get what you're saying though. If the way I would interpret that is that somebody who is ignorant, they don't realize that what they're doing, they haven't. It's sort of like, they have somebody who hasn't quite gotten a taste for cinnamon or something. So when they're food products or whatever, they don't realize it's there, or sugar or something. That's, once you start sensing it, you realize, wow, sugar's in everything. That's, that was packaged by grocery stores and whatnot. So, but, and to a certain extent, maybe that's the problem why people don't see it, because the sugar, if you will, is in everything. So
they're under the strong delusion. They're waiting for something, but it's here already. You don't got to look back or forward. It's in the middle of it all.
Right. It's saturated in everything, Tommy.
It's hidden in plain sight.
That too. Absolutely. So So my point is that like someone like that, who your friend is, me, I would assume they don't really realize just how dark it is what they're doing.
It should be rebuked. You're right, Peanut.
Right,
Someone
right.
should say, hey, this is not good. This is wrong. Rebuke the spirit, because these spirits are looking to hold you in a cage for life.
Right. Right. Exactly, Tommy. That's exactly what I'm saying. So I guess someone doesn't like me pointing it out. That's what I'm talking about. But and I'm not trying to hurt anybody. It's just that my thing is,
people don't want to point it out because they don't want to. They don't want to point it out. People don't want to point it out because no one wants to stand in the gap and take a rit-a-tat-tat of arrows and beat. They don't want to suffer for good sake. They don't want to stand in the light and declare the truth in the gate. They want to bill it and make you a Bill Gates, make you late, make you wait, hesitate.
I'm very choosy where I rebuke, and like when Jesus said, "Don't cast your pearls before swine," he was talking about being very selective as to using your own judgment and your own intuition.
Me too. But here's my point I'm making, though. Let's say if you have someone who's just misguided and they stumble into whatever thing because they think it's some new age whatever. It's like right. But like if someone like that, they're just misguided. So it's no reason to embarrass someone like that or whatever. But you still want to try to lead them gently to the right way. But like what I'm saying, is that if you have someone in a position of authority who knows the difference, and yet they're still pushing something like that, to me, that's different.
Right. I agree. You're saying someone who's naive, who doesn't know any better.
Right.
Well, the thing is, the ones who know better and they know exactly what they're doing.
Right.
Nothing I say to them people is going to make a blind bear a difference. And that's where, casting your pearl before swine comes in, because they know what they're doing and nothing's going to change that apart from the Almighty himself.
The Bible,
really true.
It was said in the Bible that he liked the preeminence among the brethren. He liked the glory. It's like these tarot people, they want the glory. Instead of giving God the glory, they give that star the glory or some other idol.
Right. Like you need like a gem or a rock or a magic doohickey or whatever, or a wand or whatever the thing is, instead of just going straight to God. You don't need any of that stuff. You don't need a person between you and God, like a pope or someone. You don't need someone that's going to get in the middle, and that you can only walk that walk for you directly with God anyway. And so you don't need any other trinkets or whatever.
You can hear God's voice today. You don't got to wait.
Right. Amen. Amen.
See, but then you get people like you get people like my friend Barry, and he defines himself as a Christian. Yet some of the things he's promoting are in the same area that you're talking about, Peanut, and that's where we have a common ground. And I'll just like very gently mention to him, well, the Mosaic Law has something very interesting regarding the Creator's view on spiritism.
Well, you do what you can, mate. You know the person.
Yeah.
Earthly things are gonna pass away. The tarot card readers go astray.
Can I share something with you, Peanut?
Absolutely not. I'm just kidding.
Absolutely. Oh.
I'm kidding. Go ahead. I want to hear. What are you going to say?
What I was going to say is, when I was doing my walk to waking up, believe it or not, I have all these books now, but you want to know what kind of books I had before?
Sure.
I had all kinds of books on palmistry, tarot cards, astrology, or whatever. But what I'm saying is, I used to do the tarot cards. I did all that crap. I didn't think it was anything bad.
Right. And you're not alone. Exactly.
And then when I started doing my walk and learning these things, I got rid of all that crap in a quick minute.
Right. Exactly. That's my point. Like you were naive. You didn't know the difference. So you got into it, and that's what happens to everybody. So that's not saying that you're a bad person. We all do things that we regret. But the point I'm making, Giggles, is that someone who keeps it up and they know everything we're talking about right now, that's different. That's somebody who is aware that what they're doing is wrong. And
you're on about being willfully ignorant.
Yep.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Right. I mean, like if you have a bunch of people that come to your channel and they're looking to you for guidance or whatever, and then you're pushing stuff like that, and they know at least as much as what we know. Maybe not exactly the same. Like Giggles has specific information that I was unaware of, so I learned something from Giggles. Like I learned something from a lot of people when I can, like whatever information I can glean from people. But that's different from big time, just basic knowledge about stuff, and that this isn't hidden knowledge that stuff is bad. So I like that's different from like someone they're still asleep, they haven't known about 9/11 and etc. And they want to get into astrology or whatever. And like what Gabe was saying, like I've made mistakes too, Gabe. Like that's nothing. That is what it is. It's part of the learning process along our path of growing spiritually, right? And so I get it. I don't hold that against you. I've done stuff that's bad too. But my point I'm making is that once you learn, though, like what Gail's like, once you learn, you got rid of everything. Like, just get this out of here. This is garbage. It's something I don't want to be associated with anymore. That's different than telling everybody how great it is.
And what was that?
Exactly.
Paul was talking about. I'm going to paraphrase because I can't remember the exact quote. He was on about all the things as far as being righteous is concerned that he wants to do. He finds himself doing the complete opposite, and vice versa.
It's a good point.
Yeah, and he said, "Miserable man that I am," but then he said, "I have the help of the Christ to like basically wipe over his transgressions."
Amen.
The flesh is passing away. Earthly things not gonna stay.
Yep, absolutely. By the way, thanks, Gills. Well, though I appreciate you saying that. So, but I'm not talking about you or anybody else who's done something like, because I've used to be in astrology and stuff too. I realized it was like not the way to go, and so so we all make mistakes. It's not that.
I mean, in line with what you're saying, Peanut, because you have to, I've been sucked into that mindset of astrology.
The flesh wars against the spirit.
Well, that's right, and I've been doing it knowing right from wrong, but
it's like they're gonna reach a crescendo, the ultimate bad, the ultimate spirit.
Yeah, but then afterwards I thought to myself, oh my goodness, what am I doing? And then I've like pulled away, sorry, Lord.
For me, it took a while because it's in newspapers and stuff, and it doesn't come with like a warning label on it, or have like a big like satanic pentagram written all over it or something. So I think that like it's sort of like this hidden poison or whatever, like in varying levels of how revealing the dark side of things can be. That's like kind of like, for example, like if you look at like most pop music, which I still listen to, it is what it is, but like but most of it is, if not all of it, has some kind of Luciferian like tentacles that wind their way through it, even the most innocent looking things. Whereas like if you have like a death metal band or black metal or something, where it's like they got the satanic imagery right there on the front of everything, they're not hiding anything. But so I guess some of the spiritual stuff that's doorways, it's the same thing. It's like, it's one thing if you see people in black robes and they're sacrificing a black cat or whatever, that's pretty obvious. But then you take something like astrology or tarot cards or it's the same, tied to the same thing, but it's less obvious.
I'm reminded of the voices drowned out the other ones at the crucifixion or the trial before, when the crowd said, "Crucify him," and it says in the words something like they made a noise, were loud.
I apologize though. I didn't mean to like derail everything.
No.
Didn't derail
I also,
nothing.
Jesus,
It's all good.
Jesus, I didn't need.
Just throwing that up there for people to see. You can keep talking.
Vaccine doses for U.S. children. In 1960, there was like, what, 5? Is that what it says? 3, 4, 5?
Yep.
1983, 24. Oh my God, 72 doses. Damn.
Mm-hmm. And they're adding more.
And you have to ask yourself or think back. I don't know how old you guys are or not old you are, but back in the day, there wasn't too many autistic children. And now I don't know what the odds are. Is like 1 out of X amount of children are autistic.
1
And
in 60.
72, it's a target, it's a number, it's a pattern of the occult magic. 72 is 14. 2 times 7 is 14. So the 14 generations between into the Christ. It's a 14. It's how they kill the light. It's how they get the serpent. It's how the Illuminati works. It's how the power of the generator.
Do you have a link to? You have a link to that, Bob? Still.
Yeah.
So 1960. I'm looking at YouTube here. Versus this is 2018 chart. Wow, that's amazing. Amazingly scary. But it's all on topic with what Peanut's saying. Maybe this is the dark side. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's not really the best website, but it shows you a lot there. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Oh, we lost someone. Who? What happened?
Peanut. Where did Peanut go?
It's been happening a lot. Everybody's getting kicked off.
Or allergies. A bunch of people have allergies, food allergies.
Yeah, but why do
Fish
they have
allergies.
food
What?
allergies? Why?
Vaccines.
Exactly. Their immune system.
Peanut allergies, because the vaccines are growing on peanuts. So did you go get peanut allergies and can't eat peanut butter during famine?
Yeah,
Do you know?
Mike.
Do you know when you're talking and suddenly, eventually, it dawns on you that you're not actually connected anymore?
Wow.
I thought there's nobody. Do you know? Because I got the YouTube room focused.
Yeah, there's something about the noise or making a sound and it gives away a location.
So there's peanuts and vaccines. Is that what you guys are saying?
Peanut oil.
The
Oh, really?
vaccine, they were grown on peanut.
Like, for instance, my granddaughters, the twins, I had them for over a year and they ate everything. I mean, everything. They get back home and they start getting vaccines, and they're 2 years old now, and they're allergic to nuts, they're allergic to peanut butter, they're allergic to shellfish, all this crap that they can't have ever again because of these freaking vaccines. You can't tell me that it just happens because I fed them everything before
Allergic
that.
to the protein. Someone earlier said they can't eat eggs now because of some reason.
Yeah, they use eggs in vaccines too.
I'll tell you what's the strange thing. I lost my connection for 5 minutes. And apart from the occasional time, every time I spoke, all you paused and went silent, even though you couldn't hear me.
No. Welcome back, Meep.
Thank you.
I see what you're saying, Meep.
It was like subconsciously you could hear me, and everyone just went silent. So that's why I didn't initially realize I'd lost my connection. And then as soon as I'd finished speaking, you lot would carry on. That's like bizarre.
What do they call that? Algorithms?
Yeah, but they can't control when you're going to speak, can they? Well, hopefully.
No, the conversation itself being that we're talking about vaccines and vaccine injury to children and the medical, the whole shebang. we're talking about it. So, you know,
I know
it's
what I'm
out
saying.
there.
What I'm saying, do you know when I say something and then you're being quiet right now when I say something, and then when I stop saying something, you reply to it? Well, whatever I was saying when I stopped, while I was saying it, everyone was being quiet. And then as soon as I stopped, people start speaking.
So it's like the chief priests prevailed with their loud voices. I don't know what I'm saying.
Something like that, Tommy. There's a scripture in it, and I think it might be in the book of Proverbs, that said a king's heart, a king back in the day when that was written was like President Trump or whoever. A king's heart in the hands of the Lord is like streams of water. And then it says, in whatever way he delights, that's God himself. In whatever way God delights, he directs it. In other words, he can manipulate the heart of whoever is in charge of this world, whether they're a good or a bad person, anytime he wants to direct it in whatever direction he wants to.
It was like Peanut talked about how no one rebuked the tarot card stuff. So I show that scripture of how the chief priests, loud voices prevailed over the people that didn't want Jesus to be crucified. But it says otherwise.
Yeah, the thing is, when they were rebuking back in those days, it was within the nation of Israel, like Jerusalem and all that. It was like, you know, Judaism was the official religion, so they were rebuking them because they were supposed to be adhering to the law of Moses at the time when Jesus was alive, and they were doing something different.
Whose mouths must be stopped, it says in script.
Yeah, but I
We
think
lost Bob.
That's what I was wondering. How?
Let's all go
Bob got
crazy.
no. I'm backstream or back in the backstage here, and Bob's been dropped right after Peanut got dropped. Now Bob's not back on his own live stream. He'll come back, but he
And
must
I
have
got
got
dropped
dropped.
as well. That's suspicious, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Hold on tight, awake. They won't take me alive.
I guess I'll see you guys at the nearest FEMA camp. I'm reporting live from FEMA Region 3.
Yeah.
You don't have that. You don't have that over in the UK, do you?
The UK is a whole FEMA camp.
I mean, we have like FEMA Region 1, FEMA Region 2. They've actually divvied up our country. Did you know that?
I think so.
It's the doctrine of devils. They want us to repeat what they say. They put it on the news every day. People go to work.
The people in the United Kingdom are so ridiculously asleep that I can't even begin to explain the level of hypnosis that people are under.
Alex Jones called them repeaters.
They're beyond repeaters. They're like, they've lost their minds. I speak to these people on occasion, and do you know when people have strange energies coming off them? It's like
they don't know how to think for themselves. They've been impressioned upon by the TV, and they're full of static. Maybe
they don't even know how to think for their masters. They are just so far gone that I see.
They got a wand over them, and they're under hypnosis spell.
That's right, and it's like looking at dead people. They're like
zombies, the flesh warned against the spirit. So when they're crucifying you, it's like, wow, you're looking at zombie beasts that don't know what they're doing. Like, they're not aware. They're just full of anger and bizarre hate.
I'll tell you what an extreme level of deadness they're on. I went to a funeral on the 7th of...
Let the dead bury their dead, the Bible says.
Uh-huh. Well, Jesus said that in the Bible. And
thank you for correcting me.
You're welcome. I went to a funeral, and then afterwards we had a celebration of this person's life in the pub. And
It's called Awake. Yeah.
a wake. We went to the wake afterwards, and we all had a few drinks and all that. And do you know, like when people are like desperately trying to come up with topics of conversation and interesting things, and nobody knows what to say. And before I knew it, the whole crowd was focused around me. And I must admit, I'd had a few drinks, so I was like, I don't drink a lot. My freeness of speech was like loosened up, and whatever I was saying there and then, it was just literally, it was pulling all these people around me as if they knew that I
You
had
were the weakest link in the puzzle, in the soft heart. You weren't hardened hearted. You could hear, so you could speak and testify what you know.
Well, the point I'm making is whatever a bit, it's like they sensed there was something very, very
The truth of the vibrating spirit, or
What-
I don't know what to say.
but they sensed my vibrations and felt my vibrations, and they felt like I could feel the energy going out of me as I was speaking to these people.
I hear you.
Welcome back, Bob.
I was
Hey,
exhausted
Bob,
the next
there you
day.
are. What happened?
The computer shut off. Shut
How-
off. I still had you on my laptop. I still got you on my phone. That's how I
Bob, we were
messaged
just
you
about
to
to
see
start
everybody's still
rioting and
there.
having a party.
It could have overheated, Bob.
No, never. This is new.
Is it a new laptop, is it? Because I used to
It's
service
an HP.
laptops. Yeah, first thing I
Oh
used to
no,
do on the
I
laptop.
got this is it's an all-in-one desktop. Plus, that's what I'm doing it off a desktop. The live
So
stream. But I have a
Jesus said,
laptop.
watch out for the teachings, the doctrines of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. And when they give it this UN maps and coordinates of language, it falls into a trap. We're drug in there because we're like under their impression. I don't know what I'm.
I think he said the leaven of the Pharisees, didn't he? Because leaven, like, is
Yes, it leaven the whole lump. Yes,
Yeah.
the little leaven, the little teachings. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What?
And now
What?
and now I know my ABCs.
Talking about
Jesus-
FEMA regions, what we have here in the United States, they say you're a conspiracy theorist if you believe in FEMA camps, but there it is, FEMA.gov. There's the regions. They have a map. So how can that be a conspiracy when they've laid it out for us? Is that a conspiracy?
Yeah, what they're saying is
Look at the website.
what they're saying is it's a message to anyone who's got their eyes remotely open. You start speaking about what we're doing, and we're going to target you as
Whoever maketh and loveth a lie is outside the kingdom of heaven, Revelation says.
But if you can see my screen share here, right? On
Ah.
YouTube.
Yeah, I can see it.
He
perfectly.
stooped down to write underground.
But it's FEMA.gov is the website. Okay, so
They
how
want to
can you
take
be a
pleasure in you loving lies, and they want to know that you're lying, and they'll be like, yeah, he's one of us, or like,
It's their map.
I hear you.
That's not my map.
I know.
It's their map. They created it. They put us in a different region. So I don't feel that anybody who's wondering why FEMA has to put us in separate regions, how does that make us, you, me, they, anybody who believes this, a conspiracy theorist when if you look at the website, it's FEMA.gov, who separated this country, the United States, into separate regions.
because they want to put conspiracy theorists away, so it's a whole mentality to lead you astray.
Well, it's their
But
Miranda's.
it's their map.
It's their Miranda's operandi, and what they say is you're not under attack. So they come out with something, that is the opposite of what they're saying. It's like yin and yang, and they present something.
That's right, Meep. You got a good handle on stuff.
Yeah, and then they present the opposite. In other words, you're not under attack, and this website you're looking at doesn't exist. But when it does, it's like an illusion to like.
They don't want the whole truth. They want you to divide the truth and say, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to that first map because it was actually the most clear. So now, if you guys aren't aware of it, those who live in the U.S., you can actually figure out which FEMA region you live in. Yeah, this is the FEMA.gov map. I'm reporting live from FEMA Region 3.
FEMA Region 8.
Only if you say that. They want you to repeat after them. Simon says.
That way,
True.
that is true. And I always remember somebody said about elites, or people who consider themselves to be elites. They always, like the Roman Empire, implode and destroy themselves in the end.
They use the courts to divide the nation.
I'm not too worried about what these people are trying to do because I know they're going to be overthrown. But at the same time, that doesn't give me an excuse to sit back and do nothing. And
That's why they're overwhelming us with vaccine shots so our spirit doesn't discover the total truth.
Yeah, do you remember just before Jesus died, they offered him that, I forgot the name of it. It was a specific drug meant to like pacify him, and he refused to take it. It was
Hi,
something.
Shanna. Thanks for coming up.
Because he knew what it was. It was
up,
gall.
Bob? How are y'all?
It was.
He wanted his senses about him at that time because he knew it was important.
Hey, Shauna, how are
I'm
you?
looking- I'm good. How are you, my friend?
It
Is
was
that awake?
vinegar,
That sound like
something
awake.
bitter.
Yeah, it was but there was something. There was a drug in it of some kind as well.
A spiritual resentment to God.
Hi, Shauna.
I hear you.
I hear you too.
Okay, I can't read this screen. It's too small. Your name is Shauna, I heard.
It's Shanna, and I can't read your name
Shayna.
either.
Here,
I
hang
can't
on. I'll
read,
drop that.
period.
How's that better?
Yeah. Hey, awake.
Hey, hon.
Hey, Shannon.
Hey, I'll drop out a chat so we can get some other people up here. I don't want to be a screen share hog. So
Hey, awake.
I'll
You're
drop out.
awesome. Don't go, girl.
Yeah, you
Well, I
can
want to
stay.
give
It's up
other
to you.
people
You
a
can hang out
chance.
for a while. Well,
There
he
was
was
a
up here
slot
before.
before I
He's
came up
coming
here. I
back.
just came up here for a second. I've got to go to bed pretty quick, so I'll be leaving pretty quick. So I'll
I
give
don't
a
want you
slot
to
to somebody
leave.
in there. Well, I
No,
have to
I'm
because
just
I
saying.
have to get. I gotta get up for work in the morning.
Yeah, it's her bedtime.
Oh.
But she has
I'm
something to
way.
say.
Bob knows I'm way past my bedtime.
Yeah. So what
I
did you
don't
say
have
before
anything
you
to
went to
say. I
bed?
was just curious.
Oh.
In those charts, what is the number of districts? Just very curious. All I could count up was to maybe 12 or 11.
Oh, I'll do a quick screen share and we can do it real quick.
Okay.
FEMA regions and share. Let's see, that's 10. We have 10
Much
regions.
love, my little patch. Take care.
There's 1. There's 2.
thanks for hanging
I'm
out.
circling it down. 3, 4, 5,
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
6, 7, 8,
Okay.
9. Yeah, there's 10
See?
FEMA regions.
There's
It's supposed to be 11 though.
There's just 10.
Where's 11, Bob?
No, I'm just saying there's supposed to be 11. I remember they were saying there's 11, supposed to be 11 mega regions.
Maybe Hawaii because it's not on the map here. No,
I'm
I see.
reminded of the baskets. They asked how many in.
So region 10 is part of region 10 is part of it's got Alaska in there with 10.
Yes, ma'am.
But
Yes,
they're
ma'am.
not maybe Hawaii is part of California, they're showing there maybe.
Well, here's Hawaii and the Guam.
Yeah, can you zoom in on Hawaii? Because it looks like it actually has a number on it.
Let me go to their website and I'll have to do a separate screen share, I believe.
I mean, it does look like there's something kind of black and dark on Hawaii. Maybe there is another number there. But what I found interesting is that they didn't separate it into 13 different things. You know how they love 13.
Yeah, no, the last one I'm showing on their website is Region X, Alaska, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. I'll drop the link in chat.
Yeah, it says the 11 emerging mega regions of the United States. That was from 2017.
I'm back, by the way.
That's
Welcome back,
2017. Maybe it's 10
Thank you.
now. I don't know. But I remember it was always 11. I don't know what the 11th would be.
I'm very sorry about your friend, me.
Somebody asked me, they were talking about the picture I used on that song, saying that she was a real beauty. And I didn't have a decent picture of her to put up, so I used a visual representation that how I perceived their heart to be, you know, as she was the person inwardly. And that's the picture I found online that visually represented it. And thank you. But Janet was quite old in years, and she'd been sick for a long time.
Well, you know, it doesn't matter how old a friend is and someone you love. It's still hard to lose somebody you love. And I know she would have loved the song you put out for her. I know she would have loved it.
Well, she was always there for me. I actually live in the house that she owned. Because Janet went to live with her daughter at some point when she started to get really sick. And the daughter said, "Why don't you live in Mum's old house and you can rent it if you want?" And so that's where I am at the moment. All her belongings are still around me, it doesn't upset me with them being around me. It's quite strange, but it helped write the song about her when I'm living in her house and everything about her is like here still.
Yeah, I bet. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was very inspirational, you know, to see her things around and kind of embrace that and take in her memory, you know. So
well, the funny thing
anyway,
is that
I felt your emotion in this song. I could tell you were very connected to her.
I was like outraged, really. I was, because I mean, nobody wants to lose someone. And but at the funeral during the service, those words just started coming through my mind. And when I got back, I did what's known as a scratch take of it, which means it's
well, it was a pretty darn good scratch take of it, my friend.
Yeah, that wasn't
You
the
know?
scratch. That wasn't the scratch take. The scratch take was me switching on my little mobile phone, getting my guitar out, and quickly playing what I had in my mind at that time, so I wouldn't forget it.
Right.
And,
yeah. You know, sometimes you just moved at the moment. You better get in quick action and
because you can lose
I
it.
forget stuff. I think all the time. I think I have like well, you know, all of us probably have awesome thoughts all the time, but we forget them like it don't take long for us to forget things, which sucks. And so it's good that you did that and, you know, made that memory because it could be taken away from you
Yeah,
pretty
I don't know
quick. And I hate that. I hate that happens.
Yeah, and I don't know what the lady next door thought when I was singing the vocals, but I was really going for it. The next day.
You were blasting it out, huh?
I was like just giving it everything I had, but trying to sing in tune at the same time.
Well, that's beautiful, me.
Thank you. But there's going to be a version 2 of the song coming out in the near future. Something that's it's got the same energy to it, but something that's a little, because I did that one in 3 hours, which is almost a scratch take, but I just want to do something with the guitar work a little bit more Simon Garfunkel on there, sort of lots of melodies all entwined, but with the same explosive energy that's behind it.
Lots of genuine people here.
Thank you, Tommy. I'll probably use the original vocals on it that I recorded on the first song. Only it'll be more. Just work on the guitar work a bit more. It's had a lot of response, that song, as well. I was quite taken back.
I don't even know if I responded to it because I felt so sad for you losing a friend. I don't even know if I even said anything.
Well, we don't sometimes.
To be honest.
We don't sometimes, do we, Shanna?
You know, because sometimes I just ignore saying something because
you don't know what to say sometimes. You know,
yeah, what do you say? What do you say to something like that?
Yeah. And I get that because I do it myself sometimes. Well, thank you anyway.
You speak in the live like you were saying, Meep, how the crowd looked at you when you flowed in the power of doom, doom.
Something like that, Tommy.
She says, not sure what to say, but I say the spirit speaks and you know when it's flowing, Meep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Get in the zone, auto zone.
Lou Keyboard says, "Hi, Bob."
Catchy, man.
No, I don't. I don't
Damn
have the map.
AutoZone.
No, of the training camps. Do you have it, Lou?
Well, to be honest, do you really think that's how it's going to be mapped out? I mean, maybe they put the map out and, you know, it could possibly be very different than that. I mean, I actually think it's going to be cut out to a lot smaller quadrants than that, to be honest.
We had to build in the stacking packs already.
I'll add to that in 1 second about map-free insurance and how I think map-free, like free the map.
Fred, I swear you kind of blow my mind every time I hear you talk because and I read your writing because literally
Faith cometh by hearing.
It's something to behold, isn't it, Shanna?
Yeah.
When I first heard him, I thought, "Oh my goodness, what a voice!" It's like it's. I thought it was John the Baptist himself. I did. I imagine as soon as I heard Deaf Bread, Tommy, I just visualized some wild person being in the wilderness eating.
My own worst enemy.
It's a very resonating voice. You have a very resonating voice.
Yeah,
Fred.
Eating locusts and honey.
Honey. And locusts. You know, they might be a pretty good combination. Don't us get on the topic of worms.
Map-free insurance. Free the map. Here, how do you hear? Map-free. I hear free the map. Like, they got an occult translation to what they're really saying. How you gonna rap in the live video?
What part
was that? Y'all share. Can you screen share him, Bob? He was sharing something.
Meep, you were saying, you know, the crowd, that you felt the power. You knew what to say. It was like you were on it.
I can't even remember what I said, but whatever I said, I drew
It was
spoken
in the spirit. You hear it, near it. They fear it. Awake the people. You wake up, wake up.
I didn't think they feared it that night, but it's probably because they'd had a few drinks and they were like, their inhibitions went down a bit.
Because it was food, it was manna, doctrine, it was you fed the people with the spirit, the word that don't die, it's eternal vibe.
That's a rap. Go on, sorry.
Okay, Wick.
I yield the mic.
Yeah. Everybody's afraid.
I don't know who we're yielding the mic to. Are we wielding the mic over to me? Are we wielding it over to Breed?
Yielding. It's my accent. No, somebody was trying to speak, and there was like sometimes you get the slight delay sometimes, and you both try and speak at the same time. So I stopped to give whoever it was a chance to continue.
Well,
Oh, it was
I did speak, and I didn't want to but then I shut up because I realized you weren't done talking.
The Holy Spirit is trying to speak.
And that's the problem, innit? Because everyone's so polite in this room. When we all realize at the same time that one of us was trying to speak.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Yep. Everyone's trying to be so polite. Yep.
You stole my thunder.
Well, I wanted to say that a very interesting thing about anything, whether it be alcohol, weed, whatever your thing is that breaks down your inhibitions to speak and say certain things. An interesting thing about that is that sometimes people have their ability to say things when their inhibitions have been broke down, and other people speak nonsense because their inhibitions have been broke down. And an interesting thing is we still have to be in self-control, and some beautiful things can come out of those inhibitions, if you know what I mean. But some very ugly things can come of that as well, you know.
Yeah, and it depends what those inhibitions are actually concealing in the first place. Like if there's nothing under the surface that's like whatever horrible negative, and that comes to the surface, if it's a really nice quality in the first place, then and it's those inhibitions that's stopping that nice quality coming to the surface, then you find people of that caliber who drink are generally very happy and jovial and like refreshingly wonderful people to be around. But when people are like dark and angry and bitter inside, but they're holding it in, but when they have the drinks, or when all that comes to the surface, that's when you've got a problem.
Well, I go through the complete full gambit of that, my friend. Sometimes I'm very bitter and angry at the world because I see what's going on. And other times I'm like, there's so much beauty and other things to focus on. So I go the full gambit of the ray of that.
Yeah, and I was doing a poor job at explaining that, because some people can be beautiful people, but they can be very angry inside because, righteous indignation. And that can come to the surface.
Yeah, it is righteous indignation.
But the point I'm trying to make is I consider myself to be, I'm how can I explain it? Whatever I am.
It's well balanced, my friend.
Yeah, when I'm sober, at the funeral or now, then I'm basically the same person as what I am when I'm drinking, only obviously regardless of whether something brings your inhibitions to the surface or not, drink's going to affect you regardless of what kind of person you are, because it does that by the very nature of it. And but the point I was making was it wasn't so much my inhibitions, because I'm like I normally have freeness of speech with what I want to say anyway, and the majority of people think I'm crazy, and their defenses automatically go up when I'm trying to speak to them. But the point I was trying to make is, at that wake, because they were drinking, their defenses were down slightly, so they weren't quite as on the offensive.
They were more accepting of what you were saying.
Yeah, because it didn't really matter to them so much because of you.
Well, it did matter to them, I'm sure, but they were not as on the defense, like you said, and they were actually listening to you.
Yeah, it didn't matter to the part of them that would normally shut down, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't. A lot of people want to condemn that, but that's actually a beautiful part of people's. I don't know. There's a reason why some scriptures. I know that a lot of people here aren't a Bible person, but there's a lot of scriptures why it talks about things like Proverbs, where it says to give strong drink to him who is dying, and to forget his worries and woes no more. And it's not necessarily just so he doesn't forget his miseries no more. It's also so he can just have a clarity of it. And not that drinking brings clarity or smoking pot brings clarity, but sometimes it does. It's kind of a two-edged sword. You know, you can go past the point of reason or be on the side of reason with it. And sometimes you can have an awakening and a beautiful thing come to you.
Yeah,
and it breaks down walls sometimes, but not always. Sometimes it brings up worse, but sometimes it brings forth an open eye to just be able to listen.
It's like the autistic people have the spirit of God that's trying to get out and it's suffocated. And it's like, the spirit wants to testify and speak, but is so oppressed and killed even in babies. We kill them. What am I saying this for?
Exactly. Man, listen, I'm a pretty talkative person no matter what, but if I'm sober, I don't generally speak my mind because I don't want to rock the boat. And when I drink, I'm not really scared of rocking the boat, and I will talk about whatever comes to my mind, and I don't have qualms about it. But and I never have regrets about it the next day. You know, I'm happy to have spoke my mind because I generally my soul does not want to rock the boat like when I'm sober. But if I am not sober, I'm not scared of rocking the boat, and I will talk about whatever I think is important. Most people don't want to talk about what's important, you know? Most people literally want to talk about the weather, and it's like,
It's funny.
you know, come on, really? You want to talk to me about the weather? Not that the weather's not important, you guys. Especially if
It's
you
not
talk
the
about
biggest
the
thing in the
weather with
world.
if you talk about the weather with truthers, it's a completely different topic than talking about the weather with a sleep person, you know?
Yeah, they just say it's snowing outside.
And I'm like, why is it snowing outside? Because it was like 60 degrees today, and it was chemtrails all day, and oh my god!
Now
And
it's
then I
12
get the
degrees.
literally, I haven't seen snow in years, you guys. I made a video the other day because it snowed here. I didn't make a video about it. I actually went and gathered some of it and burned it, and because I haven't had the opportunity to I've seen all those snow burning videos, and I literally haven't had the chance to do that because I haven't seen snow in years. And it snowed a couple of days ago, and I did that. And it's true. The snow does not melt. It just turns black and burns, and nothing drips. What the hell's up with that?
Shanna, I was going to tell you something real quick. You know, have you ever heard in the Bible where it says a little wine makes the heart happy?
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
in Proverbs, right?
Well, that was Proverbs, and it was either David or his son. Well, they were both kings.
They were both kings, and
David's
according
son, doggone it.
Song of Solomon.
Solomon, yeah. Gosh, I couldn't think
Darlene, how you
about it for a
doing?
second.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Do you
But
know
anyway, what I was going to say is, it also says that you shall take no man's wine at his time or the end of his days.
Butterfly.
And that's because wine or drink kills the pain that he's in. And I was actually drinking when they thought I was dying. My wife was giving me wine, and the rabbis were giving me wine. and they actually jumped my wife because they said, "Hey, look, are you worried about your husband dying in pain, or are you worried about him being an alcoholic?" And she said, well, that's a good point, I guess. You know, because she was worried, oh, he's going to become an alcoholic or something, you know. And I'm like, what? But anyway.
Well, there's a camp in the Christian.
A little bit of wine for infirmities of the body.
Well, there's a camp within the
Exactly.
Christian community who advocate the idea that the wine back in those days was non-alcoholic, and I quoted that scripture in Proverbs, and my point was, if it was non-alcoholic, why would it have that reaction within people?
Well, also, if it was non-alcoholic, why would it make the wineskins burst?
That's a good point, Shanna. Because if there's
no
fermentation, it wouldn't happen, would it?
That's exactly right. And I think that's actually why the new translations have changed the wineskins into bottles, because no matter what, bottles don't burst because of the fermentation process.
Yeah.
Exactly, because it's the Christians now. They're very against anybody drinking alcohol, and they change it to where it's, you know, the wineskins can't burst, therefore there's no alcohol.
Well, I mean, come on, we're in the mainstream media and everything, and you know, pot's illegal, which is an herb, and herbs. God said in the first place that we should partake of all the herbs of the earth. They are given to you for what they're giving to us, not just for food. God gave them to us for all kinds of purposes,
but for everything.
And
medicine.
You know, and fermentation process is a very natural process.
Tell that to somebody that lives where I come from in the Bible Belt in Kansas, and they'll tell you, get out.
Dude, Vernon, I'm from Texas.
Get out of our church.
I'm deep in the Bible Belt, so I know exactly what you're talking about, hon.
Yeah, that's how you get the hell out. What are you talking about? Get out of here. We don't want to hear that crap.
I used to actually go to church. I still do occasionally, because I long for the companionship. I mean, my husband is a wonderful, beautiful person, Christian, that loves God, but you know, sometimes I long for singing together with people and actually praising God. And so occasionally I go to church, but they do not agree with me. And I was actually banned from teaching class. I had 6 elders and a preacher call me up to the office because somebody told them I drank when I was teaching class. And so they told me I couldn't teach class anymore. Back in the day, this has been like probably 10 years ago. And I was like, you know, I only have a few drinks a couple of times a year, and I don't see the problem with having a good time when the time calls for having a good time, because Jesus himself made wine at the wedding to give people a good time. And I actually wrote them a 7-page letter, my friend. I literally wrote them a 7-page letter that was filled with scriptures and told them, let me know what you think about these scriptures, because every single one of them supports what I'm saying to you. And they wouldn't let me teach class anymore. And that's kind of when I started leaving the church. And it took me a few years to wake up. I had no idea about all these other truths going on in the world, my friend.
I remember us talking about that in text when I first met you, on one of your videos that you'd uploaded. We was talking in the comments, but the problem with talking in text is you can never communicate in the same way as what you're doing now. So I didn't fully understand what you were saying at the time.
Well, thank you, Meep. It's, you know, stuff does get lost in translation when it's just words. And that's why, you know, taking the Bible with a grain of salt and trying to really digest it and understand it is difficult as well, because it's written down and you have to
incredibly complex.
it is complex, but just like
Well,
us
it depends
talking
on
to
who
each
you're
other
trying to
in text,
translate it to as well.
everybody right now talking to each other in text. I can't see any of that, by the way, but things get lost in translation of that because they can't hear the emotion in their voice,
No.
you know, and what they're actually trying. When you hear somebody's voice, you understand a lot more of what they're trying to convey to you because of their, you can hear them, you know.
I can hear
Who is
Tommy.
that? Is that Def getting down?
That's Def Breed. Yeah, he recorded tinfoil bonging.
Because I was trying to figure out, because
He
I could hear
recorded her bong hitting.
well, I could hear tinfoil, and I thought, but tinfoil's not here,
Yeah.
so how on earth is
Def
he?
Breed recorded tinfoil taking bong hits.
He's a monkey, isn't he?
I personally think that every single one of
Hey.
y'all here is a beautiful soul. I love this truth community that we have. I know we're all on different paths, and not everybody agrees with my path or whatever. And you know, sometimes I argue with people about the path I'm on and their path, but I do it in a loving way. And like, because me and China, Miss Jones, we've been going back and forth for a very long time, and she'll tell you that. I love that girl, but she'll tell you,
Well,
me
you
and
know
her,
what? I
in the
look at
head,
it this.
we've been headbutting for years.
I understand.
I look at it this way. I can't argue with anybody because we're all on different paths and we're all in different places in our walk. And you know what?
Been there,
It
done
doesn't
that
really
anyway.
matter. All that matters is where you're at, where you're going, and who you're doing it with.
I wish China was here. I wish she was here because I love that girl, and I know she's going through a difficult time.
I haven't seen her in a while.
Hey, Deaf Bread.
Fire,
I want to tell you something, brother.
fire in the hole.
Oh yeah, fire in the hole.
I got a question for you,
He
Deaf
just threw
Bread.
a bomb in here,
Do
you
you know
guys.
Do you know what Christ wrote in the dust when he wrote when they were going to stone the woman that was prostituting with one of the people that they were setting her up, and they took her and threw her at Jesus' feet, and they were going to stone her.
Let you without sin.
Do you know what he wrote in the dust?
I heard you say this before.
Do you know what he wrote in what?
No, I have. Do you know what he wrote in the dust?
I don't remember what you said.
Okay. He wrote this: Mene, Mene, Tekel Upharsin. The same thing that was written on the wall when Daniel was in Babylon.
King Belteshazzar or Belshazzar.
You have been weighed in the balance and found wanting.
Yeah.
Because they were sinners too, and they had brought her there to have her killed.
You've been weighed, you've been found wanting.
Up and they knew she was sinning, and the one she was sinning with was a Pharisee.
Well, that was the night when Babylon was.
But they didn't bring him up there to be stoned, just her.
That was the night Babylon ceased becoming a world
Jennifer?
power.
Well, that's very common even nowadays in the new Pharisees and Muslim religion, you know, because that's kind of the new Pharisees. You know, the women walking around in their, what do they call those, marcas, or what do they call those?
Hi, Jennifer.
Hey, Sandy.
Jennifer and Sandy. Yeah.
Hey, Sandy.
Welcome in.
Anyway, they do not give credit.
What do they call it? What?
I don't know what they call it, but you know, they're the masks, and not masks, but they have to wear the veil over the face and everything. You know, and women, and she could not testify for herself because that's the
she's a woman.
That is the law. Even there is that a woman cannot testify; only a man can.
Well, they can't drive either.
I have a question for Vernon. Because I'm very well acquainted with that expression, me and Tekel and Parson.
Yes.
Yeah.
What I'm not
Many
acquainted
tackle you
with.
parson.
Yeah, what I'm not acquainted with is the account in the scriptures where Jesus wrote it in the sand. And where did you
I'm
get
not
that?
acquainted with
Well, you
that
know
as
what?
well.
It doesn't say that he wrote that. I just came to the conclusion that he had to have written that because wasn't he God?
Well, where do you?
And
I'm
God,
right there with him. Is it?
wait a second. Wait a second. Let me finish this. Because just follow
All right, my
my
friend, I'm
thought
following your
process,
train
and
of
I
thought.
think
Go
you'll
ahead.
understand. Okay. Yeshua in the court said, if you see me, you see the Father, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay, that means he was telling them, I'm God, right?
Go on.
Okay, and if he's God, God never changes. He doesn't change his mind. He doesn't change what he does. He never changes who he is, not in the past, not in the present, not in the future. So if he never changes, what he wrote on the wall in Babylon, many tekel upharsin, to the people that had been weighed in the balance and found wanting for their sins, wouldn't it be the same thing that he would write in the dust of the ground? But there's one difference between writing something in the dust of the ground and writing it in the concrete on the wall, or writing it on 10 Commandments in the rock on the wall. You know what that is?
It's nice to hear you speak, everyone.
Thank you. Do you know what that is?
I'm
In the
listening, Bernard.
dust, it can be wiped away. It can be wiped away in the dust. It cannot be wiped away in stone because stone is forever.
Yeah. Because I was going to question you if
So
that
he
was
was able to wipe their sins away when they walked away.
It's good to hear you.
If they had sinned and stoned that woman to death without him picking up the stone and doing it first, they would have been condemned at that moment in time. I believe that.
And he wouldn't have wanted that.
They possibly would have been turned into pillars of salt or some kind of crap. I mean, who knows?
They would have been destroyed right where they stand. God can make you burst forth with worms if he wants. It's happened before. It could happen again. People have been turned into pillars of salt. People have been turned into ash. People have been turned into big crawling piles of worms. People have had lightning crawl up their nose and kill them, like Moses's sons. They thought they could go in front of the altar.
There's also a very
Ark of the
interesting
Tabernacle,
point of that story.
Yeah.
Jesus did not say that the woman, he did not say that she was not guilty of that. He forgave her and sent her on her way. And
he forgave
so,
her, and he was willing to forgive them too. Yeah.
So, it's not necessarily wrong to bring to light someone's misdoings. And, a lot of people like to say, don't judge lest you be judged. That is the saying of the Bible, but that's kind of what Jesus was saying. He's like, you can judge her and say, hey, you're doing wrong, but they also need to look upon themselves and take into effect what they may be doing wrong in their lives as well.
When
That's why he
Jesus
said,
stooped
if you want
down
to
and
cast a
wrote in the
stone,
ground, I thought that he was saying that someone already threw a stone on you all in this ball, and you better recognize why you fall. Look at the chemtrails, the aluminum, the electric lightning bolts Mr. Vernon talked about a moment ago, going up the nose, the prince of power, the air. Who's gonna declare? They cast dust in the air, and Babylon fell in Revelations. And
I just want to report a room raid. There's 123 bugs suddenly arrived.
Wow, that's awesome. Woot
woot. They're very nice
Look
bugs.
at you, Bob.
1, 2, 3 bug.
Right on.
There's 123 of them.
Well,
123.
I really want to put that out there because
that is awesome.
if any of y'all see me wavering in a way that I need to be corrected in some fashion or form, I actually want that to be done to me because we are supposed to help each other.
Exactly.
I think we all should have
that
that
is
happen
what's
if we need
considered
it.
righteous judgment. I don't want to condemn you. I want to show you the judgment that you
Well,
might get if you don't
it's not
find your
judgment.
way, you
It's
know?
correction. There's a
It,
difference.
right. Well,
There's a
that's what a
difference
lot
between
of the
judgment and
world calls
correction.
judgment, and it's considered righteous judgment. It's like if I like am doing something
That's correct.
horrible, I want one of y'all to tell me because you better do it. Please call me out on my crap.
Well, me too, because you
Of
know
course.
what? I don't want to continue to be walking down the wrong path when you know I'm doing it.
Exactly. Exactly. And so,
If you
you know,
see me walking down the wrong
I
path,
don't consider
please
that
tell me.
bad. I think that's a good thing.
Well, I don't normally accept correction till like about 6 weeks later, and I think to myself, "Oh my goodness, they was right."
Yeah, exactly. I mean, most of us don't, but I've been corrected before, and I'm very grateful for that because, you know, sometimes we can't
Kelly
see our own actions because every man, the Proverbs has foretold us, every man can make his own ways righteous in his own eyes, you know, and so
Yeah.
sometimes we need
I love your
an
picture, Kelly.
outsider's opinion of what we are doing and with our lives, you
Mama
know.
bear and baby bear.
Well, Jackie
Yeah.
Evans is quite humble.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
I had a popper her for
Yeah.
like texting while driving on the way home in the car, and I suddenly realized what she was doing. I said, "You shouldn't be doing that," and she goes, "I know."
Yeah, well, I was making a video going down the road, and True Seeker was like, "Shanna, drive safe!" Exclamation point! But I want you to know, I was holding my phone on my dashboard and watching the road. That's why I could see the car coming at
right.
me and everything. You know, I lined the phone up and started recording because I was driving, and I was like, "Man, this guy's insane! I gotta capture it, but I gotta get it work too." So. You know, I
Yeah.
know y'all called me out on that crap. I shouldn't have been paying attention to the sky, but you know, it is what it is.
Well, I didn't drive until very recently for 20 years, and when I first started driving, there was no way I could even like contemplate doing stuff like that. But now I'm like familiar with the whole flow of the traffic and my vehicle and everything about driving again. Getting just a little bit too cocky for me. I'm liking doing, leaning over, getting things on my dashboard while I'm my glove box rather when I'm driving, and I think.
Well, Bob just put up. Sandy Hopkins says, "Love waves." Hey there. So love waves, love you, man, and also Sandy Hopkins because I can't see the chat. So I love you both. Two awesome channels there, you guys.
That's right. Exactly. He said he told the woman to go and sin no more. Exactly right. That was my point. He didn't judge her. He just told her to
Calling
go and
out
sin no
the
more.
Pharisees when they threw the harlot, the woman who was being a whore, when they threw him at Jesus' feet and said, "What do you say about this?" He said, "Throw the stone." He's basically saying, "Remove the plank from your eye yourself before you can judge her, because you're doing even worse."
Remember Lot's wife.
Remove the beam from your eye before you remove the
plank.
Remove
the plank from your eye before you move a speck from theirs.
Yeah. Right.
That's kind of the whole point of
the beam from your own eye before you can remove the speck from your
light
friend.
affliction.
I'm laughing at Tommy.
I know it. Me too.
I really love you guys.
He has some great insight, doesn't he?
It's like this outrageous voice that suddenly comes from nowhere.
I love you too, Shanna.
We do. We have an amazing family here.
And I love you
It's
too,
really
Giggles.
awesome.
And I love you too, Meep. And I love you too, Bob.
Love you too.
And I'm going to jump off here. And I love you too, Death.
And I love Darlene McGee.
And I'm going to jump off here and I'm going to lay down because I'm tired tonight. I tell you.
The beds were made of metal.
1, 2, 3, You
It
see
was
the
great
time? It's
talking
1,
to
2,
you,
3,
Vernon.
4.
I'll
The
repeat that.
time's a circle. It's an
It's
occult. They
wonderful talking
collect
to y'all too, and
halos. They
I really,
stand. They
again,
don't
I
die.
appreciate it.
I'll repeat that. I love Darlene
Say that again,
McGee as
Tommy.
well. I
Say it
am
again,
behaving.
Tommy.
It's a light affliction.
Can-
Aluminum,
can I-
chemtrails, lightning, state of shock. Shh, be
Hold on,
quiet.
Vernon.
Don't talk. Silence in the midst.
See, when
Vernon's
most
saying-
people, when most
Vernon's
people repeat,
saying goodnight.
All right.
when most people repeat something the second time,
Good
they
night,
can,
everybody.
Vernon,
Good
you
night,
rest
Vernon.
well.
Take care.
Lovely.
Love
Okay,
you.
the beds are made of
Vernon.
metal.
All right. Thank you, and y'all be good and love, peace.
Jesus
and
sweat was blood
all
as he
that good
prayed.
stuff.
We'll see you tomorrow. We'll be on tomorrow too.
That's right. All right.
I'm very
Yeah,
glad
I'll be
Vernon
here.
came in. I
Get some
like to
sleep.
hear him talk.
Yeah, absolutely. He's always welcome up here anytime. Everybody
And
is. Anyone
Giggles,
in the chat. If you want
Giggles
to
has
come
been
up on a
very
panel.
quiet tonight. But girl, I just subscribed to you today. Like, I don't know how I didn't know you.
Oh,
Because you
Just
giggles
love
too
Vernon.
much.
She just always giggling.
I liked what Vernon said about scripture, his analysis on the right underground and what it all meant.
thank you, sister. No, I've been holding on to a thought for a while here. Of what
Well, let it
Bob
go,
had up there.
sister.
What I was just going to close up with was I only came up here
Mhm.
for the vaccines, by the way. But you know how you were showing that it's 72 doses by the age of 6? Wow, I can't talk.
I hear you,
Well,
Giggles.
okay. I don't know if you can see this or not. I can't screen share.
I can see it.
Okay. Well,
Very small because I'm on a cell phone, but I can see it.
okay. Think about this is food for thought. Think about this. In 1983, there was 10 shots by the age of 6. In 2008, there was 36. And now there's 72.
Yeah, it's
Autism.
insane.
Yeah, and autism was 1 in 10,000 in 83.
Yep.
By 2008, it's 1 in 50. Last I heard, they were saying 1 in 60, but there's also doctors screaming to the rooftop saying that if this keeps on going, it's going to be 1 in 2.
Well,
And
you've seen the dead doctors thing, right?
Night, Vernon.
Mhm.
oh yeah,
Your screenshot's visible, by the way, Giggles.
okay, thank you.
It
And
is
just for
visible,
people
but
that
it's very tiny. But people can go back later and screenshot and zoom in, whatever.
okay, and the only point I wanted to make is like it says right here, there is mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, ether,
What
and
the hell is
antifreeze.
formaldehyde in that shit for?
That's what they put in our vaccines, honey.
It's
I know this. I know this, but people should be saying why, and they're not.
Because they don't know.
It's
They don't ask
presented-
for the vaccine insert.
I'm aware that formaldehyde is lethally toxic, but it's presented as a preservative.
Thank you, Deaf Bread or Tommy. But yeah, and then they put in the dead baby, the fetal cells from aborted babies.
The fetal
And that's-
cells is actually the main strain that goes in there, so that they're. I mean, from my understanding, they're actually trying to alter DNA through that.
Correct. And if anybody is a believer in God, they wouldn't be doing this. But that was just my final thoughts. Wanted people to think a little bit that don't know, you know, on the issue.
I'm very glad you brought this up, Giggles.
Thank you, sweetheart. I'm gonna head down.
There's a lot of shit out there that needs to be brought up, but this is a big issue because where it goes back to eugenics all the way, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And like I said earlier, I mean, just because you don't have small children at home doesn't mean you don't need to be paying attention. They want to do this to adults too. And if you don't, you know, it's coming to where you can't get a license to drive or fish or anything.
Well,
So
it
everybody needs
breaks
to be
down to eugenics again because, especially as you said, if you're an adult and especially an older adult, have you seen these commercials where they're like, if you haven't had the flu shot and you think you might be getting the flu, come in and we have a stronger dose for you to inoculate you with.
right.
I mean, that's not how they say it, but you know what I'm saying. They
Oh yeah.
literally have a stronger dose of a flu shot to get to older people. What are they like? Really? Come on.
They
Well,
want to
George,
speed up their deaths.
George Benson,
Exactly. It's
George,
all eugenics.
George Benson wrote, I believe the children are our future. The song was called The Greatest Love of All. And in theme with eugenics, if you take away the children, you take away the future. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to like get rid of us all.
Ooh,
Well,
that reminds me. That's another good point. Is have anybody really looked at the statistics of the reduction in births?
yes.
Yeah, it's horrible. And they actually have stuff in there to make you sterile. You know, women are losing their babies and everything. And for us
Exactly.
not being a
The
third
birth
world country, we're having a lot of
rate is
babies
dropping.
dying.
Well, it
Yeah.
actually started back like in World War with Hitler in the war. They were doing eugenics and actually killing off babies that had any kind of deformities or mind issues, like Down syndrome babies or whatever. And then they actually took a note from America, which was actually inoculating children in mainly like Indiana and Kentucky. They were, if there was any children that were born with Down syndrome or any kind of autistic kind of thing, they would give them a shot within all the shots that the parents thought they were just getting their normal vaccines. But inside those vaccines was a kill cell basically that made it where they were infertile. And, a lot of people I've talked to actually agree with that. And I'm just like, y'all are insane because they don't think they have the right to procreate. But I know a lot of people with Down syndrome that are beautiful. Most Down syndrome people I know are the sweetest souls. And nobody has the right to decide who lives and dies.
Absolutely.
I love the George Harrison song that's being spoken. I'm assuming it's George Harrison. But I apply my own label to that song because I think George actually wrote the song about Hare Krishna. And it is a beautiful song, but it's
But at the same time, I hate the song Imagine All the People.
I like that song, Shanna. I love it.
You listen to it really closely, you'll hate it.
It's I understand
it's kind of a I used to love it as well, my friend. It's a beautifully written song, but
who said that? Kelly. She's asking who all has an autistic child. Wish I knew now what I know then, or wish I knew then what I know now. That's me too. I didn't even know it. I was so asleep that when my son was 2 months old, the day of his vaccines.
Detox them.
Oh, absolutely. You can reverse autism.
Yes,
Get
you
the numbers
can.
out.
Detox
You
the
can,
crap
and
out of them.
I don't know exactly how it happens, but my mother swore I was autistic. I was born, got my shots, blah blah blah, and she couldn't nurse me. She had to literally lay me on the bed and nurse me because if she held me, I screamed bloody murder, and I wouldn't nurse. But if she laid me on the bed and didn't touch me and hovered, she literally had to hover over me. I cannot imagine having to do that with my child.
Have you heard of Kerry? Sorry, Shanna.
Well, no, I just wanted to say I can't imagine doing that with my child because of the postpartum that a lot of mothers
experience postpartum, and I wonder if something it has to do with the vaccines that they give, and maybe something maybe they do to the mother. I don't know. But my mom, the school systems, I was homeschooled most of my life, but when I went into public school, they said I had these things and they needed to put me in all these different classes. And she said, no, she's normal. We're going to treat her normal. And so they did. But my mother actually was very scared I was autistic when I was born because she couldn't hold me because I would scream, bloody murder.
I wanted to ask Giggles whether she'd heard of Kerry Rivera. I've put the name in text there.
No, I haven't.
No, well, she's been viciously attacked because she with the specific treatment, she's been working with a German physicist called Andreas Kalka, and she's managed to raise the ATEC score of people with autism down to a normal level. And there's people in these institutions who are so viciously opposed to what a method of treatment is. They've literally tried to destroy her. But that's a name there. Kerry. If you just Google Kerry Rivera autism,
I will.
You get some interesting search results. She's got a lot of stuff out there.
My nephew was working for a tractor company here in Texas, and they said he had to get the flu shot, otherwise he couldn't work there. So he just went and got it without, talking to his parents. He'd never had any shots his whole life because his parents didn't believe in it, my brother and sister. And he got the flu shot, and literally that next night, it may have been a couple of days, but he was in his daddy's lap, petting his dad's head as a 21-year-old boy. And they had no idea what was going on with him. And then they found out he got the flu shot, and they put him on the keto diet, which is kind of like basically tries to eliminate your heavy metals from your body. And he's doing much better now. It's been almost a year, but it was horrible. It was horrible at first. He was not the same person whatsoever. He had a beautiful personality. It's starting to come back, and it was insane.
Jeez.
So, it doesn't just happen to babies. It can happen to adults as well.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Kerry Rivera had a special meeting with over 300 children present, I believe, who had been normalized from their autism. And there was a shill in the audience who screamed out something to the effect that, you're talking, can you answer this? And Andreas Kalka, who works with Kerry, turns around and says, well, you better ask that question to the children because they can talk for themselves now.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And that was the perfect answer.
That's awesome.
They were trying to make him look like a prize idiot, basically. And then this young girl gets up and she gives a speech. And before that, she couldn't, 3 years before, she couldn't even communicate with people.
Oh, praise God.
I think something very interesting also is I don't think anybody's pointed this out, but I know we've probably all here seen the incident with the family that had the triplets that all got their vaccines, and they just all started shutting down right, left, right. Are y'all familiar with that?
I am.
Okay. Well, it makes me wonder because a lot of if you go back in time, a lot of people that were kind of revolutionary people had twins or something. And it makes me wonder if they were trying to shut down any revolutionary people that would become something to, change the world, because
Stop the people from waking up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, literally, they were like, "Oh, they got twins. Well, we got to give them this shot because, you know, I mean, but this was triplets. You know, the incident I'm talking about, and how do they all get the same inoculation that shuts them all down? I mean, that could have been our next. I don't know, whatever. I have no
Fire in the
idea.
hole, fire in the hole, fire in the hole, fire in the hole.
Speaking of tinfoil, my tinfoil thought is now they're saying that you can be born with autism, and my thoughts on that is before, when you were pregnant, they would never give you shots while you're pregnant, and now they are. They're shooting up all these pregnant women with these vaccines. Babies are dying in them. You know, maybe when they're doing
Yeah,
that in
and because
utero,
they're like,
these
you're
babies.
old or whatever with this amniocentesis, and they're like, we can fix this inside you. And that problem that they say that is inside you may not even be a problem at all.
Right. It's in the inoculations that you're giving the pregnant woman, and it's going right to the baby. You know, and if they can
Exactly.
survive, you know. But that's my tinfoil thought.
Girl, I think that's a very good simple thought. Because if I got pregnant right now, I'm 40. It's very possible I could get pregnant, and if they wanted to do an amniocentesis, I'd tell them, screw you. If my baby's born, it's born, no matter what it comes out as, you know. If my baby has Down syndrome, we'll deal with that, you know. But
I sent you the link to Kerry's book, Giggles.
most of these people that babies were born with severe Downs actually did the amniocentesis, and who knows what they did when they did that, and their babies were born with Downs. So,
You know, Kelly just made a good point here. She says her autistic son is a twin, and his brother is typically developing. Well, one, okay. Anyway, she had the Rogam shot. Now, before they would inoculate pregnant women, for people that have Rh negative, they would give us this Rogam shot, you know, and that's another tinfoil thought. I think that's sinister in itself. So
I do too. And this whole Rh negative thing is a very different road to go down too. It's very interesting.
Oh yeah, I don't think we really needed that. Like, I had them myself, and now that I'm awake, I think about it. Why would God make a blood type to where we would kill our babies if they're a different blood type? That makes no sense to me. But back then, they fearmonger you, you know. I don't know what their agenda is with that one. Haven't been able to figure that one out yet.
I think it was because they were trying to make the baby not Rh negative.
That's what I was wondering too. That did cross my mind.
Because they're like, well, you're a commoner and you're not supposed to be Rh negative like the elite. And because literally Rh negative, there are some ties to it being part of the royal bloodline. And it's very possible that you, as well as, you know, so many other, have that, you know, and they don't want you to have that because you're considered a commoner.
Taint the bloodline.
Good night, Lou.
Yeah.
Even though they're like, well, cool, you know, they might like the fact that you're part of the bloodline, but they don't like the fact that you're not part in their bloodline, like you're not part of their group, but you have that recessive gene because we're all from the same family originally.
Exactly. And there is so few Rh negative people. You know, there's like 1% of this one.
My uncle was born with my grandmother who was Rh negative. And he is Rh negative as well. But what's crazy is that he's suffering all kinds of crazy stuff with ailments that are just, they're insane. And I thought RH negative people were supposed to be immune to that stuff.
I got a heck of a lot of problems, health problems. And I've had a heck of a lot of our Rogam shots.
All of it's very curious and, girl.
All the
A
people,
lot of
of,
it's,
all the people of my generation, all my friends at school, because I'm 58 on the 25th of January. They look like old people.
So they target the Rh negative blood and analyze it to see who is surviving their onslaught.
And they've gone down the same route as accepting all the pharmaceuticals and all the diagnoses from the doctor saying you're diabetic, your blood pressure, etc., etc., etc. And they started taking these medications years ago, and then side effects lead to them taking another medication on top of another one. And they're basically all relics now, and they look like very, very old people. And I've never accepted any drugs or treatment from the doctor. I've never taken any flu shots apart from in my younger days when I didn't know any better. I had the occasional vaccination for whatever was. I'm trying to remember the name of the vaccination. It's if you cut your tetanus. I had the tetanus vaccination, and that was about it. And
same here, me. I'm 40. I'm not 58, but I'm 40. And I've only had the shots that I had when I was growing up and my parents made me go to the doctor and had shots. I haven't been to the doctor since I had my son. When I had my son, obviously I was at the hospital because I didn't have a midwife, but I gave birth to my son. And that was in 1998. And I don't like doctors. I don't trust them.
Well, 4 years ago, when I was 54 years old, I had a 100-yard sprint race with my niece, who was 24 years old at the time, and I was 54 years old. And I I hammered her in a race. So her boyfriend says, well, try it with a real man. And I thought, well, he's a big guy and he's tall. I thought I'm probably not going to win this one. And I hammered him as well. And the point I'm trying to make is they're on the typical Western diet, and they're on the typical Western pharmaceutical drugs. And I should not have been able to even remotely beat them. But the fact that I left them standing tells you that there's something gone very wrong within their biology compared to where I'm at.
Well, there's something in the biology, but there's also something in the mind as well.
Yeah. That comes out me singing too, Shanna.
Yes, it does.
The LG
there's obviously something in the mind that makes
energy.
Some of us more awake and understand that energy is a free-flowing thing, and it transverses all things, like it's like it's what we all have heard, mind over matter. Mind over matter is a huge thing.
Well, I'm clearly channeling something. I know that.
Well, Kelly, people that completely divulge into their mainstream media and just constantly absorb TV, they lack a certain energy, and they're very lethargic and really have no energy because they're buying into the fake energy instead of the true energy.
I know what you're trying to say. I know.
I'm saying it shitty. I'm saying it totally crap.
Shanna, we can't always express ourselves as well as what we want to, but I understand you perfectly, and I totally agree with you.
The LG logo is a brain collapse skull because cell phones give you brain cancer.
Well, and some people that may be true for some people, but other people it's beyond them because listen, my friend, that is also subliminal message. If you believe that that gives you cancer, it's going to give you cancer.
The LG logo is a brain collapse skull.
You know,
yes,
what my
it is,
another
but you really have to go beyond that. And sorry, go ahead, Giggles. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, another tinfoil thought. I'm reading Kelly's comment here, and I often wondered if us peasant, negatives are the ones to awaken war against the royals. Just a thought. Well, my thought is I've noticed in the truther community there's a bunch of negative people, and if you think about it, I think that when they're testing people for the Rh negative, because there's only a very small percent of us in the plane, correct? I think they're purposely changing everybody from negative, and when it's positive, they've did something to you. They're trying to wipe out the general population's Rh negative. I think we're all the same blood type, but I think when they're looking for the positive, it's something mission accomplished. Do you follow?
The positive and the negative of the onslaught of experimentation like Nazis on the people.
Yes, Tommy, exactly.
And then they have insurance commercials saying, have you been damaged by this vaccine or this pill? Call us, we'll make money, or whatever you're saying. But it really, they call in the cattle to say yes, perfect their whatever you just said.
That's whatever you just said.
I'm totally screwed, you
Wow.
guys. I'm like, I'm like the general blood donor of the world. I'm O positive or something.
I was at a college and they had 2 blood drives while I was there.
Welcome back,
Oh,
Tinfoil.
tinfoil.
Hello. Oh, and another point I was going to make real quick, a tinfoil point, was, do you know what the main...
Does that make me a piece of shit? Does that make me a piece of shit, Giggles? Is it I'm like a general blood donor of O positive?
No, I think it's mission accomplished with positive people. What I was going to say is, do you know what the main blood type?
Mission accomplished. That's the word.
For
them in the cult negative way. Mission accomplished. We killed them.
So,
right,
so
with Native
I'm like
Americans,
part of their
mostly.
agenda, you guys, or what?
Well, if you notice, they've wiped out the natives, right? And most of their blood types are Rh negative.
They were clear. They were healthy. They were connected to the land. They knew about the serpent, the power, the rocks, the temples, the kingdom of heaven formerly stood, but was knocked down. And who does remember the glory?
Yes, you follow me. Yes. Sorry, I'll quit interrupting.
No.
Oh, I'm a scum of the earth. Oh my goodness.
No, you're not, Shanna.
They've created me the scum of the earth.
Oh, that's their opinion. Screw them.
Well, you're the nicest scum I ever met.
Well, thank you.
And I mean that in the positive.
You mean that in the Rh negative way as possible.
So what they call what they call Rh negative is really a positive. Everything they tell us, teach us, doctrines, words is a curse.
Yeah.
Well, everything in reverse.
All I know is that my grandmother was Rh negative, they said, and my uncle is Rh negative, and I don't really know about my parents. I don't know their blood types, but
I've posted
all I know is I'm O positive, so I be positive all the time. Yeah.
I've posted the name there. It's a person called, because there's something you was talking about a little while back, Dr. Bruce Lipton, The Biology of Belief. He's all over YouTube, and he talks about what people believe and what people adhere to affects them genetically and biologically. in every possible medical.
Well, how you spoke in that crowd and you felt the words in the moment as you heard it, as you seen it in the spirit, and they reflected. And
well,
lay down some lyrics, bro, man.
He's on about the environment, whether it's the environment we create in our minds or the environment that we live in has a profound effect on whether we live or die. And what we
is important what you believe, what you actually think, like what you're saying, you know.
It's massively important to tell you why, because every single one of our immune system cells has what's known as neuropeptide receptors.
that's why they put cement on the bells in town. You can't ring the bell because they put cement in it. They don't want nothing to ring true.
Every single one of our cells has neuropeptide receptors, and those receptors are having dialogue with our mind. And people associate the immune system with just like killing germs, but the immune system is also responsible for the fully functionality of our whole biological system. So what we think is
what we think happens.
What we think is being transmitted by those immune system neuropeptide receptors to our mind, our very psyche, our very core, to either give the signal to fight or flight. So it's important that if we're sick or down in some way, whether we believe it or not, we've got to keep sending positive vibrations. And that's
Amen.
and that's why I fully subscribe to the idea that what Jackie was talking about before with Karma Ghost, when her kids are sick and all that, because if there's a massive amount of truth in the fact that if you can send people positive vibrations, whether it's prayer or whatever, you can profoundly affect whether they are successful in fighting whatever they're fighting that's opposing them, or whether they lose.
Vibrations are very important. Frequencies. I know all of us here are very familiar with frequencies. Frequencies are our thoughts. Our thoughts are frequencies.
That also encompasses Shanna and everyone else. The kind of people we associate with. Have you ever been around people that there's just something about them that you leave and you feel absolutely exhausted, and yet there's other people, when you leave them, you feel better than what you did before you actually,
that happens to me all the time.
Yeah, there's been people, particularly women.
It happens to all of us all the time.
Well, I know of women who have had husbands who have given them cancer because they've been so horrible.
Well, I'm very lucky because my husband is awesome.
I know you said that before, and I believe you.
He really is. He woke me up, man. He woke me up. I know y'all will never meet him. He hates. He does. I shouldn't say hates. He's not about social. He has zero interest in the media or our kind of media talking to each other. He prefers to stay away from any kind of thing like this. And I can't really blame him because it is difficult because we do encounter trolls and whatnot, and
the point is he's good for you.
He's good for me. He is good for me.
People are scared to die. They don't want to lose their job, their home, their earthly, worldly possessions.
I'm not scared of that. Even though I work just to exist. And I know that sucks, but I literally do, because we do all have to eat and buy food and do whatever we got to do to survive. And I'm never going to be one of those people keeping up with the Joneses. I only do what I have to do to live.
If anyone lives in the UK, if I use the expression keeping up with the steptoes, that will be quite funny to them.
Well, I don't live there, so I don't know what that means, but I've used the term Jones. I use the term Joneses because that's like a worldwide known, thing.
Steptoe was a rag and bone man. A rag and bone man in the UK is somebody who collects junk, and he has no concept of fashion.
Welcome back, Tinfoil.
Welcome
I
back.
got tinfoil thought.
You guys,
Tinfoil thought.
I do got to put that food on the table, and I just looked at the clock, and I'm like, oh crap.
That's where we
So
started, Shanna, when I first got here, because I was on about. I was talking. I was talking about my cooking skills being so dire that the last time I invited a group of friends around for dinner, they increased their life insurance policy.
well, that's just ridiculous.
I'm the same way. I made chicken one time. And ever since then, they don't want me to cook for them.
They book their
It was
holiday.
bad.
They calculate when I'm going to invite them because I'm a person who runs in cycles, and they know when I'm going to be like animated, and they like book their holidays when they think I'm going to invite them.
Me, I would gladly eat your food if I was able to be around you, but I'm not crossing the sea for any reason.
I know, and you're a very kind person, but if you ate my food, Shanna, you would yeah,
No, dude, you have no idea what I eat. I am like that kid on that commercial back in the 90s. Mikey will eat anything.
Well, my food is so bad that because I've only got a small appetite, and I cook a big meal, then I eat a little bit at a
Tinfoil
time.
thought. Tinfoil thought.
Do you know if Tommy was in charge of like the timing for like diplomatic diplomacy, like to prevent World War III, we'd all be gone by now.
That makes what you said makes sense.
You're a star, Tommy.
Tommy, Death. Good night, my friends. You guys, all of you. I love you guys. I got to go.
We love you too, Shanna.
You have to get up.
Love you too, Shanna.
Alright.
You rest well. Or
Love you
whatever
too,
you do.
Shanna.
Take care.
Angels on your
And
pillows.
Yahweh bless.
Take care. Thanks for coming up. It's always a
Thanks for
pleasure.
having me, Bob. Always a pleasure, my friend.
Absolutely. Anytime. We'll see you. And thank you again. Anybody in the chat that wants to come up and has something to say is more than welcome to come up. You don't have to have your cam on, as you see.
I got here 20 minutes earlier
Yeah.
tonight, Bob.
Nice. That's what's up. It's good to have you here always.
They were like,
It's always a pleasure. Everybody. See, chat's always going good and strong.
I even
Go
no,
ahead.
I didn't beat Jackie Evans. She got there before me. But
Oh yeah, no, she's hard to beat, so don't feel bad.
well, everyone was accusing me of like, because at the time there was only like 4 people in there. They went accusing me
It
in the meet.
doesn't matter.
They weren't saying it in
It
a
doesn't
nasty.
matter.
Tinfoil thoughts. Tinfoil thoughts.
They wasn't saying it in a
It's not a
nasty
big
way.
deal.
They were joking.
Yeah, no,
Because I was
yeah,
like
it's not a
spamming the
big
room.
deal if you don't make it.
It wasn't that I'm
Yeah,
making it. I was
but
like,
if you don't make.
I was typing like the Roadrunner.
Yep.
Oh, what would they said? I'm filling the
Yeah,
room with text, and I said, but there was only me talking.
It happens.
Sometimes.
Tinfoil thoughts. Tinfoil thoughts.
I've definitely got to cut a record with Tommy at some point. Do you know much about the recording side of things, Tommy? You know, like DAWs and stuff?
Resonance, connection, perspective, words I'm trying to convey, the moment.
It was a technical question. Is that tinfoil or is that Tommy streaming it?
Tinfoil.
I don't know now.
Tinfoil thoughts.
That was her.
That's definitely she's choking to death.
To the dome.
I was thinking about this room when I woke up today, and
What
do you know
were you thinking?
there's certain pivotal moments in our life that we have at any time in the future we have like fond memories of. One of them for me was back in the early Yahoo days of chat when it was like completely insane. And I know that my memories of this room, if I'm still alive in 10 years' time, because I'll be getting on for 70 by then, will be very endearing.
Yep, yep.
Awesome.
Who's giggling?
Probably Giggles. That's why she got that name.
Tinfoil.
Yeah, no, she had me. Giggles had me giggling so much I had tears coming out of my eyes the other day. It was crazy.
That's awesome.
But yeah, this was here is when we got declared enemies of the state in 1933. Just thought you'd want to know.
Well, we've been terrorists a bit longer than what I realized then.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
What was it? 18.
Matter of fact, there's the executive order right there.
When I was born, the nurses were saying, "Watch this one, he's a terrorist."
That's just when they implemented the tracking and the birth certificates and social security numbers.
This one's
For the
smiling when
cabin.
he's smiling just after he's been born. He must be a terrorist. I emailed you, Giggles. I did the link to Kerry Rivera's book.
Perfect.
Yeah, and you have to dig a bit deeper if you want more information on it, but it's a starting point.
Perfect. I'd love to know anything about that subject.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome. It's very controversial. Nice timing, Tommy. But like anything that's controversial as far as being therapeutic is concerned, and the people who are making it controversial are the people who are opposed to people coming out of the autism.
And that's why you need to pay attention to that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. And she's bang on the nail, but you look into it and you'll see what I mean.
I will.
If you want more information on it, just let me know and I'll do some digging myself.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Teamwork. Hey, no more water. It's too late.
Who am I to open up time and he shot us down from the sky? It's another rainbow words.
I like that song, Tommy. What I thought about doing, Bob, is when I'm on this particular time zone, is when Jackie uploads a header to announce your channel. It is because I can download that if I want to. It's just to stick it on my channel to let people, my subscribers, know.
Nice.
Witness who you are. Shining star, it's metal to metal.
The American one. How you doing, the American one? How you doing? Thanks for coming in. What's up, Anton?
What's the matter with your witness? Who you are. Shining star, what's the matter?
John Lennon was my dad, the American one.
It's good to see you, American one.
Actually, my Uncle Andy is the double of John Lennon. Well, Uncle Andy when he was younger. Absolute spitting image of him.
In my head, I make believe that you're
Camo's doing all right. Thanks for asking. How you doing? I'm doing good. Thanks for coming in. Hang out. If you see someone that you don't know in here, shout out. Grab everybody up. You know,
in my head, I make believe that I know you're there. In my head, I make believe that I know you're there.
You're quiet,
It's
Tinfoil.
actually Death Bread up there.
Hey, I'm here. I'm here. I got a smile on my face.
Nobody else wants to come up.
Where did you go? No one knew the truth.
Hey, I could go down.
From
Oh, me too now.
We've got room for 2 more. I mean, it's up to you, but just saying there's room for 2 more if someone else wants to come up.
What's the matter with your witness? You are shining star. What's the matter with your words?
Oh.
Who am I to call you? Who you are, shining star. What's the matter with the words in the
Yeah, it's just a
wall?
little chilly here. It's not bad.
Oh, who am I to open up time and we shot us down from the sky? What's the matter with
I think
your
Thursday we're supposed to be 30 below.
Who you are,
Yeah.
Cool.
shining star.
Heck yeah. So many of our batteries froze up
Too
as it
cold.
is. Ugh.
You have to let me
You
know.
guys
if
put
it's
them on
too loud.
chargers out there.
Welcome back, Meat.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Is that just gently in the background, or is it blasting, or can you hear the guitar at all?
Who you are, shining star. What's the matter with the birds in the wall? What's the matter? Had a great fall. Who am I to open up time and they shot us down from the sky? What's the matter with your witness? Who you are, shining star. The words in the wall. What's the matter?
Buried Axe Blades got 65 in North Carolina right now. Wow. Nice.
Hi, Camo.
Sandy, I love you.
An American one.
Shining star. What's the matter? Birds in the wall. What's the matter? Had a great fall. Who am I to open up time and they shot us down from the sky?
Topic on the chat.
What's the matter with your witness?
Sandy's got 66 degrees. Nice.
It is nice.
Ooh, it's 15 degrees where I'm at, you guys, and lightly snowing.
and lightly snowing right now.
501 come on. What are you talking
Or no. Oh, I like this. Hypothermia likely without protective clothing tonight. Woohoo!
So, folks, wear your protective clothing.
Oh, it's supposed to be down to minus 28. Eek. Cloud cover 95%. How do you like that?
I used to watch
Oh,
the Hammer House of Horror pictures and that, like what I'm looking at on the screen. It looks with Vincent Price.
are you able to pull this one up? Wait, drop this.
Shining star in my head. Why the wind of day?
You dropped it already?
In private,
Dropping a
I
link,
can't do
Giggles?
it. In private.
Oh. Okay.
I can't do it on the other one.
Why can't you?
Thank you,
'Cause
Barry
you're in chat?
Axblade,
I mean,
for
on
taking
panel.
care of sick cancer patients. That's nice of you. You must have a big heart.
Whoa. Woohoo! I don't see you guys hanging out there.
For your thoughts
Jackie.
inside my
Hello. Hello.
What is Jackie Evans doing awake at this time of day?
Hello.
Becky.
Hey.
again.
Couldn't sleep, Jackie?
Oh, I
Welcome
slept.
back.
I slept. Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
My bad.
Why?
So what
Oh,
you
my
up to?
guitar isn't coming through too loud.
Oh, it's perfect.
Thank you.
Sounds wonderful.
It's a song I wrote called the Forest Song.
Oh man. Can you put it in the chat? I can't do it that way. I tried typing it in manually, but I must have messed up somewhere. Can you
Okay,
drop
I'll
it in
drop
chat,
out.
Giggles? Alright, and just come back up, that's all. Thank you.
Once
Hold on,
in a
Andrew.
while, an angel must fly, stretching out her wings, giving sight to the blind. In quiet whispers, in innocence, in
Yeah, that's don't want it to end. Actually, it is. Nice, I sent it out there myself. What?
The forest
Thanks, Giggles.
And you can fly like an eagle, you can move on the wind, floating tops move towards the sun. No one's gonna take this night away from you. This forest is your shelter and your home. The forest listens softly as it moves along the way. There's nothing more to say except good night.
Gonna pop back up, Giggles.
Thank you. That's Tommy's playing the upbeat version of the forest song. I need somebody with like a little drummer in the background.
Oh no, where'd Jackie go?
Giggles.
Yeah.
This is what you want to see, right?
Yeah.
Social credit score. Tell us about it.
Anybody seen Black Mirror?
It's here, huh?
It's here.
I see Fresno, California there. Fresno, California. Is that where they're doing this right here? This?
Oh, he was just a random name I threw in there. You can put anybody's name in there, and it will bring up all their information.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you can make their score go up or down. Far as dating, far as work.
What the hell?
What's the matter what you said? What's the matter? Wind up dead. Who you are? This shop stop.
Whoa.
And you can get all that information for free.
What's the matter in my head? What's the matter? Winds up dead. Who are you? Do what you do.
This is basically a China
Crazy.
credit social score deal, but for America. Great.
That's crazy.
It's like the beta for what's going on in China.
The Queen's a lizard.
Again, good and bad.
Somebody to take my hand, lead me to the promised land.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and just to know that anybody can go on there and make it go down.
Yep.
So
And they
it
can
says
get all
my
your
life.
information.
Somebody to take my hand, lead me to the promised land. Here I am, my own. There it goes, nobody knows. Need somebody to take my hand. Need somebody to take my hand, lead me to the promised land, and I don't know where it goes. Nobody knows.
That's bizarre. Something. It's like I'm playing on a plane and like there's like this insane sound coming over the top of me.
That was a good one there. Oh, hope everyone grabbed the link. I guess I don't know, but it's just crazy.
Need somebody to take my hand, lead me to the promised land, and I don't know where I am. No one knows to go.
And the Queen's a lizard.
Where'd Jackie go?
I don't know. I was wondering the same thing.
Well, I can see her on screen here.
Animistic Skywatcher, hello. How you doing?
Mad, come on up here, girl.
867 subscribers. That's amazing.
What's that?
Jackie's got 867. 867 subscribers.
We're gonna get up to 1,000 soon.
Is she still
Fire
here?
in the hole for Leo.
I know she lost her connection. The battery was a bit iffy.
Fire in the hole, fire in the hole, fire in the hole, fire in the hole. Nobody knows where do you go? Everybody's gone.
I was
Hey,
playing
Mystic.
just an American one.
Yeah, come on up.
500. Nice.
I know Tommy Red was playing live, but I don't know whether he's playing live or streaming or recording of when he was playing live.
That's what's up. I remember you were around 300.
Live stream recording. What's the matter with the words on the wall? Who am I to say?
Tommy is officially playing live.
TrutherTube.com on the top.
You rest well, Camille.
Tinfoil ball, tinfoil balls, tinfoil ball, tinfoil balls. Take a hit from the bong, let's all sing a song. Tinfoil, tinfoil balls, tinfoil giggles for all. Who am I to open up?
Very good, Tommy.
Tinfoil balls, tinfoil balls. Who am I to hit from a bong? Everyone's gonna sing my song. If am I gonna tell the truth about the roof, about the man? Take a stand in the land. What's the matter, rainbow?
And the Queen is a lizard.
What's the matter with you?
Mystic, if you want to come up, I'll come down off the mic. I've been on all
I
evening
can.
anyway.
There's room.
We'll all just come down.
One more.
There's room, you guys. Okay, everybody move down the table a little bit.
Peace out, Camo. Thanks.
Tinfoil balls, tinfoil balls.
And the Queen's a lizard.
Fire in the
Say bye, Camo.
Hey,
Bye,
Camo.
Camo.
Fire
Angels
in
on
the
your
hole.
pillows.
Fire in the hole. No, nobody knows.
I could do like,
What's love?
you know, I must plug my equipment in to this system one day so I can use some delay effect. It would sound quite bizarre.
It's okay, madam.
Aw.
That's a nice cat, Leo Lion.
Do what you wanna say, what you wanna say, do what you wanna do. Who am I to call you?
And the
You'll
Queen's
see
a
it.
lizard too.
Tinfoil balls,
Look at the link,
tinfoil
Andrew.
balls, tinfoil balls,
Run,
tinfoil
Harry, run.
Tim Boyle's cracking me up.
She's a
lizard.
We are the lizard people. It's our secret, okay, you guys? Shh.
Yep.
fire in the hole.
I just did that.
I can't believe you just typed that, Leo.
Tinfoil thoughts, tinfoil
Oh my
thoughts.
goodness, what's that about?
What'd you say, Meepster?
I'm not repeating it.
You thinking bad thoughts.
What's a
I'm reading
topic?
it.
Tinfoil thoughts.
Well, I said nice cat, and Leo Lion replied with, "Thank you, Meep. It's in my trousers. Love him."
Hide the cat. The Queen will eat her. She's a lizard.
I mean, what am I supposed to say to that?
Bam.
Okay, so is there any breaking
Oh, it's
news?
my trousers. Oh, it's. Oh, I read that wrong.
Who is that? Is that Greta Thunberg?
Scratch everything I've ever said in the last 2 minutes.
Tinfoil thoughts.
You're gonna remember this meat for the rest of your life.
I will do. I will do. He's
Me
correct.
too.
Oh, Leo, you can shoot me now. I don't mind.
Andrew's trying to come up.
Weed wizard.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on in any
There he
breaking
is.
news.
Weed wizard.
Future in my body.
Welcome aboard, Weed
Climb
wizard.
into my head.
Hey, I don't give everybody a nickname.
I think people have been going to my channel because there's been like little notifications popping up on the right-hand corner on my screen all evening. And you know, like the way on a desktop that YouTube notifications can be a little bit ambiguous. It's hard to say what's going on.
Yeah, you can't trust YouTube.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you. It won't be the first time I've got myself in trouble.
It got weird quiet, you guys. Throw out a topic.
Yep.
I was throwing a link in private chat for Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Weed Wizard. He's a good guy.
There you go, a sub Leo channel just to say I'm sorry.
So shall we keep jamming, or have anybody have any topics in the chat you want to talk about? How about you, Andrew? What's going on over there? You haven't said anything yet.
Hold on, I'm rolling a blunt.
Fire in the hole.
Tommy's
You should have
timing
had
is
that
perfect.
ready.
Oh, that's
In the hole. Fire in the hole. Fire in the hole.
5G's gonna blow us in the hole.
5G's
Dog
trying
adopter for life. Dog adopter. When you come up on a panel, there's another chat for where you can send messages amongst each other.
Because I can't
Private message.
type anything when I'm up here.
Excuse me, you guys. I forgot to mute it.
I can see both of them, but normally I'm focused on the YouTube side of it.
Yeah. Yeah, but you don't see it if you're not up here on the panel. If you don't come on the panel, you don't see it. Fire in the hole. What?
Well, you guys, I'm thinking between this volcano that went off and all the smoke burning in Australia, boy, we are gonna have some bad breathing conditions coming up here.
I've already got my carbon mask.
Yeah, get your mask, you guys. I got mine. I only got the N95 right now, but hey, something's better than nothing, right?
That's the way I look at
Leo,
it.
4 a.m.
I'm
Leo
wearing that
hanging
when
out
I go.
4 a.m.
I'm the weed wizard smoking green like a lizard. Oh yeah.
And the queen is the lizard.
like a blizzard.
I'm just wondering where Leo Line is, because he's like 3 hours behind me, or she is. I don't know whether it's a he or she.
What was the volcano the name of that volcano, you guys?
I might have to be shot again.
It just went up. Let's see here.
What, Leo's in New York?
Like a blizzard. Can't get any clearer.
So Leo's in New York and California.
North Dakota.
It's like Leo everywhere. And GA. And Long Island.
What's the name of the volcano?
I'm looking it up right now. I was just looking at the PNSN. Oh yeah, that's right. I get sidetracked.
But if you're in Essex, Leo,
Wonder how that happens.
No, I'm perplexed now because Leo said it was.
It's
Let me
late
just
at night.
backtrack that because I might have read it wrong again. It's not 4 o'clock, Leo. It's just coming up to 10 to 7.
1:48 a.m. here.
I'm just wondering.
1:48.
The Tau volcano in the
I love waves.
TAAL.
THC.
CBD. No, it was a Tau volcano in the Philippines that erupted.
Oh, it's 4 in the morning and once more it's dawning. That one.
Yeah.
Are you serious? I can't even read this stuff.
All I had to do is put PHI and it came up.
hell's that at?
Leo's cracking me up. What were you on about, Leo? I got stuck in Romford for about a week, probably around about the year 2000, Leo, when it was there was a lot of rain there. Might have been 2001, 2002, something like that. Like Beverly something 4 in the morning. I don't know it, Leo. I don't know it. I know the Beverly Brothers. And I know Romford because my friend, his name is Pete Wildermouth. Pete Wildermouth comes from Romford. And I lost contact with him many years ago.
Volcano spews lava ash for third day.
There was a lot of flooding when I was
30,000
there,
flee.
Leo. Round about the
Yeah,
year
that one
2000.
right there.
Is that
Don't do
tinfoil
that,
you're
Weed
in?
Wizard.
Nah, that was the weed wizard.
That wasn't you, Weed, because I know
Wow.
that was a lady's voice.
That
What?
wasn't me. That was Weed Wizard.
Nope, it was you, I guess.
No, it wasn't.
I think I got it
Tinfoil,
wrong
don't
then.
lie.
No, that was tinfoil. I know it was because Weed Wizards have got a deep voice, and that was like a girly on.
No, that was him.
Was not.
This was too.
Wasn't.
You forget he's got a recording.
Was
He's got a
too.
recording of tinfoil. He's got you recorded, your bubble and bubble bubble.
Oh no.
What?
Yeah, tinfoil wasn't even here, and he kept playing the bong sound over and over.
Wait, who did that?
Everyone thought you were here, Tin. They're like, "Where's Tin?"
Wait, what are you talking about? Who did that? I did that?
Tommy.
No.
No, that was Leo that did that.
Oh,
No, it wasn't. I'm being silly.
I was gonna say I didn't do that.
I'm reading Leo's text as I'm listening to you.
I think it's funny.
There you go. You know, you got a
Oh,
volcano going off. You gotta have the military there with their weapon. You never know.
We're gonna harvest those people.
Hey, doesn't Bob look like Harry Potter? Just a little grown.
He is Harry Potter.
No.
He just doesn't.
Yeah,
like,
right.
He doesn't want people to know that.
Yeah. Oh, my bad, Bob. I didn't mean that.
He,
Harry Potter's goofball.
nice to meet you, by the way. Nice to meet you, Weed Wizard.
You too,
Thank
sir.
you.
Who? Which one is this speaking?
It's Meep speaking.
Meep. How you doing, Meep?
As him.
It's the Meepster.
Meep.
I got Meep at this time of morning. My voice is too tired.
This volcano near the
It's more like a
Philippines
rooster.
capital spewed lava, ash, and steam and trembled constantly Tuesday on the third day of an eruption that could portend a much bigger and dangerous eruption. Officials warned of tens of thousands of people fled ash-blanketed villages in the danger zone.
Holy
Just
shit, Harry.
imagine that.
The plant's gone nuts on it.
That keeps
Yeah,
going,
it's
you guys,
crazy.
and all that smoke. We're gonna have one dark, ashy summer.
The volcano was spurting fountains of red-hot lava 500 meters into the sky with dark gray plumes of ash-laden steam that reached 2 kilometers more than a mile high. The massive volcanic column at times flashed with streaks of lightning. We saw that yesterday, remember?
Holy
Yeah.
shit, Harry.
And you guys, it's still
More than
going.
200 earthquakes have been detected in and around Tau, 81 of which were felt with varying intensities. That's crazy.
Goddamn,
Night
Harry.
dog adopter.
But
Much love.
we got Government Disaster Response Agency. They're there. Don't worry. They
Bobby
counted
keeps
more than
he keeps
30,400 evacuees. In
Bobby
other words,
keeps
they
calling
rounded up 30,400 survivors.
Bobby keeps calling you Harry Potter.
No, you don't look like Harry Potter.
Night, Sandy. Love ya.
I love you. I love you, Sandy.
Take care, Sandy. Thank you for being here.
Rest well,
Angels on
Sandy.
your pillows.
No, it's
And
getting
dog
late.
adopter.
Dog adopter. I'm
Dog
not
adopter
watching
too?
chat very good. Sorry, you guys.
Yeah, me either. I don't see the chat right now. Sorry. But yeah, crazy stuff's going on.
Yeah, so that could cause some havoc on our agricultural, system here. You guys, this coming spring and summer. These are the kinds of things that I worry about because we can't control this kind of crap.
And my breathing is already bad as it is. Jeez.
Who, me?
No, me.
Oh, yeah. Right now I'm trying to catch my breath. I just fired in the hole.
No, he's saying he's saying he heard what you said, but his breathing himself is bad enough as it is already. I'm the room interpreter.
All right, I got you.
That's right. Can't control shit. That's right.
But
Well
you're Harry
said.
Potter. You should be able to.
What's
Bobby keeps calling you Harry Potter.
that?
Be careful, weed wizard. He's your neighbor, remember?
Mm-hmm.
I
Greta. His real name's
ain't
Greta.
scared.
He can come over and thump you on live stream. Harry Potter. No.
Mm-hmm.
I remember
You
back
too,
in the
man,
old,
Mystic. You rock
the
too.
old,
I hope.
the old AOL days, many years ago, and
Listen, if we have a war, I'm ready. All right, I am
How
ready.
you ready?
What do you mean?
How you ready?
I got about 15 rifles right here. I'm ready.
What's that gonna do when you get underwater? You get flooded out because there's a lot of weather warfare going on.
well, you can shoot the
Oh
fish.
no!
If there's any
All
like,
I know is I'll blow an Iranian's head off.
if there's any sinister fish in the waters, you can
Well, be careful because that governor in Virginia isn't messing around today. He said he don't care. He's gonna go and take these guns, and so we've got to look out for that in the news too, you guys. Because what's that governor's name? Shit, so late and I'm stoned. I can't remember.
Monkey.
See, the
But
gun
I
isn't
did
gonna
watch
help you.
something about it earlier.
What's that gun gonna do you there?
Ain't gonna do shit. I'm done there.
Yeah.
I'll
I
die
think
with my
everybody is done there. I think everybody
die
is
with
done
my
there.
pride.
That's crazy.
I always like to think that if somebody pointed a gun at my head, I wouldn't be intimidated, but I wouldn't really know that until it happened.
That's right, madam.
I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure anybody would be a little intimidated.
I froze, so I wouldn't be any good with one.
Again, that's right, madam. FEMA camps for all. That's right, die trying.
That's right, Harry.
That's right.
He does look like Harry Potter, though, doesn't he?
Mhm. I don't have those little round glasses though.
You need to get some, Bob. Where did Tommy go?
In the chat.
Are you gonna get dropped out?
He didn't say that. I don't know.
Maybe he thinks he's still here. If you think you're still here, Tommy, you know.
No, be sure he's coming back up. He must have scrolled up.
Well, I've done that, and I've been talking for 15 minutes before now, and then thought that nobody was interested in what I have to say, and then I realized I wasn't actually logged in anymore.
No, they weren't interested. That's what it was.
I thought that.
Yeah, it's on like Donkey Kong.
Depends what mood I'm in. 'Cause sometimes
now
I
you're
can be.
speaking wizard language. Donkey Kong.
Especially when Bob talks. Like, who really listens? Not
I
me.
listen to Bob because he's like the room owner.
Yeah, it's on like Donkey Kong.
It's on
Trying to
like
be a wise ass.
Bob, isn't it your curfew now? It's 2:00, man. It's your curfew.
It's your curfew. You're the kid.
Welcome back, Debbie.
I ain't got no curfew.
Well, I think the
Debbie.
I think the
Hey, Debbie.
Mandela effect
Here's
has
the
been
5G
taking
tower,
place.
the towers, the
and
towers.
Bob is actually a caretaker in a previous version of this reality that changed about 2 weeks ago.
So the towers, the towers, they'll heat the sound, the crowds, the sound cannons, the towers, the guns will fall out of your hands because they'll burn. They can make your skin burn. They can make those metal weapons fall out of your hands through the technology they got.
That as well, Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
What up, Bob?
What's up?
How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing?
So you
Roll
got
up.
gigahertz.
Roll up, man.
Things go so fast. It's gonna self-combust. Lightning. It's like boom. It's gonna disappear. It's gonna be like so quick. People just
It's
gonna
gonna be like boom, bang, bang, boom, and then that's it. We're done.
No,
What you talking about?
we'll all live happily ever after in the end.
Shit, I'll be like this. Fuck it.
If you can't beat
If you
them, join them.
die, you gotta die high. You know. I mean, shit.
Okay, Tommy, you gotta write a song about that. If you're gonna die, die.
He's
And
gonna
the
play
Queen's
your bong song.
the bong song with the
Where's the
bubbles.
bong song, Def?
I'm just trying to find my guitar lead to plug it back in. I've got what's known as an active pickup, and it drains the battery out of the guitar.
Oh, it's Richard. Richard's back. Using his wife.
Richard. Did we lose Meep?
If you're gonna die, go.
I think these pictures really are a good reminder that we're all standing on top of the infrastructure.
Can't die high.
It's work. Look at that graph.
Now we lost meat.
I noticed that. Meep, come back.
Anybody else want to come up too?
Meep. Come on, Meep.
Not talking about vaccines anymore. So.
He's coming back.
It's really just a drift.
is that noise?
It's probably me, like, accidentally twanging my guitar.
Right, Weed Wizard TV.
Oh,
Weed Wizard TV.
Weed Wizard TV. Sounds like a channel, right?
It does.
Hello again, Debbie, Borba, Richard.
Gonna die high. If gonna die, I'm gonna die high. Gonna die, I'm gonna die
Sing it,
high.
Andrew.
Gonna die, I'm gonna die high.
Singing it for you, Andrew.
Gonna die, I'm gonna die high. Gonna die.
Video, music video. All right.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Hi.
Let's do something a bit darker.
When it's over, you can't be sober. You know?
What else? Giggles said someone new go up. Thanks, Giggles. Thanks
See,
for
this is the
coming up and
guy.
hanging out.
See, this is the
And
guy
thanks
who
for
ran in the this guy ran
thanks for
in
the
the
information.
Jew house and stabbed all the Jews. This guy.
When? When did you do that?
This just
Tonight?
happened like recently. It's on the news. It happened the other day. The guy ran into like the mosque where all the Jews are, and he stabbed mad Jews with a machete.
Is this in New York?
Yeah, in Brooklyn.
I'll be right back. Be right back.
You gotta die. When it's over, you can't be sober.
Gonna die.
Cause when it's over, you can't be sober.
Tinfoil thoughts in my dreams.
Tinfoil's in his dreams. He loves you.
And the queen is a lizard.
Got so high.
Hey, heard him. You're in his dreams.
Found my tinfoil balls in the sky.
Found the tinfoil
Run,
balls in the
Harry,
sky.
run.
Yeah, Harry went to go hit the old bowl, but he don't want to do it on camera because Harry's scary.
Fire in the hole.
Every time Bob turns the camera off, that means he's smoking, guys.
Tinfoil.
Bad. He's a bad host. Over there getting high.
Tinfoil dream.
See you later, Andrew. Gonna be a little wise ass kid. You can go. We'll see you later.
Tinfoil thoughts.
What was that about?
Because I got high. Because I got high.
I was just being a kid, you know.
Tinfoil dreams. Meet, meet, meet.
We got Deaf Bread entertaining us tonight.
Giggles at.
Come on, tinfoil. What you got over there? What you got up your sleeve? What else you want to talk about?
Reflections of light. Lighter in the bomb.
Is Leo going? Thank you. I'm just playing with some chords. I don't know if Leo's going or staying, but thank you anyway. All right.
Fire in the hole. Nobody knows. Lost along the road. Fire in the hole. Where did my balls go? Tinfoil, no one knows.
And the queen is a lizard.
What amazes me is that the lack of latency on this SteamYard, because I'm playing from the United Kingdom and Tommy's singing from probably somewhere in America somewhere, and yet there's less latency than there is on my recording studio, my virtual one.
East Coast, yo. USA knows. Living in a tabloid city.
Thanks, madam.
Towers out my door.
6 hours.
Whoops.
That's the real one. Yep, that's the real one.
You smoking resin?
Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Hours and hours. And the more you grow, the harder it's gonna be able to keep up with everybody too, madam. It's crazy. You gotta take care of yourself.
Rewind the show. Find out what everyone knows. What did I miss while I was away?
Yep. Tomorrow, Leo.
Chemtrails in the sky.
It's a crazy world we live in.
Breathing deep. Got foggy eyes. Many people wearing a disguise.
The queen is a lizard. The queen is a lizard, don't you know? She's the shapeshifter, part-time, and a hoe.
Wow.
Run, little children, you'll be eaten, you see. 'Cause that queen wants your endocrine. Run, Harry, run. Now they're trying to say the Russians hacked the Ukrainian firm Burisma. And they're just trying to link the Russians.
Oh, the queen is a lizard. She eats the people alive. Prince Harry. Wants you to think it's scary.
'Cause it is. Queen is a lizard.
queen is a lizard. Take your life away. Is a lizard, take your life away. The queen is a lizard.
Here, lizard, lizard, lizard.
The queen is a lizard. Take him. What you gonna do in this zoo? Clothes, don't got no shoes.
My fingers are hurting.
Is a lizard.
Excellent.
Claps for Tommy as well.
That's funny.
If it was a couple of hours from now, I could really go for it.
I thought it was excellent.
Well, it's
And I'm
7:30
really
in the
big.
morning, or 7:20, so I can sort of.
I was jamming along.
Queen is a lizard. The queen is a lizard.
Do you know, I was listening as I was driving around today to the opening song on Queen, the rock band Queen, Innuendo, and I didn't realize how prolific the lyrics were in that song. How profoundly prolific they are. It's a wonderful song. It was when Freddie just started to get sick with AIDS.
That's a scary picture.
She looked quite pretty.
Exactly what.
Ooh. How about that one?
Oh, that's and I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, why do people do these memes? What do they know that we don't know?
Yeah.
Do you know what I found really scary? I was watching on YouTube last week a
Matt, I love
broadcast
you.
by President Obama using something called, let me just see if I can find it, because I wrote the name on my desktop. It's called fake something or other, where you can fake people's images. You can superimpose yourself, as long as you can get the vocal accent right.
It's like that movie, Alien, Will Smith, and the guy's body opens. It shows an alien inside his head controlling the body.
Well, I was convinced watching this it was really President Obama, and halfway through it, it shows the real person who's doing it, and he says, I'm using this software, which is basically a morphing technology. And it was identical to President Obama. It was quite creepy.
Well, if they're really not real lizards, they're still lizards in my book because they're predators. They're predators on all of us, the elite. So just thought I'd share that,
They cover
for entertainment
They wrap
purposes.
themselves in, they cover themselves, wrap themselves in light. The light is the creature, is the alien, what they worship, and they get possessed by it, and they give themselves over to the beast and do its bidding and feed people to it and whatever it wants.
Well, the Obama I was watching wasn't actually green. He looked like the one I used to see in the White House, but
When
like the little alien guy.
When light goes,
Go on, Tommy.
It's really cute.
when light goes in water, it makes the water green. You know what's in it?
Algae.
It brings you to your knees.
That booze that you can only have 1 teaspoon of it.
They worship the light, Egyptian hieroglyphics holding bodies up to the sun while a worm emits from it or something.
The lizard people.
I worked that out in numerology where they use the number 8 as the number for sun worship.
He giggles.
I'm looking at my lizard. He's kind of cute, actually.
Number 8 is the same shape as the eyes. If you look at a pair of glasses, the figure 8, and so they use the number 8.
There is a scripture. It has 8 on it.
Well, there you go. But it was in my friend's back garden in the summer, and I saw this pair of sunglasses, and I suddenly connected the 2 dots together. That looks like a number 8, and that's why the people behind numerology are using the number 8 to symbolize the sun, because it's the same shape as the eyes.
Ooh.
Sunlight goes through the eye. It's the ring, circle they worship. It's all the light, this whole power thing. It's the creature. They bow down to it. They make idols that moved it with the worm, the snake of the EMF field.
So you're speaking about things there, Tommy, that I don't have knowledge of, but I have a vague understanding of what you're talking about.
I understand what you're talking about, Deaf Red.
The word on the wall says it. The lightning, the creatures, they worship the creature instead of the creator who is blessed forever. The lightning, Satan said he beheld Satan as lightning.
Well, I know that part, but it was the worm is the part I didn't understand.
The antennas on the churches, the lightning. Ezekiel talks about the flash of lightning, the living creatures to and they ran as the appearance of the flash of lightning.
This is what I don't get. You know, you get these people that say the scriptures are, they say that they are just man's word. And it's true that men wrote them down. But if you read books like Ezekiel, they're so prolific, profound. It's like I can't imagine any man without any kind of connection from the heavens actually being able to write something like that. It's the books of like Ezekiel and Isaiah and Jeremiah and even Daniel. They're like the work of a genius.
Men moved by the Holy Spirit. They wrote, they spoke.
Well, I'm aware of that, but I'm on about these critics who like don't take that into consideration, Tommy.
The word doesn't pass away, it's eternal.
They tried to destroy the Bible many times over period, and it's just like keeps coming back.
He wrote on the ground. He's pointing to something profound. He said that he said these rocks would cry out.
Before the word passes away.
Many generations pass away. But what are these words trying to say? The day, the judgment, what's going on in this house on earth? 666 and the hurt.
Well, I know it says in the book of Revelation, it even says it's a man's number or a human number, the 666. I'll have to look it up. Let me look it up. Revelation.
Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. It's the eternal word of the truth, of a story, of a written histogram, of the truth of the roof. There's even scriptures that talk about how she hid the messengers of God in the roof. Then there's the supper in the upper room. There's all these clues.
Hey, Sasquatch.
Sasquatch.
Some kind of war. You wonder why there's so many doors. And Jesus taught from a ship, thrusted off from the land, the people on the shore, and he taught from a boat. He slept on a pillow in the boat. They found him sleeping. They said, "Wake up, we're passing away, the waves of the sea." And he rebuked it, and there was a great calm, and they feared exceedingly. What do they fear? They fear death. They fear losing possessions. Jesus called them, and they left their nets on the shore, their fishing gear. And there's something expedient here that needs to be delivered. It's a call. It's a noise. It's a pestilence. It's a vibration of the total whole truth. Reflected throughout the whole creation from beginning to end. Who's the man who has made this sin to stand? Why was Jesus cast out from the vineyard, the air, slew on a tree? And they took the inheritance. And Jesus said, "Render to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God's God's." But they won't give back what is God's.
This bit is Revelation, chapter 13.
The abomination of desolation.
Revelation chapter 13, verse 18. It says, "Here is," I think this is the King James version of reading, "Here is wisdom. Let him that have understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of man, and his number is 666."
They cast fire into thy sanctuary. They have cast fire into thy sanctuary. They have defiled by casting down the dwelling place of thy name to the ground. Why are all these names perished? Why is many generations desolation? The beast, the man, it's legion, but it's a lie. He lies. It's like, we are many, but it's all lies. It's devil lies. It's all just one simple little thing that no one will sing.
I know what I'm trying to ask is, there might be other parts of the scriptures that associate 6 with the beast, but that particular scripture is associating that number 6 with man.
The number of a man who deceived the whole world.
I know you're talking
Richard,
about
you made it on?
false prophet there. Revelation, let's see what chapter 14 says.
There are no opinions, only opponents to the truth, because you light a candle and darkness surrounds, trying to collapse the field of the power of the Ark of the Covenant. The earth rang again and people knew the truth. The 144,000 only could learn that song, redeemed. It's some eternal print. It's not going to die. Whoever fights me shall perish.
Well, that's the next chapter, isn't it, that you're talking about? When the wine press was trodden without the city and blood came
They
out.
fight against the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost, the eternal word. And if they don't stand on it, they're going to fall into the pit.
Can you hear me?
How you doing, Richard? You there, Richard?
I can hear you, Richard, yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
We always, yes, we heard you all time.
Yes, we always heard you all. Is there feedback?
You probably have to mute the room on the YouTube page, Richard, as you get feedback.
How rich are you, Richard?
I don't hear you, Richard. There's a delay, I
I'd
guess.
be rich in life. That's about it.
Oh, there you go.
I don't know if you heard that, Richard. If you don't mute the room on the YouTube page, you get delay and feedback coming back through. I can hear you.
Now can you hear me?
Yep.
Good for you, Lou.
That's awesome, Lou. How you feeling?
You probably feel worse after a little while on the Gerson therapy, but don't be fooled by that. It means you're getting better. When you detox, all these poisons start coming out of you. And your body has to eliminate them. And you suffer during that process.
But she's feeling good now.
You can get what's known as the Herxheimer reaction, where your body, you can, if you unleash all these toxins that have been plaguing any particular person for a long time, then it can create some very undesirable symptoms. And that's why people generally stop, because they start feeling like crap for a little while when they're on some powerful protocols like the Gerson therapy. But you got to keep going.
Yep, because you're pulling all the toxins out while you're putting it back, the nutrition in. Your body's gonna be working hard.
Do you know, somebody once said about taking real foods, do you know, like when you buy something from one of these, like from Walmart, and it can look like something that's very expensive, but it's the actual quality of the materials is very inferior, and it will break in no time. And somebody said regarding our diet, we can either be like, have our cells built of pizzas and beef burgers, or like premium quality foods.
Corrupted bread on.
Somehow I muted the mic.
Oh, there you go. That's better.
You guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep.
Richard.
You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay. Okay, that was my problem. I understand what I did. I put the microphone to the side of the laptop, and that totally canceled it out.
Well, sound good now. Welcome to the panel.
But I think I'm running.
What's that?
Feedback.
Fire in the hole, fire in the hole, fire in the hole. Fire. The creatures did.
I look at my skin. I'm on about Mad Mystic Skywatcher. Well, do you know if I take a photograph of myself on camera, my skin looks completely different than what it does when I look at it in the mirror. It's like the camera is almost acting in a thermal imaging way. It's picking up all the heat spots on my skin and making them look like red when I know I don't actually look like that.
Yes.
Do you know when somebody said the camera never lies? It does. It gives a false representation.
Kind of why I quit pointing so much. I was pointing when I go back and look at my videos. It shows you what you really are. When you look, you're like, uh-oh.
No, the point I'm trying to make, Richard, is I don't think it does, because I look at myself in the mirror under a good light and I look fine. But when I look at the camera on the telly and a digital display, I don't look anything like what the camera portrays me as. If it was an old film camera that records in an analog way, then it probably would be a more accurate representation. But
We're just hanging out and talking, Sasquatch, that's all. We're not getting into anything serious, trying to save the world. Wish I knew how.
microscopes are a different issue altogether, Mystic. They definitely don't lie.
Mecca lecca high, mecca honey ho.
I didn't know.
Lecca high, mecca honey ho.
Me too, Madam Mystic, but this year I'm gonna do it.
You see, I've had people saying to me that the mirror is lying to me, but if I hold something in front of the mirror that I can see with my own eyes and then look at the reflection of that object in the mirror, if it's a good quality mirror, they look identical. But if I hold that object in front of the camera, the digital camera, I'm on about digital technology, it alters the perception of that image. It makes it completely different.
Has anyone heard how they're saying that? I don't know where you guys are at. I think it's on the East Coast, but here on the West, they keep talking about how the bees are dying off because they're blaming it a lot on the Central Valley almonds. But I find it odd because the type of almonds that are self-pollinators, so there's no need for bees. But yet, show up.
I didn't see in the United Kingdom. I didn't see one bee last summer. I saw a few wasps. I hardly saw any butterflies. Just when it was coming into fall, I had no moths coming through my window at night when the lights are on. It was kind of strange.
Roundup, yeah. Thanks, Giggles. Shadow Quicksilver. How you doing? Mavic Stream. Okay. That's what's up.
They used to treat people with quicksilver, otherwise known as mercury. You know the expression "mad as a hatter." The people who used to make hats used to line the rims of the hat with mercury, and they didn't realize how toxic the mercury was at the time, and it was poisoning them. It used to send them mad. Hence the term "mad as a hatter."
That's why they call it mercury, because, oh, it's cure me.
They put it in the fillings of your teeth. Some parts of the world it's been banned now because of certain people exposing the toxic dangers. But it's called amalgam, and it contains mercury, palladium, copper, zinc, iron. Interestingly, in the 1970s, they increased the amount of copper content in the mercury fillings, which made the mercury vapor, which was being released in a form known as methanol mercury vapor in an organic form, which means it can be ingested easily, 100-fold. So in other words, before they increased the copper content in the amalgam fillings in the tooth, if the mercury used to leak out at 10%, then after they increased the copper content, it would cause a chain reaction, and the mercury would leak out at, 10 times more lethal. That's interesting, the American one.
I found a bee one day outside my door, and it was not moving. I don't know. I think they sprayed the neighborhood for ticks or some kind of West Nile mosquito. But I found this bee in the middle of summer, and it was not moving too good. And then eventually it stopped moving.
Oh.
Just something profound.
Welcome back, Rich.
They're such beautiful insects, aren't they, bees?
He
Look
said
at them.
that the rocks would cry out. Amazing.
Welcome back, Rich.
Many generations passed away. But what are these words trying to say? The day, what's going on in this house on Earth? 666.
Well, mercury is the most lethal non-radioactive substance on the planet.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, Richard.
Guess who's back? Back again. Jaded back again, back again.
You hear me?
I can hear
you. Yep.
Boy, I've just been having poor internet. Okay. Great. My death thread's on this. He's quick. Okay,
That's
there now
Fred
I can
moves at
see.
the, yeah, he
Now
moves
it's
at the
showing up.
speed of
Boy, that
light.
was a delay.
You've got a big delay there, Richard. I can tell you that.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I filmed that cricket over the summer with the bee.
Yeah, there's something going on.
Giggles.
Yeah,
Hey,
I get up about
How you
like
Welcome
doing?
4
back,
in the
Giggles.
morning over here. So by like 5:30, I start recording right when the sun gets up usually,
Welcome back.
and I till like 1, 2 in the morning. I'll stay up posting. I'll set it for like timer to drop the video in the morning. And I had one person tell me one time, I believe it was a gamer. I told him how I noticed that the clouds were different and the sky was pink and purple. And I wound up looking on the page and it was some kid, and the kid goes, well, if you'd go outside more, you would know that that's normal. And I was like, are you kidding me?
That's crazy. That's what they're teaching the younger ones. You know, they put it in the cartoons and in their books, everything. It's crazy.
I've been noticing video games are the same way. You'll see they're just throwing
Exactly.
chemtrails in there.
Mm-hmm.
you know what?
Oh, and another
You see,
thing, the old Western movies, they're remaking them. And I in the sky, when these all the glimpse of the sky, there was chemtrails in the sky, and I was like, when I saw this
yeah.
movie, it was I believe it was had John Wayne in it. It was one of his first ones. Came of it. I remember seeing it back in the day when I was a kid to watch it, and I don't ever recall seeing nothing like that in the sky.
I was watching something like that, Richard, and they were showing some of the person was on YouTube somewhere a long time ago, and he uploaded VHS versions of some of these films, VHS tape, and then he showed the equivalent version of the film on DVD or Blu-ray or whatever, MP4, whatever format they was using, and they, lo and behold, they had the chemtrails in the scene.
Wow.
Well,
You know, Tommy, this summer I noticed our beef farmers here. You know
Yeah,
where they've
that's
been putting their
crazy.
boxes? Right underneath the cell phone towers.
really?
Yeah, and they're wondering why they're dying.
Richard's
I
got
should have got.
massive lag, Giggles.
Oh,
I'm saying that in case if you're talking and he suddenly starts talking, then he's not being rude. It's the delay.
got ya.
Yeah, I got a massive lag.
No, I should have got. At least you're up here.
Mm-hmm.
Wesley, gotta love it. I tried with the phone on New Year's, and I thought I was doing New Year's live, but I guess it didn't do it.
At least you tried, eh, Richard? One, two, three, four.
Yep.
If it cuts out, it's probably the laptop. I also, when I first started this, I tried going.
We lost him. He had a hard time getting up here. He tried earlier too. His signal's not good.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
Over the summertime, I saw this Cascadia. What do you call? This bug is called Cascadia. I forget what they call it. But it got bit by a dragonfly. I heard a noise at the end of the driveway, and I went to look, and it was a dragonfly on top of this, and I freed it, and I tried to save it, but it stopped moving also like the bee. And I went online and looked up the bugs and stuff, and one night I found a praying mantis video where it eats a grasshopper. Every piece of the grasshopper. It was a crazy video on YouTube of a praying mantis eating a grasshopper, and I was like, wow.
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 Crazy.
I'm going to be making tracks soon because I'm starting to fade.
Yeah, I hear you.
Probably about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
Gone almost 7 hours.
Well,
Yep,
I'm
that's
normally
normal. It is.
I'm usually nocturnal anyway. Occasionally, I like snap back into what's known as Greenwich Mean Time, but that's UK normal daylight saving hours. And but most of the time, I live somewhere between America and Australian time.
Wow.
I've actually been awake before now I've been awake before now when people are going to bed in the United Kingdom, when people are going to bed in America, and then I've still been awake when people are going to bed in Australia.
Mhm.
That's like nuts. There you
Sounds
go,
like
Leo.
me.
Yeah, Giggles and Leo.
Oh, you know what Quicksilver said in there? Have you guys seen that video where they take the steel wool and put it on the cell phone, and the cell phone gets a call and it lights it up,
Wow,
ignites it?
no.
Yeah, and the radiation.
I've seen the one about a McDonald's cheeseburger where they're like attacking it with a
crazy.
blowtorch and the thing refuses to disintegrate.
Or where they put them in a jar for months on end and they're still look like they're fresh.
Fresh as a
Yeah.
daisy.
Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you.
My friend was telling me that for some reason they exhumed some dead bodies who had been eating all the processed foods that are loaded with antioxidants, the chemical antioxidants. They'd been in the ground for like 10 years or whatever. It must have been like a police inquiry or something. And they hadn't started to decompose because they had that many preservatives inside them.
Oh. Well, like they put formaldehyde in the vaccines.
Yeah.
Come on.
They use formaldehyde in decaffeinated coffee as well.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yuck.
There was an ex-pharmaceutical rep very high up in the pharmaceutical industry called Janet Perry. She mysteriously died a few years ago because she defected from the pharmaceutical industry. And somebody once asked her, well, what shouldn't I eat then? And she said, anything with a label on it.
I believe that 100%.
I think if you're going to eat anything with a label on, then you've got to be very careful where you source it from and know a lot about the integrity of the people who are producing it.
You got to grow your own food.
Yeah. That's one of my plans for this year because before I moved to this house, I was lodging with a friend for like 3 years, and before that, I lived in different accommodations where I didn't have any kind of land where I could grow anything. But where I'm living now is a house, and there's a back courtyard there that belongs to me, and I can build like troughs where I can grow all sorts of food out there, and that's what I'm going to do.
Nice. I need to figure out a greenhouse situation.
Yeah. And I want to. When I went to the funeral on the 7th of my friend's funeral on the 7th of January, I met a person called Deborah, whose business, she's a gardener.
If they don't stand on
And she knows a lot about growing herbs, so I've kept in contact with her because she's a very valuable person to know. She's into basically the same sort of area of alternative health as what you will be, Giggles.
I didn't catch the last part.
My friend Deborah, who I met at my
Still
friend's
trying to see
funeral,
if
Jan, she's you're on, Richard, and she's got a business as a gardener, and she basically grows her own herbs and grows knows a lot about growing herbs, and she's a valuable friend for me to have acquired in my own locality. I met her at the funeral.
how
Well, Tommy, do you know I talk about chlorine dioxide a lot? Well, that is oxygen based. It increases the oxygen in the body tenfold. And you get these people that talk about oxidative stress. There's two kinds of oxidation. There's the oxidation that's beneficial for you, and there's oxidative stress that is detrimental to you. Two completely different animals.
that's the polyaluminum chloride that's put in the water at the water treatment plant.
Because what I'm on about is, and I speak about this a lot, chlorine dioxide, which is works on oxidation as opposed to what you're showing there, which works on chlorination. Two completely different things. But they both have a bleaching effect, just as the same as the sun has a bleaching effect. But because chlorine dioxide tends to bleach material, and it's used in industry to bleach material because it's so biologically friendly towards cloth and humans, that it doesn't actually damage the fabric. But you get these people like it because it's such a powerful healer. Is the people who are basically spokesmen and women for the pharmaceutical industries are demonizing chlorine dioxide as industrial bleach when they're lying.
That's what's up. The American one.
I'm just wondering what the American one's baking, because I haven't been following the tech.
Yes, please. So what do you think about the food grade?
Hey, I'm on StreamYard. How do I mute the YouTube?
Go to the browser tab of YouTube and mute it or lower the volume so you can get coherence with the live vibe time, hearing people rhyme.
If you're on a tablet, I can't tell you that, Richard, because it's a completely different way of, completely different navigation. I'm on a desktop. I realized that the layout, the visual layout on a tablet is completely different on a tablet than it is on a desktop. When I actually logged onto YouTube on my phone one day, and I thought, I haven't got a clue how to navigate this thing.
You're telling me.
Well, the thing about a computer is you can hover your mouse over something and it generally gives you a good indication, or you can right click on it and you've got a drop down menu. But on a phone, I'm frightened to click on something in case whatever I've navigated to and the icon that I haven't got a clue what it is makes whatever I'm doing completely mess up. And the icons look so small on a mobile phone. They're like eeny beeny, teeny weeny little bitty, dots. I think, well, what the heck is that? It gives me no clue of what they mean. It's the most unintuitive graphic visualization I've ever come across in my life. It's like, I don't like it. And it's too small. It's like, how can you see the world from something that little?
Yeah, honey's good stuff if it's real.
So I basically have an old television, which is a HD one still, HDMI, with my desktop plugged into it.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Whoops. Whoops. Capo's in the wrong position.
I'm a poor boy. Cold the rising sun.
Thank you, Leo. It's the same chords. Only I'm a semitone higher.
In the cold the rising sun.
It's just a standard chord sequence. A minor, C, D, F, A minor, C, E. What if I told you that I love you so? Would you reach out? Would you reach out and not let me go? And what if I told you the truth? Would you know? Friendship is one thing, but when there's despair, and when your sad heart is caught in the air, sometimes it takes a man to be a man.
Sun.
I'm too tired to sing the main part of this because I've been up all night.
Grumpy Troll.
He's working and lurking. That's what's up.
It's a cruel, sad day, black night, alright. Low-key, half me, joker, smoker, What can you do when your heart is on the move? It's a cruel, sad day, black night, alright. Low-key, half me, joker, smoker. What can you do when your heart is on the rocks? I can't get it. It's a cruel world. Always pretending you're never alone. And no man's an island, so pick up that phone and tell her that you love her. And tell her that I'd forgot the words. Oh, God. I'll sing it when I'm fresh one day. My voice is dying. Thank you.
And oh, would I know I'm on.
There's a version of the song. I did a version, you know. See if I can find it on my channel. Where is it? I spent a long time recording it as well. And I did the version of it when I wasn't exhausted. Where are you? Where's Cruel? I sampled. Do you remember I was talking about Gina Genesis before? I sampled her voice from something she left on her channel. I told her about her at the time. There you go. I think Tommy will like the picture I used on this one to represent it. That's the studio version I did of Cruel World.
The studio version.
The studio version.
The studio version of Cruel World.
Studio version of Cruel World when I wasn't fatigued.
Yep, that's another good one too, madam. StopTheCrime.net.
Deborah Tavares.
Yeah.
She's full of knowledge, good knowledge.
We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning.
I know that song. The good news is I made enough food before because I had something to eat about 8 hours ago. But I made enough food.
Food for thought.
Food for the meep. And it's behind me.
Your sandwich?
Meep.
My cheese and tomato toasty that I made, which is quite glued together at the moment. It's like 3 segments, and the cheese is like run across all of them, and it's like
tomato toasted with cheese.
I don't mind eating cold things. I mean, it's well priced knife. It's gonna get rubbery though.
Toaster ovens rock.
It is, but I put the bread in an electric toaster and then finish it off under the grill on my main oven.
So they threw a rock of aluminum into the air and everyone's blowing lines of chemtrails up their nose like mafia hitmen on a table of cocaine.
I'm just wondering what Mystic's on about me, but Oh, she said something else. I'm sorry, mister, because I lose track of the text. But your music to imagery videos like Zane Music I play, you can do it. I don't know what that means. Well, does anyone know what that means? I don't know.
It's a one-hit wonder, and 666 hit with the crown of thorns and Yamaka shields protect their covenant with death and the overflowing scourge of the serpent and the power of their craft.
Well, that's very interesting, Tommy, but it doesn't help me with understanding what Mystic is saying. Or trying to tell me. But your music to imagery videos, forward arrow, like Zane Music I play, you can... What can I do? I don't understand. Can you come up on the mic?
The imageries you're using, she's saying use to imagery videos. I don't know, I guess you can make different images, different shades, different colors, different filters.
Oh, is it a website called Zane Flat Earth? Is that what you mean, Zane Flat Earth?
Drop his link in there for Zane, madam.
Gotta plug into the matrix. Upload. Download.
Oh. Well, I've got to connect with Zane Flat Earth. That's the problem with texting it, because I know she's trying to help me, and I appreciate that. But it's... Thank you, Mystic. Let's have a look what it is.
There you go.
Let's see what that about page says. Description. Music for the woke. What Bob said? Nice, me. You should go to recording and...
I know what you mean.
What he said. Oh, it's about my Cruel song. I can't afford a recording studio, Bob.
Yeah, I've heard of that, the American one, but I haven't tried it. I don't know if it actually does work, but I've heard it does. The Orgonite and Shungite.
See, the thing is, I know a lot of people who promote Shungite, especially in relation to mobile phone radiation.
Yeah. I was gonna make some myself, but I just never got around to do it. That was a few years ago.
Because you can get the stones made of Shungite.
Some people.
Well, yeah, there's several different ingredients. You put it all together and you cast it. Put it in a cast. What's that, Giggles? Bubbles?
Some people have. blah, 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 blah. Some people have used the powder and mixed it in the paint and painted their walls. I've been wanting to try that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Bubbles.
Mystic, I'll look into it, and thank you. I appreciate that. I've subscribed to their channel, by the way. I've clicked on the link. I've said that word again, haven't I? I don't mean to.
Orgone speeds plant growth as well. Yeah. I was gonna make some of those pyramids. I just never tried it. So I researched it years ago. It's really pretty inexpensive too. Should try it.
I'm more interested in I would be more interested in getting a contract and actually recording in the studio, Bob, because there's been no point me spending all that money and going. There's two sides of me that can give two completely different reasons why I don't want to record in a recording studio. One of them is I don't want to put all those resources into doing something when I haven't got recognition, and a highly polished version in a recording studio of what I do I don't think it's going to help with my recognition because it still isn't in the hands of the people who matter. And the second reason is something I've completely forgotten because I've gone blank.
Well, it's how you start out, though, right? You put out a single, and
I know,
you
but
what
that's
you
not the
hand out.
recording. Go on, Bob. Go on.
Then you hand out the CDs and get the word out. Start out with word of mouth.
Yeah, and that's in the hands of a producer, not a recording studio. Because recording studio are the engineers, they're the people who engineer things, and that's something I've been learning for a couple of years now. But I was watching an interview recently on YouTube, and some guy who was famous, I forgot who he is. He said, "You can be as good as the best of them out there, but if you're not, if your music isn't presented to the right people, they said nobody's going to hear." But there's also another part of that, and I think the whole music industry today is just as compromised as everything else. In other words, if there's anything that's real that's going to start to wake people up, and in the case of music, on an emotional level, because they don't want people to feel, they want people to be dull in their senses.
That's because the music is power, and the prophets speak through the music so they control the word and the glow of the truth.
That's right, and they want to produce dead music, Tommy, and dead music is not going to incite
the
anyone.
Ark of the Covenant was in the camp. The earth rang again when the Ark of the Covenant went into the camp, and the Philistines feared exceedingly because they said, "Oh, the gods have come down to us," or something.
I know, Mystic. I know.
You're going to have to get a permit in order to gather in numbers. We need permission to breathe next.
Yep. Text.
When I see your room open next, I can't even blum and speak to Mystic in her room because she hasn't got Steam yet, does she?
She can hear you.
She can hear me, but she's not. I understand sometimes people don't want to come on the mic, do they? Because they're tired or whatever, and they just don't feel like talking.
She's been up here before, though.
I know.
Many times.
Mystic's not shy, I know that.
Nope.
She's very outspoken. But sometimes people, she's trying to tell me something, and she's like, I get the sense of what she's saying, but there's not enough detail. And even if she was able to expound whatever she's trying to say to me at this moment in time, I am so tired that I probably wouldn't absorb it at 8:32 in the morning in the UK when I've been awake since the day before.
Oh my!
Wow!
No doubt.
Yeah, I've done that.
That's probably why I'm finding it, because when I get tired, I even my speech isn't as articulated as it is when I'm. Sometimes I can come in the room, can't I, Bob, and I can be explosive my initial arrival, hello. But when it gets to times like this, I'm really enjoying myself here. I'm thinking to myself, but I'm thinking I just don't rest at the same time as other people. When I go to bed, I will go to bed until I wake up, until I'm fully charged.
I like your honesty.
Thank you. And I'm able to do that because I have an agreement with the UK government. I do. The UK government, I won't go into any detail on this, but the UK government have decided to give me welfare under the condition that I keep producing my songs and uploading them to YouTube and keep exploring the music industry, which is what I was doing anyway. And I'm one of the few people who has that privilege. And I don't know why they've give me that, but that's what they've done. So somebody out there likes what I'm doing.
See that?
Yeah, Meep, I didn't see you for a few days here. I was like, when is Meep going to be back? He's cool.
Thank you, Tommy. It's when it depends what time zone I'm on. There's one night I popped in here and I was watching you all type, but I was just so flipping tired. I thought,
Madam Mystic Skywatcher wants you to email or meet.
I know, and I don't know how to do that. I saw the post just then, and I was like, then Tommy spoke, and then I was like,
Maybe she has an email on her site there.
oh bugger!
Channel.
I'll just post my email address here.
Okay.
Mystic, I probably won't reply if you reply to me tonight.
More.
I'll probably get 10,000 emails now from. No, I'm joking. There's a hyphen after the word meep. If people are on cell phones, miss it sometimes because it's so tiny. But there's one of these.
It's time for Giggles to speak.
Yeah.
Giggles. She's been speaking all night.
I did a whole bunch of things.
Giggles, did you listen? I forgot to ask you to the Children of Eden song. You forgot, didn't you?
Crap, I did.
Oh, well.
I've got your email here about Carrie Riviera. I haven't opened that yet.
That's probably more important than my Children of Eden song.
Oh, no, I will look at that. Just had a crappy day.
It's like a time and place under the sun for everything, and then suddenly one day you think, oh, yeah, I'll listen to that song now. Because when things are in your email box, they stick out a bit more, don't they?
Right? Or you get squirrel.
What's a squirrel?
When your attention gets diverted, you go squirrel.
I've never heard of that one. I'm eating me cheese.
Like short attention span. We say squirrel.
I've got my attention span is shorter. My attention span is shorter than Freddy, the brain damaged goldfish.
I heard that one.
It's because he was eating flakes, fish flakes, so he became flaky.
I was not Tommy. I went to court once for having no lights on my bike. I've said this in here before. And I was so frightened because I was only young at the time and I thought the magistrate was going to send me to jail for the rest of my life for having no lights on a pedal bike. And he said, what's your name? And I said, I can't remember. And he said to me, he goes, you must know who you are. And I said, yes, Your Honor. I said, I just can't remember what I'm called. It's true. I just went totally blank. I was very nervous.
I understand that one.
And then I said, are you going to send me to jail? And he goes, what you on about?
I hope you got a TV license.
I don't.
Wait, what?
Tommy knows about that one.
You got a bicycle license? I hope you have a bicycle license too.
Don't need one of them. But I do need a TV license if I'm going to watch live broadcasts. What is on about, Giggles? In the United Kingdom, if you're going to watch TV, you have to pay something like the equivalent of $260 for a license to watch.
Yeah, it's bollocks. It's real bollocks.
It's also
Wow.
I don't actually watch live TV, but I don't. The authority concerned with the TV licensing for the BBC in particular is something called Capita, and they're a private organization, and they basically encourage people to incriminate themselves.
Wow.
And I refuse to have any verbal contract with them. I just if they open the door and say, we're TV license, I say, go away and close the door in the face. Never bothered me. But other people who cower down to them and let them in and plead for leniency end up in court with £1,000 fine. That's like $2,000.
Jeez.
Yeah, Pete was referring to this the other day. He said he was on about that system in particular coming to a city in America very soon. It's oppression, a form of oppression, form of tyranny.
Well, they got that going on everywhere. Should be watching TV anyway, though.
Well,
Programming.
I don't. I have a television. Like I'm looking at this room here on my television, but I don't actually tune into the programming. I spend more time watching YouTube on the telly. I haven't even got an aerial. I've got no way of receiving outside broadcasts.
Oh wow, Tommy.
Do you know what their slogan is, Giggles? The TV licensing people.
What's that?
We're watching you.
Oh, for creepy.
It is.
And they do.
Yeah. And
Well, smart TVs.
They encourage our neighbors to let them know if they think somebody, they get a reward if you can grass up somebody who's watching television without a license.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's like,
that's like in China. They get money for narking on people.
It's a China model. It's this China model they're following.
Oh my gosh. Oh, hold on. Man, I'm still sick.
So what's been wrong with you, Giggles?
Before Thanksgiving, I got sick with pneumonia, and I'm still getting over it. Flipping stuff. Trying not to.
Let me tell you something about chlorine dioxide that I keep talking about. There's no form of bacteria that is resistant to it. Because unlike antibiotics, you know, like it's like a game of cat and mouse between bacteria and antibiotics, and the bacteria can sometimes be successful in infiltrating the bacteria, and it will find a way of killing it. Well, what chlorine dioxide does, as soon as it comes into contact with any kind of bacteria, including the flesh-eating bacteria, is on a molecular level, it explodes it on contact. It's like it's like trying to be resistant to a hand grenade. It's just like whether it's the AIDS, not because that's a virus, and regardless whether it's the MRSA form of bacteria, that's just like that. It'll like wipe out everything. It kills malaria in 4 days. And what it does with viruses is it strips the outer shell of the virus and makes it a sitting duck. So whether it's the AIDS virus or any other kind of virus, this stuff is going to wipe her out. And it's incredible stuff. A person called Mark Grennan, his kids had MRSA, and his I think it was his oldest son, I forgot his name, was advised by the doctors that his leg needed to be amputated, and Mark Grennan thought, well, I don't want to do that to my kid. And the kid said, no, I'm not going to have my leg cut off. He was like 18 years old at the time. And Mark Grennan found out about chlorine dioxide in combination with something called DMSO. DMSO is a chelator, and it's transdermal. It will push anything that's associated or connected with it through the skin. So where his son had all these like lesions on his leg and it was all diseased, the DMSO pushed the chlorine dioxide through the skin deep into the tissue, and it was the chlorine dioxide itself that wiped out the MRSA. The whole family had MRSA, including Mark Grennan, and it wiped her out. Before that, he'd spent over $100,000 on you know, all sorts of fancy antibiotics and gene therapy replacement and all sorts of other expensive ideas. And the stuff's amazing, and it's massively demonized right across the whole of the mainstream media. Lindsay Wagner, the bionic woman, remember her?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a YouTube video of Lindsay Wagner, and she had this disease, whatever it was. She picked it up, and it was killing her, and she was having some of the most bizarre symptoms in her life. And a friend of hers recommended chlorine dioxide, and she took it, and it wiped out in a very short time everything that she had. My friend Richard had lesions in his mouth and his throat that was eventually going to turn into cancer. They were like yellow, horrible, scummy colored. And they and I ordered some chlorine dioxide and DMSO, and he like topically gargled with it and swallowed some of it as well, so it'd go down his throat. And within 2 weeks, the infection that the doctors have been trying to cure for 10 years was completely eradicated. But I'll repeat, as far as confirmation is concerned, if you do research online, you'll find a lot of sources that give us some really, really bad press, but it's all it's all propaganda. The stuff works.
Where do you get it from? Excuse me.
You need to. Oh,
Grumpy Troll probably sells it.
he might do. You need to look up the Genesis 2 Church of Health and Healing, which is I'll find the link, Giggles. I don't want to post it here because this stuff is so volatile in nature that it could have repercussions on Bob's channel if I start posting links.
Grumpy Troll's got an Etsy account where he sells this natural stuff.
What's a Etsy?
But if you're going to treat the flesh-eating bacteria, you've got to take it with dimethyl sulfoxide, otherwise known as DMSO, because it's DMSO that will push it into the tissue.
See, he's got 5 gallons of it. 5 gallons of, but Etsy took my listings down because of medical claims. Oh, okay.
What's this chlorine
So
dioxide?
So you don't have your Etsy account anymore? Is that what you're saying? Or just took your listings down?
Who's this you talking to, Bob?
Grumpy Troll. He's got a little store on Etsy. He sells natural products. I don't know what else. If he wants to come up and tell us about it, you can. He tried the other day, but I guess the signal wasn't good enough.
What's he selling?
As far as I know, everything. He's whatever.
It is that's the chlorine dioxide. Yeah, it's the hydrochloric acid. It's a combination. One's the activator and one's the sodium chloride. There's 2 substances. One's sodium chloride and one's called HCl. Same stuff as in your stomach. Hydrochloric acid, only at, I believe, a 4% solution. And it changes the molecular structure. Quantum Leap. There's a video out there called Quantum Leap. That'll tell you everything about it.
I was.
Go on, Giggle.
Oh, I was just gonna say I was a heck of a lot worse, and I was getting better, and then it was like a head cold thing, and now it's like settling back down into my chest. I got chest pains again, and it's on the top part. I don't know. It's like went up, and then it's like going back down. And I was using this stuff.
Well, you need to, if you're going to start. I've got the hiccups after eating that cheese. Excuse me. Wind in my chest. If you're going to start taking chlorine dioxide, there's protocols, and you have to start off with what's known as the starting procedure, which is a very, very, very low dose because the stuff is so potent. It doesn't just kill viruses and bacteria; it's also a detoxant, and it'll neutralize any of the effects from vaccinations as well. It kills all those pathogens. It'll kill any pathogen. It'll oxidize anything that shouldn't be there. It's very friendly to human cells because it's existing at what's known as a lower electron level. In other words, the voltage of the chlorine dioxide is lower than the voltage of our own biology, but it's higher than anything harmful. And that's quite interesting, that anything that's like pathological in nature, whether it's bacteria, viruses, or some kind of poison, that it runs at a lower voltage than our own cells. But the point I'm trying to make is you have to take the dose gradually and build it up, because you can get what's known as the Herxheimer reaction. And what the Herxheimer reaction is if you kill too many pathogens, whether it's viral, bacteria, or heavy metals or whatever, if you kill them and release them into your body, because your body has to get rid of them after they've been killed or destroyed, then you're going to unleash too many toxins at one time. So you start off slowly, and it works incrementally at a pace that you slowly increase. And but for things like lung infections, like if you've got a cough and all that, there's different protocols where you can make it in like a spray format, and it'll make you cough if you start like breathing in a vaporized form of chlorine dioxide. But it's quite wonderful stuff. A person called Amanda Volmer also speaks about her a lot.
Oh, kind of sounds like the protocol for turpentine. Got to start off slow.
Yeah, well, turpentine is very potent as well. That's wonderful stuff. Not to be confused with the chemical version of it.
Right, pure gum spirits.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks, American One.
Well, it's interesting that the initial source of chlorine dioxide comes from the pine tree.
Oh, same as turpentine.
Yeah, it's a different animal altogether, but they both come from,
a tree. Cool. Oh my gosh.
You can spray it in your nose as well. But I would always have some of that stuff on hand as well. It's the thing is, it's cheap to make in comparison to just like some of the detrimental illnesses. You want to see like the testimonials for chlorine dioxide online. It's incredible.
Is there something online that tells you how to use it safely?
I'll send you the link, I promise.
Okay, appreciate that a lot.
I'm going to send you an email right now, and don't respond to it until later on when you've been to sleep and woken up again.
Right, so it'll be there.
Yeah, and because I'm too tired to do it now, but I'm just typing remind me to send you about chlorine dioxide, and I've spelled dioxide right, so I've corrected that. Remind me to send you about. There you go, send. And that'll, when I wake up and I see there, I'll get back to you on it.
Cool, thank you.
You're welcome, because there's a lot of different sources and all that. It's incredible stuff. I've been like going on about it for a long time, and I'm not saying all the other remedies that people are presenting, but do you know, if you want like the mafia of all, this stuff's like so potent. It's I can understand why it's been so viciously attacked by people from people in high places within the pharmaceutical industry, because if it ever become mainstream, it's going to shut that industry down overnight.
Yeah.
It cures cancer.
Really?
A guy had stage 4 terminal cancer.
Take care, American One. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out with us.
You rest well, American One. And his condition was so dire that he paid his life insurance premium out in advance, because they knew he was going to die. He was a school teacher, ex-military man, and they paid him whatever it was, hundreds of thousands, so he could like go on a well cruise before he died. And what happened was just before he went on this world cruise, because he bought a yacht with his life insurance premium, somebody gave him 2 bottles of chlorine dioxide, and halfway through this cruise he started taking it, and by the time he got to in the Hawaii area, because he was ex-military, he had access to the military hospital still. So he goes in there and he said, "Can you just check on the progress of this like cancer tumor that was like the size of a grapefruit?" And the hospital like had his old X-rays emailed to them, and they looked at the emails of the tumor, and then they looked at the way his tumor was there and then, and it was like shrunk to a third of the size. And they said, "We don't know what's going on here, but this massive tumor that was about to kill you has shrunk by 2/3. And whatever you're doing, keep doing it." And he's still alive to this day.
Wow.
Yeah, that video mysteriously disappeared from YouTube, but I grabbed that because I thought it was going to disappear, and I have a copy of it somewhere on one of my spare hard drives because I used to do a lot of computer repairs for people. I collect a lot of hard drives, and any interesting data of things of that nature, I just keep stashed on them somewhere. And one of these days, I'll go through it, and I won't upload it to my channel because I think they'll probably close my channel down. But I'll open a secondary channel and upload it to that one. It was a great interview.
Awesome.
There's so many cures out there, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it gets overwhelming because last time I went to the doctor, they thought I have breast cancer, but I wouldn't do all the testings, and I still have a huge lump under my arm and,
Well,
on my chest.
Yeah, well, chlorine dioxide with DMSO applied to that will start to shrink it.
It's worth a try.
Yeah, well, there's people out there. I mean, when I send you all the research, you go and look at all the testimonials. It's just like, 1 or 2 people can tell a pokey, can't they? But when you get like hundreds and hundreds of them, a lot of women there cured of breast cancer.
Yeah, I started looking for things to try, and it got overwhelming of all the stuff out there.
That's
so
the
I kind of
problem.
gave up.
That's the problem, yeah, because I've spent over 25 years researching.
Wow.
Yeah, and I've filtered through so much garbage online, and I sort of, in my mind, have a rough guide of where I need to go to, what I recommend to people. One of them is the Gerson therapy that somebody was talking about before.
I still don't know what that is either. I've been telling Bob he needs to make a video about it.
Yeah, well, there's a video called The Beautiful Truth out there. It's called The Beautiful Truth, and it's uploaded by the Gerson Institute, and that'll tell you everything that you need to know about it.
Cool.
And I wouldn't even do it justice by trying to explain that right now, but because I would make a complete mess of it. I'm too tired.
Well, we'll be here again.
Yeah.
Or we'll bug Bob. Make a video.
Oh,
I still want to see a video of all your supplements.
I know. I gotta get on it.
Hey! Shut up, you boneheads!
Is that your dog?
Yes. Jeez, they just started barking at me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Next door neighbor's got a dog. It's a little squeaky dog. I hear it now again.
I got one of those too.
Well, this one it barks for 10 minutes every time she goes out. All I can hear is then it stops.
There you go.
Oh, there's Rudy.
Yeah, Rudy.
Oh, he's so darn cute.
She had the lady next door at the New Year's Eve party. and she puts a note through my door, and she said to me, just out of courtesy, we're letting you know that we're having a party tonight, and it's going to be going on over New Year quite late, and if you want to come, you're welcome to come. And she goes, and she put in bracket at the bottom, feel free to bring your guitar because it would be nice to hear you on this side of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was quite funny. What she meant was she could hear me playing from this side, and
Does she like it at least?
she did, because I bumped into her in the street a few times, and I said I'm sure you can hear her because I'm very sensitive to the levels of noise that I'm making. And she goes, I don't mind. She said she thinks it sounds quite nice.
Good.
Which I find sometimes when you're singing, I do what's known as comping, and when you're comping, when you're doing a recording,
Oh.
yeah, you're doing it verse by verse and then joining all the dots together. And sometimes I'll sing the same line 30 times until I get it right. Like, what if I told you? And then there could be like a certain intonation in my voice and all that. And so I'm thinking to myself, when she says it's nice and all that, does she think like when she hears me singing the same line over and over and over and over again? I thought, because I got the impression from my perception that if I was living next door to someone and I didn't have a clue what they were doing and they were singing like the same line over and over and over again, like at an extreme velocity, I'd think, what the heck are they doing? It wouldn't be so bad if she heard me like jamming in here and I was singing the whole song from beginning to end, but so but whatever it was, she seemed to like it. So I said, so you're not going to shoot me then or anything? I don't like upsetting people, Giggles.
Oh, you don't.
No, because you know you can be in charge. I don't what I'm trying to say is I don't like being in control. In such a way whereas I'm having an effect on the emotional stability of the people next door or underneath me or above me, because I don't think that's fair. Do you know, like, in other words, I've lived close to people in the past when they've basically been in a situation where they can dictate when I can switch on or off because they've played the music so loud that I have no say in the matter, and it's like disturbing me and affecting my tranquility. And I don't like being in control of other people's tranquility. And I would rather them come and speak to me and say, look, this is affecting me. And that's the point I put across to her, saying, if it gets too much for you, let me know and I will do something about it.
Get you.
Well, it's not fair, is it? It's. But as it is, she doesn't seem to be affected by it. So.
You're talking about an apartment?
No, I live in a house, but the trouble is I am so loud when I sing that my voice resonates through the brick walls.
Oh.
If you listen to a song I wrote called The Cruelest Touch on my channel, you'll understand what I mean. It's like I'm really going, you know. It's 9 o'clock in the morning now, and I still don't think I could, like.
Oh my goodness.
It's
almost 3 here.
It's almost 4 a.m. here. It's 3:53 a.m.
Dang.
Yeah, we'll be ending it in a few minutes. 4 o'clock. 7 more minutes. How's that?
Well, I went for the duration anyway, Bob.
Yeah, definitely. So did I.
I started to fade a few hours ago, but I got like my second wind suddenly came.
Yeah.
It's probably because I can speak at this time of morning without having to like whisper, so I can, and that keeps me awake a bit more. Because when I'm trying to be quiet and I'm tired at the same time, it has a knock-on effect where I'm thinking, oh, I can't, you know. When people are trying to keep awake, they keep active, don't they? But when I can't keep active because I'm talking like this.
Like tinfoil.
Has she gone now, has she, Ted?
Oh, yeah.
Sonic cannon.
She was cracking me up. She's like,
Yeah. Hey, Sky on Fire. Thanks for coming in.
Hi, Sky on Fire.
Good morning. Are you just waking up?
Hi, Sky and Kurt.
Yep, Kurt. It's good to see you. Wonder if Sky on Fire is just waking up. Say good morning.
Morning, Sky on Fire. My name is Meep.
You know him already. He knows you, right? Yeah.
I know, I do.
Yeah, you too, man. Oh, you're used to being up late. That's when you start doing your lives and stuff, usually, isn't it, madam? Mystic.
With the music.
See, this is what I like to play, like the kind of velocity when it's, but I can't normally do it. At 1 o'clock in the morning, like. Sometimes when the night cries, and sometimes when the wind sighs, and sometimes when the world is fast asleep, and sometimes when my thoughts they run so deep, and sometimes when this life is mine to keep, I catch it in a snowy river, the white lace thing of beauty, captivating beauty. And sometimes when I'm out there on my own, and so on, but I'm running out of energy, so. See, if I could have done that like 10 hours ago, I could have like carried on till the end, but then there would have been a knock at my door, I'm sure. Do you realize what time it is, young man?
That was awesome.
Thank
No, I'm gonna head down, guys.
Yeah.
All right,
Night,
could you?
Bob.
You must be quite tired yourself,
Thank you,
Giggles.
Thank you very much.
Good night, Meep. Good night, Tommy.
I'll probably get a knock at my door anyway in a minute with like somebody saying I was trying to have a lie-in.
Thanks for having me up. Love you guys.
Rest well, Giggles.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Bye.
Hopefully see you tomorrow, Giggles.
Oh, of course.
Cool. Awesome. Have
Bye.
a good one.
What's Mr. Kim?
Bye-bye.
Record that song, me.
Much
then
love.
work with that piece first with images. Because Mr. keeps talking about images, but I don't know what kind of images she means.
Just doing different filters and stuff with your pictures you use.
All right, because I'm rubbish. I'm a musician. I'm not a visual person. That's why I need like a. Do you know when you see a film and you see the end credits and you say like so and so responsible for the graphical content or so and so responsible for the direction of the acting or whatever it is.
Well, you could change like real pictures into like not cartoon, but cartoon. You know, all different colors and stuff.
I'll just team up
Different
with.
kinds of filters.
I'll just team
It's
up
not
with.
that hard.
I'll team up with Mystic, and she can be like my producer. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Mystic,
She's gonna email you. She'll email you anyway.
Did she get the address? There's a hyphen
Yep.
after the word meep. It should still be in my clipboard. There you go.
Well,
That's
if not, she'll get it tomorrow, right?
That's the thing about that's the thing about being on a computer. You know, like if you put something in your clipboard, it like stays there until you die.
Yep. You're right.
I'm on my second wind at the moment.
Yeah.
I don't mind. You see that. You have to email me, Mystic, but it would be good at some point if you could actually. I don't mean right now because I'm too tired to actually assimilate any information that you might graciously be able to give me. Because my brain is shutting down, even though I don't sound like my brain is shutting down, but I guarantee it is. But one day, if you could actually come up here and like,
Good night, Giggles. Much love.
Night Giggles, love you too. I'm just very interested in what Mystic's trying to say. I mean, I've watched a few Mystics videos, and now and again I pop into a room and I'm like typing away in the as she's chatting, but she seems oblivious to whatever I've been typing in text. But that's what happens when you have these itty little bitty phones, just because they're so small. It's like, and I'm only a little tiny meepy creature anyway. So like when I'm like infinitesimal in size in the first place, and then the apparatus that somebody's using is so small, then I don't have any chance of being seen visually by. It's like trying to find an amoeba on the face of the sun. That would be a good lyric, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. You should write it down.
I'll get Tommy, get Tommy to sing it.
Yeah.
But I'm seriously interested in teaming up with Tommy one day because he's got such a profound, prolific voice. His vocals are a little bit out of tune, but I need to speak to him about that because he needs to project his voice a bit more than what he's been doing with what I heard. But his spoken voice is legendary. It's just like he doesn't even need to sing. You know, that the resonation of his spoken word, he could like wake the whole world up with that alone.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting, won't it, Bob, for people to listen back to this.
You can come up Mystic anytime, you know that.
I like what you say, Meep. It makes sense.
Thank you, Tommy. Do you know what? When I exhaust this much energy and eventually I go to bed, I'm like, bing! I'm gone in like 2 minutes. Like, it's like 1 minute, I'm like going, hello, well, next minute, 8 hours later.
Take care, Leo. We'll see you. Gonna be heading out soon too.
Leo, it was nice seeing you there. Leo lives in Essex.
Much
which
love
is
to everybody.
Close to Romford. So how long have you been? 8 hours you've been on the go for, Bob?
Yeah, 8 hours.
That's like
the usual.
I've been talking for 8 hours. That's
doesn't seem like it, does it?
It does, yeah.
No, these streams seem to go pretty fast. You know, it doesn't
does,
seem
yeah.
like it. I don't know. Enjoy it. That's why.
I didn't live up to my new name because I didn't behave.
You behaved. It was a good night.
I was quite the day that I won't go into it, but I had a really bad day when I woke up today. There's a lot of nasty things that faced me when I woke up that weren't there when I went to sleep, and I was quite feeling negative, or I go, no, I'm just going to carry on anyway. I won't let them take me down.
Yeah.
One of them was a company called Now TV, and they to cut long story short, I used to live with my friend Richard. I was lodging with him, and Ricky's like a very old person, and he wanted something called Now TV, and he didn't have a working bank account that would accept online payments. So I said, like, take it through my bank account, and then you can pay me back in cash. So we did that, and like Now TV would like deduct all the funds from my account, and he'd pay me. Eventually, he left Now TV and went on to Sky TV. He's a TV watcher. And so I said, well, I'm going to have to go on your Now TV online account and cancel all them payments, or passes, as they're called, on that account. And I said, otherwise, they're going to still keep charging me for something that you're not even watching anymore or subscribe to. So I did all that, and I cancelled all the passes, and I had a feeling they were going to pull a fast one. But what Now TV does as part of their policy, whether you request it or not, is reinitiate your subscription automatically at the turn of the next year. So I woke up, and I for some reason I had a feeling that I should check my bank account, and I checked it, and there was like 3 payments been deducted from my funds from these people, and I immediately rang my local bank up and had a block put on these people to like stop them taking any future funds out. And then I went on Richard's account with his permission, because I rang him up and said, you've taken money unlawfully from my account, and I want it resumed because I didn't give you permission to do that, and I didn't even request it. I'd cancelled it a year ago. So we're waiting to hear from them. But that was one of them. And then there was something else that I don't really want to talk about, but needless to say, I was in like a very, very negative frame of mind. Jackie knows about it. With other things that have been going down that I woke up to greet today. So, which is probably why I was a little bit quiet when I got here initially. I was like, but I'm a fighter.
Me too. That's what we do. I've even gone up to 12 hours. That was only one time, though.
Well, I know.
Listen, who are you? Listen, we are just trying to start from far where you are. What's the matter? What's the matter every day? What's the matter? What's the matter? Words I say. Who am I to open up time and we all fell down from the radio? Who am I to call you?
So you're singing in tune now?
Mm-hmm.
Like
It's very difficult with the wires that I have to tie together, and volume controls and mic input, output, speaker, yada, blah, blah, yeah.
Don't get me wrong, Tommy. I sing out of tune many times myself. It's like I do a take, and then I listen to myself afterwards, and I think, "Oh my goodness!" It's like there's a whole syllable there that's like a semitone out. And I think, how could I drift that much? It's because I can't hear myself properly sometimes.
Right.
But I'd love to work with you one day on something anyway. I don't know what it is, and I don't know when it will be, and I'm hoping you'll be up for it, but I don't know. Happy
to call you your sacred name. What's the matter? What's the matter every day? What's the matter? What's the matter? Words I say. Who am I to open up time and they shot us down from the sky high? Who am I to call you? Shining
Morning, Joe.
star. What's the matter? What's the matter every day?
Peter Gabriel nailed people like Tommy, summed them up to a T. he said, because Peter Gabriel sings in what's known as Gabrielese. So in other words, if he's doing something, he doesn't care what particular words he's singing. He's capturing the energy of what's inside him at the time. And Peter Gabriel said, I've heard some songs, and I'm not saying your lyrics here are bad, Tommy, because I think they're wonderful. But the point he was making was, he said, I've heard some songs that are lyrically dire. And he said, but there's been so much energy and like there's such a high vibrational field behind these bad lyrics.
That's what it's all about. The fields, the energy. You're right. That's what you work with. The nature, the trees moving in the wind and the breeze and the
birds and the bees.
Yeah,
it's right. But what he's saying is that it doesn't matter, and that's why he adds his lyrics later. He just sings gobbledygook as far as audible words are concerned, and that's what I hear in Tommy's voice is like it's that undefinable quality.
Morning, Joe.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, Joe Osman here. He sings too. He
Joe.
plays. Yeah.
Oh, Joe, I saw Joe. Yeah. He's more into meditation.
help me spread your name. They all think that Christians are insane. We will see you touch the ground. I think I'm gone, already gone. I know it's true when I talk to you. Jesus, help me spread your name. They all think that Tommy is insane. We will see you touch the ground. I think I'm gone, already gone. I know it's true when I talk to you, Jesus.
Tommy reminds me of that. There's a Supertramp album called "The Crime of the Century," and on the vinyl version of it, because that's the only version I've ever had of it. What was it? Jimmy McKean was king. His brain was always winning. It was about somebody who was in the insane asylum. That he said it was just a game he played for fun, and he goes, "I'm just laughing as they."
Uh-oh.
That's what the totality of all information is talking about. The trapdoor, the crime of the century. Even the album cover shows the bars of the universal trap we're all in.
Yeah. Yeah. He's trying to come back.
I didn't even realize I'd lost the connection. I was just like a little chatterbox chatting away anyway. Then I realized that
Again?
there was a little there was a little whirly thing going around on the screen on the. Let me refresh the YouTube page as well, because that was a blip.
Well, welcome back.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Hiya, Joe. Nice to see you. I was on about Supertramp from the last track from Crime of the Century. And that reminded me of Tommy. But he obviously heard me before I lost my connection, because unless he's like quicker than what I thought he is, because as I'm like reiterating it, like 0.5 of a second later, I'm looking at Tommy displaying it on the screen. But then again, he's capable of doing that. It's like he knows what people are going to say before they even say it.
I'm amazed at how spot on you are describing everything.
Thank you. Mystic, that's what I was saying before I realized I was cut off from when there might not have actually been. Did you email me? Yeah. I should just check my email, shouldn't I? It might be like.
Mm-hmm.
It might be in my junk email. Oh, Genesis Church. Oh, it's a shame. It's a shame. I don't know whether that one's spam. There you go. That's the people I'm on about.
We got the Supertramp album showing the Twin Towers.
That's Breakfast in America one. I remember that. That's the one with the Logical song on it.
Yep. Supertramp.
Who was it? The Spaceman and Gary Bell. He mysteriously died as well of cancer. And he was on about basically he was talking about downloads, even though he didn't use that word. And he was on about people who were musically or visually inspired to do something. And he was basically saying, do you really question where you're getting, whether it's the energetic, emotional, or lyrical source for what you're writing or drawing?
Mm.
And I believe that, like, a lot of what I've written could has come from external sources.
It has something to do with the beast of the field, the power, the magnets, the electrocution,
I also have my intellect intact, though, Tommy. And if there's anything like,
thanks, Joe,
you know, that shouldn't be there in my lyrics, I'll make sure it doesn't go there.
I appreciate it, Joe.
they get possessed on stage. They say, so and so.
They do, and I've seen it. I've seen it. They also fall pretty hard when their masters have finished with them and leave them desolate with no record contract or audience that even remotely reflects the kind of following that they had when they were famous. Oh, right. Did you? I'm going to have to check it again.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was trying to do. Do you know when I was talking about chlorine dioxide before? That's their website. Because I checked my spam folder for Mystic, and then Tommy said something that distracted me in a very helpful way. Helpful, not helpful.
Yeah, what you shouldn't say.
What does that mean?
What? Oh, well, I said quite a few things, but there she is.
Whatever you type. What is that?
That's do you know what I was talking about with chlorine dioxide?
Oh.
That's one of the main advocates of it. His name's Mark Grennan, and he's behind that. What Mark did is he realized that in order to promote this healing substance, that he had to start a religious organization and present his protocols as sacraments, because, you know, like the old saying, you know, sanctuary because the political system has no real authority over the church system. So we started a non-religious church of health and healing, and that's how we got around. That's how he got around the powers that be from being able to stop him doing what he's doing.
What does the sodium dioxide do? It stops inflammation, it clears the way. What does it take the trash out? What's the concept?
It stops inflammation, it takes the trash out, it kills bacteria by exploding them on a molecular level on contact, and strips viruses off their protective shell, making them a sitting duck.
So it breaks down the shields of the virus shells and bursts like as if it has power to overload the circuitry of the evil entity.
Yeah, well, the electron voltage of chlorine dioxide is higher than any bacteria, and anything that's got a higher electron voltage will, what you said, fry its circuits. It won't survive. It explodes it on contact.
Yeah. Burst bubbles like in a battery, almost like an acid taking in parts, plant matter and metal material.
Yeah, but it also seems very intuitive in nature, and I'll tell you why, because viruses are a lot larger in size than bacteria. So for some reason, it doesn't, because it can't explode a virus, because it's a lot bigger, it finds a way of stripping its electron shell. It's an attractor. It attracts the protective shell on a virus is electrons, basically, of the opposite polarity to chlorine dioxide, and it attracts them.
So it attracts the chlorine dioxide, and then when it consumes it or whatever takes place in the rainbow bridge, a transfer is made that it finds out that it wasn't what it thought it was, and it gets a surprise and goes bye-bye.
Well, the chlorine dioxide doesn't attract the virus. It attracts the outer shell, the protective layer of the virus, and makes it a sitting duck, basically, because like Star Trek, the shields, if you take away its shields, it's defenseless. And then the immune system will go, I've been looking for you.
Like the blood-brain barrier, how the cell phone penetrates the blood-brain barrier.
Yeah, and then when you take, for brain infections, you need to take chlorine dioxide with DMSO, because that takes the chlorine dioxide through the blood-brain barrier and gives it access to the brain. It doesn't harm the brain. Just little points you're saying, Tommy, that remind me of little pieces that I've missed.
Non-invasive things that open the door with keys.
Yeah, but the link, Bob, is Mark Rennan's main website. That gives all the protocols on chlorine dioxide and links to all his testimonials and everything else.
And they buy the books and take the copyrights and bury them in dirt and hid the knowledge.
They're trying to do that, but they haven't been successful yet.
Very welcome, Joe. Awesome. That's what it's all about. United. But it's going for 4:30 a.m. I'm gonna have to end it.
But the snake chases its tail. We should go forever, riding the beast, figuring out what we need.
Bob, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah,
We're glad you got back, Bob, from earlier.
Thank you.
He's unreal, isn't he?
Like you're like a fishing bobber, and we were like, "Where's Bob? Where'd he go?" And luckily, you were floating on your way back.
No, we was all going to start. We was all going to start reveling and having a party.
That happened to me 3 times in another stream. I got booted out of my own stream 3 times. We're talking about some serious stuff, though.
The computer restarted.
I said
Yeah.
when you come, I said he's gone. Let's have a party. Let's riot.
Yeah.
Bob, I'll probably see you tomorrow because by the time I go to bed and wake up, I'm not going to be on anything remotely. Tommy, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
It's always a pleasure.
Yep, I'm
Always.
learning, I'm growing, I'm trying to get it flowing.
Well, I want to
And
be a fireman.
you're also throwing out a lot of good stuff too, Deaf Bread. Everybody's got input. That's what's up.
I'm amazed at Deathbread's. I'm not even able to articulate what Deathbread is and what he's talking about, but I am amazed by it. I know it's an energy vibrational field I'm trying to express.
You go with it.
Yeah, much love and light, Madam Mystic. United we stand, Sky and Fire.
Tommy, do you know when Jesus said his people know his voice?
Yeah, that's what I think about when I hear Tinfoil. She's like a shepherd. You hear her. She's familiar. She sounds like she's got a good heart.
She has. She has.
Yep.
She also cracks me up, but she has got a very wonderful heart, Tinfoil.
Yeah.
So as Giggles and
everybody, we got a good family here.
Yeah.
You know.
There was someone else I was trying to remember. Vernon. Vernon is a beautiful person as well. Please forgive me if I missed anyone.
You all got good things to say, and I like listening.
Hey, Richard. Good night, Richard. Yeah, we all do. You too, Deaf Bread.
Right, I'm out of here, folks. Everyone's wake up happy and sleep well. I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, Joe Awesome was just waking up. Now we're going all going to sleep.
Have a nice day, Joe. Joe does all his meditation videos, but I've never been into meditation, so I don't go there a lot. But I do recognize the fact that Joe is still a beautiful person. Because it's not everyone. What everyone does it's not always like something we do, is it? But sometimes you gotta recognize somebody for being a wonderful soul. I'm talking about you, Joe. And that's my final.
That's why they want us apart and divided, and not discovering that we each have gifts to offer the solution.
Exactly.
That's what John Lennon said. You know, he watching the wheels go by. There's no problems. There's only solutions. That was shortly before he got shot.
What sort of customer service you get at the big stores? It's not like it used to be.
No, you can find a human in there now and again, but it's like most of the time, it's like, it's like can somebody help me, please? It's like a million things in the shop. You think, how am I supposed to find it?
Yeah.
Then eventually you find some poor soul who's like 18 years old, and you ask him, and he says, it's over there. And I look over there, and there's like 10,000 items looking at me in that small corner of the shop. And I said, can you show me specifically? And he goes, yeah, over there, top shelf, bottom left, front and right. And I think, I'm thinking to myself, this person just doesn't visualize in his mind that people like me look at things and just get like totally overloaded by all these different items. And it's probably because I'm not programmed by them, so I don't even recognize half of these brands or labels. I just like want a packet of bicarbonate soda, or hasn't got no aluminium in it. Bob, rest well.
You too, everybody.
I am going where no meep has gone before. Like,
yeah, get a few hours. That's what's up.
Jackie Evans, if you tune into the replay, I love you too.
She'll be checking it out.
I don't think she'll probably catch that bit unless she's like really, really intuitive, because it's like finding a needle in a haystack in it on an 8-hour stream.
Exactly. Exactly. But it's right at the end, so.
Yeah. That's where people go in to see what his closing comments were.
Listen for the bubbles. Just listen for the bubbles along the stream waves.
Well, the bubbles are always like happy, bubbly little creatures, aren't they? Because they like they bubble away. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go right now. Love you all.
Take care, meat. Much love. Ooh, Def's off too. That was quick. Take care. Much love. And everybody in the chat that's still here. You're all amazing, awesome. You got Def Bread, Joe Awesome, Grumpy Troll, Sky and Fire 2020. Debbie Borba, well, Richard, Metamistic Skywatcher. I say Grumpy Troll. Hope I don't miss anybody. Meep. Take care, everybody. Love you all. Good night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow, okay? I'll be on probably 8 p.m. I'm going to try 7 p.m., but count on 8 p.m. But I'll post it ahead of time anyway. Thank you all. Oh, thank you, Man Mystic. You're awesome. I know I gotta get over there too. And you know what, madam, whenever you come up here too, like I told the Watchman Project, you can cut out any section that if you're up here on a panel and stuff, of any of the videos, and you can put them on your channel, you know what I mean? And take credit for it. I don't care. It's all about, just putting it out there. Good night, everybody. Much love. Grumpy Troll, Sky and Fire, Meta Mystic, 123 Bug. Hello, you still there? Death Bread. I said Joe Awesome. I just don't want to miss anybody. Take care. Good night. And see you tomorrow. Night, Death Bread. Tommy. Much love.